to take some time out to be able to just say and salute all of the radio stations who are locked on to ABS Radio in Antigua and Barbuda, compliments of Vibes Radio in the Commonwealth of Dominica, Caribbean Broadcasting Network, the Caribbean Superstation 90.9 FM, British Virgin Islands and US Virgin Islands, GBN in Grenada, Real FM in Grenada, CBC in Barbados, VOB in Barbados, KLS FM in Jamaica, NCN in Guyana, and the Wave in St. Lucia. This is what you've been waiting for. This is a big day. Jamaica would have won at least 8 titles in this Super 50 competition. The last time the Windward Island Volcanoes would have won this championship would have been way back in 2018. Terry, teams, Jamaica Scorpions.
Yes, good afternoon, Vernon, and good afternoon to all our listeners. And it's fantastic to see so many stations around the region taking our coverage. And we just look here at the Jamaica Scorpions team, who, of course, will be after a victory today. Played 2, lost 2. So let's see what they can come up with today. Robman Powell, captain. Derville Green, vice captain. Aldane Thomas. Paul Palmer. Brandon King. Fabian Allen. Odin Smith. Javier Royal. Javier Glenn, Jamie Merchant, and Andre McCarthy. So they've left out Sheldon Cottrell, Dennis Bulai, Romain Morrison, and O'Shane Thomas there, Vernon.
Yes, I was speaking to Sheldon Cottrell a little earlier. He told me really not feeling too well, and as you rightly said, O'Shane Thomas has been left out of the squad as we speak right now. A couple of the players for the Jamaica Scorpions just receiving their caps. We go to the Windward Islands.
Yes, and the Windward Islands have also made a couple of changes. Sunil Ambrose captain, Desron Maloney, Kevin Stout, Roland Cato, Emmanuel Stewart, Coron Kotoy, Larry Edward, Ryan John, Preston McSween, Andre Fletcher, and Obed McCoy for the first time in this tournament.
Well, let's look at the point standing. And we know that 2 teams have already qualified for the CG Insurance Super 50 competition. It's Ghana, who have played 3 matches. They've won all 3 matches, 12 points, a net run rate of 1.373. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 3 matches, they've won all 3, a net run rate of 0.557 with 12 points. Then we have the Windward Islands, who have played 2 matches. They've won 1. So, you know, their net run rate is 0.073, 4 points. The Leeward Islands, they played 3 matches, 1-1, net run rate of 0.250. And Barbados and Jamaica are yet to get off the mark. So today is an important day for the Jamaica Scorpions.
Yes, very important day for the Scorpions. Vernon, a win today would certainly keep them alive in the tournament. Another loss, they might face the same situation as the Barbados Pride, having played 3 matches and yet to win 1. So a very important game, but also for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they can narrow the gap between the top 2 and go a long way in qualifying for the semis themselves with a victory here.
Now, when we look at the entire championship so far, we're seeing that at least 6 centuries have been scored to date. 7 centuries have been scored to date in the CG Insurance Super 50. But we'll start with the half centuries, and that will give you an idea in terms of most of the batsmen in this competition has got good starts. Sonny Lambris, the Windward Island Volcanoes captain, he scored 70. Kevin Stout, he didn't score in the last game. 86. Shemin Meyer, 80. Romaro Shepard, 58 not out. Shamar Brooks, 96. Jonathan Carter, 58. Brandon King scored his first list day half century here, 97. Darren Bravo, 59. Anthony Bramble, 69. Ross Powell, 61. Karen Powell, 94. Sonny Lambris, again, he's been among the runs. 2 half centuries so far, 66. Karen Kotoy, 72. Evan Lewis, 61. Justin Graves, 62. Jonathan Carter, 56. Ruston Chase, 56. Nobody for Jamaica to date has scored a half century.
No, they haven't, and that's an area they would need to improve on. They've been short in every match so far. But what I'd like to see improve, though, too, we talk about consistency, Vernon, and the century makers that we've had thus far, they haven't strung scores together as you would hope that they would, with making a century at least, you know, maybe 40 or 50 in a following match before they make their next century. It's like they make one big score and then they don't bring that consistency to the table. So I'd like to see the batsmen really strive for that.
I'll give you the top 5 batsmen so far in the tournament and the top 5 bowlers in the CG Insurance Super 50 as the umpires have walked out so far. Evan Lewis from Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 3 matches, 205 runs. Jason Mohammed, who scored a century yesterday, 3 matches, 163 runs. Christopher Barnwell, who scored his maiden List A 100, 3 matches, 158 runs. Nitish Kumar, 3 matches, 158 runs. And Casey Carty in among the runs here. He also scored his List A 100, 153. So we move from there and we go now to the top 5 wicket takers. And we have Gudish Moti from the Guyana Jaguars from 3 matches, 9 wickets. Quinton Boatswain from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 2 matches, 8 wickets. Kyron Pollard from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force captain, 6 wickets. Niall Smith from the Guyana Jaguars, 3 matches, 6 wickets. And Jason Holder from the Barbados Pride, the captain, 3 matches, 6 wickets. So the stage is set. The batsmen are already out in the middle. We see the Spiceman wearing number 72. Andrew Fletcher is already out and just inquiring and looking around to see in terms of what's going to be happening. And we'll just await now for the official umpires to be able to just pass the ball. It depends on which end Jamaica wants to start from. And it looks like they're going to start from the CIU end. Terry.
Yes, and a good toss to win by Sunil Ambrose, and he had no hesitation in taking first strike on a very warm and breezy day here in Antigua at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. So it's all set up for a fantastic match in the CG Insurance Super 50. But can I just say, though, Vernon, Cricket West Indies have just announced that the Sri Lankan tour next month.
Yes, and during the break, during the luncheon break, we'll be talking to the CEO of Cricket West Indies, Johnny Grave. So we'll have some more important news for the nation of Antigua and Barbuda, because one has to give real major credit to the government of Antigua and Barbuda so far, who's made a huge contribution in terms of making sure that cricket is alive and back in the Caribbean. Major, major contribution. I think we will have the players look like they're not kneeling today. I just thought that they would. But Desmond Maloney and Andrew Fletcher are the opening batsmen. I think we're waiting for that period. Yes, they're going to be showing their solidarity and their support. The Jamaica teams have come out. Joel Wilson is just waiting on the instructions from the match referee room. He's the umpire today. He's into his 104th List Day game. And then we have the man himself from the island of Queen City, Nevis. His name is Carl Tuckett. He's a preacher. And we want to say good afternoon to the umpires who are getting themselves organized. They're just waiting on the final announcement in a couple of seconds when the announcement will be made and the players will then go down and their knee and give some support. We here in the booth will be raising our fists to be able to give support. So all of the players, all of the officials on the team, umpires, you name it, getting involved to be able to show their support to the Black Lives Matter movement here in the Caribbean. And we want to applaud Cricket West Indies for still continuing the fight to be able to make sure that we give major support. And we want to say thanks to all of our sponsors who've made that possible. So we're ready, stage is set, and Rothman Powell will be looking to try to see if he can be able to win his first game for the Jamaica Scorpions in this year's competition. Java Royal, H22, slow left-arm bowler. He's been added to the attack, and he will start from the CIUN. He's in now to bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher comes quietly forward, and straight away, we're live from the Coolidge Cricket Ground. It's a CG Insurance Super 50 competition. Andrew Fletcher, he's got 1 List A century and 10 half centuries. Gets the ball down the onside and just whips it beautifully. Can't score. And the score remains a naught without naught. Naught for naught. Fletcher didn't have a real good big bash, but went to the T10 and really played some magnificent innings. But he was a good feeler, looking to push hard for his first run. And, you know, he'd be under a little bit of pressure, the Spiceman, here to perform.
Yes, most definitely. He'd be looking for a big score today in these ideal conditions.
Royal is into ball to Andrew Fletcher. Fletcher is driving beautifully, sneaks a single. And straight away have the field at mid-off under a little bit of pressure. So he's off the mark. The fourth ball of this over, he'll feel very relieved that at least he's gotten off the mark. Everybody wants to do that. It's the Windward Islands versus the Jamaica Scorpions. And as you heard from Terry Laraja, Sonny Lambris won the toss and decided, well, listen, I'm going to bat. It's a day-night encounter. Royal from the CIUN headquarters here in Antigua and Barbuda from the Coolidge Ground is in now to bowl to Maloney. Maloney is back and across, squaring up a little bit, but the most important thing is that he had his back face nice and straight. So he's not. I want to say good afternoon to all the folks in the OECS, especially in the Windward Islands. Hayden Gill, good afternoon to you, sir, and your entire staff. Down the onside, squared up again. He's got to have to be very careful because Royal is bowling flat and fast and right between wicket and wicket. So the end of over number 1, the Windward Island Volcanoes, quiet start. Fletcher is 1, Maloney is not.
Yes, quiet start there by the two openers in Fletcher and Maloney for the Volcanoes, but Royal would be pleased with that. He was very tight with his line and length, and just the single coming off it. So good start there for the Jamaica Scorpions, and it looks like Derval Green will take up the attack from the commentary box or southern end of the ground.
Well, there seems to be a ploy because we saw the guy in the Jaguars using Chandapal Hemraj, the left-arm spinner. We also saw the Leeward Islands Hurricane also using Ashmin Ned, and now today Jamaica Scorpions, they've gone for Royal. So there seems to be a trend with what's happening here at the Coolidge ground. But instead now we see Derval Green, who is a busy player because there's no O'Shane Thomas today, there's no Sheldon Cotterell, which means now that a lot of responsibility now rests on the shoulders of Derval Green. And he's got some 22 wickets from 21 matches, the best of 4 for 44. He's a lively guy, he's got good pace, not a little bit of pace. He's got real serious pace. So we expect to see some fireworks from him today. And he maybe on this track, he's got a ball between wicket and wicket.
For sure, yeah, you need to keep it tight, but you're right, Vernon, he does have some very good pace. So let's see if he can trouble the Volcanoes opening partnership here.
So Derval Green, just a little slight hold-up in play, I think, with the screen, the CG Insurance screen, maybe just getting the switch. And, you know, modern technology, you know, everything always happens at a time when you don't really want it to happen. Umpire Carl Tuckett is just waiting. But let me come back again and salute the government of Antigua and Barbuda, the Leeward Islands Cricket Board, and the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association for their huge contribution in making sure that cricket is alive. First, with the Cricket West Indies Women's Camp, which took place at the Coolidge Ground, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, who have moved from St. Kitts to Antigua in terms of the preparation. That was excellent. I have to give major credit to the stakeholders at the Coolidge Ground and also to the folks at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium because they did a masterful job in even trying to prepare to get the grounds prepared and the practice areas at the same time while these two camps were taking place. And so I really want to give major credit to all of the organizers. The Ministry of Health officials in Antigua and Barbuda, they've worked very, very closely with the West Indies medical staff led by Dr. Ober Gulston, who's done an excellent job. In fact, all of the folks, all of the cricketers who have come in, and officials, cameramen, everybody who've had to be tested. And no praise is too high for the contribution in terms of what's happening. If you're wondering what's happening, they've sorted that out now, so everything is a go. And Carl Tuckett has handed the ball to Derval Green. That maybe might have been about a 90-second break in terms of the play, but we're off and running. The second over will be bowled by Derval Green, who is the number 4 for Jamaica Scorpions, and Green bungs away from the media center end. He's in now to bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher is squaring up a little bit, but the bat face nice and straight, deep in his crease. Well, he started there, Terry.
Yes, and surprisingly, both batsmen seem to be getting squared up a bit early on in their innings. So Jamaica trying to exploit any life out of this pitch early on. As I said, a very hot and breezy day here at Coolidge.
Fletcher is a boundary hitter, so once he gets room, he's going to go. Green is in now to bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher gets a good delivery, and coming forward, that nip delivery, it sneaked it down to third man. Fielder from third man coming off and just lobbing a nice return to the wicketkeeper. And so they're 2 without loss. All 2 runs to Fletcher. Good delivery there. That hit the seam. The most important thing is that he was coming forward, and you would say that, listen, I just opened the face of the bat, Terry, and stared that down to third man.
Yes, that didn't trouble me, Vernon. Even though I had to take my bottom hand away and ensure it stayed on the ground.
Oh,
but
yes.
He played it well.
Derval Green so far has only picked up 1 wicket against Guyana, 1 for 62, not for 24 against Trinidad and Tobago. Here comes Green. He bungs in now to bowl to Maloney. Maloney is trapped between wicket and wicket. There's a P for leg before. I think he would have been hit outside the off stop. Umpire Carl Tuckett, who's a bowler, is not impressed, and Derval Green will have to go back and start all over again.
Yes, confident shot there by Green. He was right up at the other end by the time he finished appealing. We're just having a look at the replay now. Jag back a bit. Ooh. Might have been closer than umpire Tuckett thought. Hit him on the inside of his front leg. Pitched outside, off and come back. He may have. Well, that looks out to me.
Maybe looked out to you, but Carl Tuckett is right behind us.
And he's the man.
He's the man who calls the shot. Green comes in out. The ball to Maloney. Maloney leaves alone. I want to see Maloney, Terry, get that left foot out. And even though he left alone that ball, if you look back on the television replay, the left foot didn't get it anywhere out to the pitch of the ball. He's going to have to be very careful because Devil Green bowls between wicket and wicket. And the delivery before that, which would have been the third delivery, it sort of caught him with his 2 feet on the crease.
Yeah.
Let's look and you see what I was talking about, Terry.
Sure.
You see the pitch right there. See,
the
left foot is not doing anything at all.
No, he's hardly moved. Got caught on the crease.
Green comes in to bowl to Maloney. This time he comes forward and stinks a single onto the onside and is off the mark very quickly. So Fabian Allen picking that one up very quickly. And so the score is 3 without loss. Maloney's off the mark. And, you know, sometimes we have the excess of looking at the technology. The umpire who's in the middle, he's the man who calls the shots. And he would have been the man who would be able to say, not out. So Devil Green will have to go and come again. As a coach, you know, I always used to tell my bowlers, try and hit the stumps, please.
Well, as the easiest route home, isn't it?
Yes. Here comes here. Here is Fletcher driving inside out, over cover, down to the boundary. Will it have the legs to go for 4? No. And the fielder from third man comes around and they get a couple of runs. Now, I want to see some intensity today in between the running of the wicket. And that is something that we have not seen. Over 2 comes to an end. The completion of over 2. The latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds is the Windward Island Volcanoes, who have won the toss. They're batting first. They're 5 without loss. Fletcher is 4. Maloney is 1.
Yes, and Green is still looking disappointed that he didn't get that LBW decision in his favour. But he's got to put that out of his mind now and just come again. But bowling wicket to wicket on this pitch is he should cause the batsmen some problems. But so far, 5 without loss, and it will be Royal to continue from the northern end.
I want to talk a little bit about the Windward Island Volcanoes batting. I'm very much concerned about that, but we'll come back to that. Left-hand spinner Royal now comes in now to bowl to Maloney. He opens to the face of the bat, but he can't beat the fielder at backward point. Looks like it is Fabian Allen, and the score remains on 5 without loss. Maloney is 1, Fletcher is 4. Royal into his second over. He's in now to bowl to Maloney. He's back and looking to turn that. He could have done a lot better with that, Terry.
Yes, yeah, that was a short ball darted in there by Royal, and you're quite right, Vernon. He had acreage out on the onside.
Royal, big tall guys into bowl to Maloney, sliding that one past first slip. Brandon King at first slip. I don't know if something is wrong with him. And the fielder from backward point is chasing for all his worth. He picks it up now, and he fires a return. Fabian Allen weighing the number 9 into the keeper. And so the score goes up to 7 without loss. Maloney is 3. Wondering if Brandon King is nursing an injury.
Yes, he didn't move too quickly or smartly to that one as we watch the replay here. It passed him, it bounced well before him, but he could have got a hand on it.
Here is Maloney trying to go for a single that certainly was not on. Fletcher was not interested. And maybe his softer hands might have encouraged Fletcher to say, I'll come for that one, but that came off the bat sweetly. Javon Roy playing his first game for Jamaica Scorpions today. So that's a good thing. Good start. Good prospect. Comes in now to bowl to Maloney. Maloney is bowled! Poor shot. And where was he trying to look to hit that? The left foot got nowhere close.
That's what you're talking about, there. Footwork, Vernon.
Yeah, there was no movement at all, and the Windward Island Volcanoes, they've lost their first wicket. Maloney bowled by Javon Royal, and he was more or less looking for, as we would say, to try to hit this one inside out. Lost everything, Terry.
Yes, stuck on the crease once again. Maloney not getting any stride forward towards the ball. The feet hardly moved, and big gap between bat and pad, and thudded into a middle stump. So Desron Maloney gone for 3 of 10 balls, and Windward Islands lose their first wicket, 7 for 1. Just the start the Jamaica Scorpions were looking for. They'd be telling themselves now that they could have had both openers back in the pavilion at this stage, but they'd be happy enough with that as Royal, who's bowling very sensibly, picks up his first wicket.
So 1 for 3 in his second over, and the Windward Island Volcanoes captain comes out. Sonny Lambris has scored 2 half-centuries so far in this championship, and a lot of responsibility on him. And I was telling you, I was pretty much concerned about the batting order.
Right.
When I look there, after Emmanuel Stewart, I see his Karan Kotai coming. And that, to me, shows a sign, based on what I've seen from Maloney, I think that they're playing a batsman too short. But we'll get back to that. Ambrose with some 51 matches, 13 half-centuries, 100, a best of 148. So he's had 2 good starts. And he's continuing. If we look at the law of averages, you would say, well, he's due for a big score. Do you think that is possible? Here comes Wiley now to bowl to Ambrose. Ambrose is coming quietly forward, and he can't score. The end of the over. And, really, this would have been a real good breakthrough for Javon Wiley. As we look back to the television replay there and see Maloney, you could almost say, yoked himself, Terry, in the position in terms of how he ended up there. And, we had to get a little jig and a little dance from Wiley.
Little jig. He looks in fine form, but he looks in fine form with the ball too, though, Vernon. That was excellent wicket. He's bowling tight, and he's bowling stump to stump. Left armers always give problems, but Maloney definitely had issues with his footwork since he came to the crease, and as you say, Vernon yoked himself on that occasion.
3 overs bowled, 7 for 1. Derville Green from the media centre, and is in now to bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher is back and turning this onto the onside single. Looked like he could have been on there. A little bit of hesitation, and that's simply because Derville Green is like out of the 100 meters blocks. He got up there very quickly to try to cut the single off in the 30-yard circle on the short mid-wicket. Fabian Allen was backing him up.
He's a very energetic cricketer, Derville Green, which is good to see.
I was looking to try to find out, a little bit more about him. And we look at Andrew Fletcher's list A career, an average of 22.54 by his standards. No, he'd want to raise that up. He's got 2,096 runs. He waits now for Green. He's back and pulling this one past Fabian Allen, and the fielder from deep backward square comes around, and they get comfortable 2 runs. Again, we were talking about the intensity of the running.
Yeah, because
now look where Paul Palmer had to run from.
Right.
All the way to the deep backward square, all the way right around to the mid-wicket area, and they were just jogging for 2 runs.
Right, and he had time to fall down on his knees, stop the ball, pick himself up, and throw it in. He didn't need the assistance of the fieldsman next to him, because he could see there was no...
Fletcher is 6, waits for Derville Green delivery, and he's really mixing them up here. So Fletcher is having a torrid time, and they're not giving Fletcher any room where he could be able to get to swing his arms, because he's a boundary hitter. And they've decided that they're just going to bowl him that 3/4 length. Derville Green settled into a nice groove there, with the exception of the second ball, which he looked to pull, which wasn't too well at all.
Yes, and that's the secret, of course, bowling to the spice one in Fletcher. Don't let him freeze his arms.
The big bash, he only had 1 half-century. Here is Fletcher driving, check drive in the air. Let's see what's going to be happening. Will the fielder take the catch? No. A big effort there, sort of check shot drive. Went up really, he just sort of scooped it up over Rovman Powell there mid-off. And he had to chase all the way down to the boundary. Again, they only got 2.
Yes. There's no urgency in the running, and that's what happened when the ball went out to the square leg boundary last time. But a great effort by Powell. He almost got there looking over his shoulder.
He's quick. Here is Fletcher driving past Fabian Allen.
Now
again, the fielder from deep backward square will have to come all the way around. Paul Palmer does an excellent job, and they get another 2 again. So Fletcher goes up to 10, and the score goes up to 15 for 1. 15 for 1. It's live coverage of the CG Insurance Super 50 Cup taking place right here at the Coolidge Ground. I did say 15, it's 13, going ahead of myself. And the Windward Island Volcanoes fans might be saying, Mr. Springer, we don't want the runs anyway. We're going to work for them. 13 for 1. Fletcher is 10. Ambrose was just faced 1 delivery, is on naught. Naught for 10. Green into his second over. Comes away now to bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher is back and cracking that square, but can't beat the fielder. And so the score remains at the end of over number 4. The Windward Island Volcanoes, they are 13 for 1. Fletcher is 10. Ambrose is not. There's lost the wicket of Desmond Maloney, who was bowled by Royal for 3. Terry?
Yes.
Okay. What's your thoughts as they look to begin to rebuild with a run rate of 3.25?
Well, if you take that last over, for instance, Vernon, they ended up getting 6 off it. 3 twos they run. They could have at least got 8 with a bit more urgency between the wickets. So that's what I would like to see, especially Windward really stamp their authority and put a big first innings total on the board.
Royal is hit straight down the ground. The fielder from long on comes around and fields that nicely. And again, Ambrose is off the mark, but it's more or less a check drive. He's not really going right through with the shot. But he will tell me that, listen, this is just only my second ball, and I just wanted to just get off the mark. So Ambrose, the Windward Island Volcanoes captain, he's off the mark. 14 for 1. He's 1. Fletcher, who is 10, comes in to strike.
He looks very, very good so far in this tournament, Ambrose, when he's playing straight. To see him.
Don't talk too fast, Terry. Royal is into bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher is driving beautifully. That's gone all the way for a maximum. So that's a big shot. That's what he was looking for. Gave himself some room and hit that over long off. The vacant long off fielder and down to the boundary next to the Antigua and Barbuda flag for a maximum. The first maximum for Andrew Fletcher. He goes to 16 and the score is 20 for 1.
Yes, top shot there by Andre Fletcher. A full ball again by Royal. This time Fletcher stepped back, gave himself room, and belted it nicely straight over long off.
So you keep playing this way because, like I said, he's a power hitter. And if you know him very well, this is how he's going to play his game. Andrew Fletcher, CPL, Big Bash, 10-10, it doesn't matter. He's backing away again and then just put some timing onto this ball here. Hit this ball past point, down to the boundary for 4. And that was a good cricket shot. Didn't overhit. Got on top of it and just played it late. Past backward point, down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, lovely cut shot to follow up the 6 with a boundary. And I think Fletcher said to himself, he's seen enough of Royal. It's time to attack.
Here comes Royal, is in now to bowl to Fletcher. Well, flighted delivery, good control. Fletcher is upset with himself. And he decided he should have hit that away. Some 11 runs off the over so far. No need for him to give his hand away. He's 24 for 1. Royal is thinking. Let's see how he's going to respond here to Fletcher. Royal is into bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher is back and cracking that again. 4 more. I think he likes to see that shot.
That's good batting. Good intelligent batting there by Andre Fletcher.
Offline and put away.
Bad ball.
28 for 1.
Good over this one.
Very good so far. Some 15 runs off the over so far. Rothman Powell comes up and says, what do you want? You want some support? Talk to me. Tell me what you want, Javan Royal. Will Rothman Powell give him the support? Yes,
need to strengthen that offside field.
Okay, you're the coach, Terry. You got to tell me. I need to hear you.
And he has. He's brought himself around to a short extra cover.
Coach Terry LaRaja. Royal is into bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher comes quietly forward. Ambrose is looking for a single, but certainly not on. So the end of over number 5. The Windward Island Volcanoes are 28 for 1. Fletcher is 24. Ambrose is 1.
Yes, excellent over there by Fletcher. 15 offer to get the Windward Islands Volcanoes going. I think, as I said in the during the over, that he'd seen enough of Royal to trust himself, and Royal was a bit full and then a bit short, but that was because of the punishment that he was coming under. But a couple of cracking cuts through the point region by Fletcher. He looks good, 24 of 18. Let's see if he can go on with it.
Sonny Ambrose, he is due for a big one. He would need that today for his team because he knows that he can't score anything close like 220, 225. They need to get 300 and counting. Green is in down the ball to Ambrose. Ambrose is pushing this up to his opposite captain, Involvement Powell, but he can't score up to mid-off.
So you're back on the Scorpions to hit back? You think they need at least 300 against the Scorpions, or what you've seen of the Scorpions so far?
Well, if you want to be in the game, you really need to come up with something sizable to make sure that something is happening. Ambrose has got good starts so far. 70 versus the Leeward Islands, 66 versus Trinidad and Tobago. He'd want to work on that form. Green is in now, the ball to Ambrose. He comes quietly forward, looking for a single, can't score. And Odin Smith, who is playing today, sneaks around. He's got some pace also. Odin Smith, I'm looking forward to see him also. Sheldon Caldwell with a little niggle. And Ocean Thomas not playing today. Two of the main seamers. Green, none for 10. Sorry, Terry.
No, that's quite all right. I was surprised, maybe because of the catch he dropped, but I thought he looked quite a neat cricketer in his first match. Denbar is dropped from the Windward's team today.
Green is in now to bowl to Ambrose. Cramps him up. He'll be advised to be able to just take it easy. Just play that ball a little bit from under his eye. Now he's rehearsing. I don't like to see that left foot is just a little bit too straight for me. I want to see him coming out. I think that when he comes out, he's a good player. He strokes the ball nicely. His Super 50 career, he's got some 852 runs. He's never scored a century at this level. His high score is 75, but he's got a decent average of 60.86. He'll want to do better today, Ambrose. Green is in out the ball to Ambrose. Tucked up, can't score. And the pressure is mounting here as Andrew McCarthy right there in front of him at the short extra cover area. The score remains on 28 for 1.
10 half centuries, and as you say, no hundreds, very similar to his international one-day record. So the elusive 100, Vernon.
Yes.
It'll be a big day, big moment when he gets it.
Well, he's always got good starts. He's just, I mean, even against the Leeward Island Hurricanes, should have got 100 in that game. And against Trinidad and Tobago, he did all the hard work. He's back and punching that, can't score. Andrew McCarthy comes around there at the short extra cover area, and this has been a good, decent over so far. 5 dot deliveries by Devil Green from the Jamaica Scorpions. And we want to say good afternoon to all the folks in Jamaica who are glued in. Compliments of Careless Radio, FM in Jamaica. Thank you very much for being part of this coverage. And all the other radio stations. In fact, the West Indies YouTube channel, to Richard Berridge and company for, bringing it to us and giving us the opportunity where we can share the highlights to you. Green is into ball to Ambrose, coming forward. There was a bigger stride from him, Terry, and maiden over, the first of the innings, bowled by Devil Green.
Excellent over there by Devil Green, especially after Royal went for 15 in his previous over. So to come back there with the first maiden of the Windward Islands Volcanoes, it is excellent job there by Devil Green. No wicket for 10 now after 3. So 28 for 1, going at 4.67 after 6 overs. Not a bad start, but the match evenly poised at this stage, and it looks like Royal will continue. So Powell is back in his young left-arm spinner.
Well, he's 1 for 18, and so you really have to continue with him because he's the man who's picked up the wickets. He's bowled Desmond Maloney, and you'd want to bowl Fletcher. Here comes the big man Royal into Fletcher. Fletcher is half forward and just steering it down to Fabian Allen. Fabian Allen would have just also come back from the Abu Dhabi 10-10. And so there would have been a little bit of bragging rights between both. Fletcher is in now to bowl to, Fletcher facing a delivery from Royal, looking to click it past short mid-wicket. And Andrew McCarthy's been very lively today here.
Very lively, but I was just about to say they all seem to be a bit more lively.
Royal is into bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher is back and cracking that. That's a magnificent save there.
I feel it.
Oh, that was beautiful piece of fielding there. Is it from Morrison?
Paul Palmer.
That's excellent piece of work there. And that's why he was put there, because he had to save that. Had that gone past him in the 30-yard circle, he'd have been just looking to retrieve the boundary there. That's a big effort. That's what you want to see. Real good. So Fletcher goes up to 25. It now brings the Windward Island Volcanoes captain in strike, Sonny Lambres. Is driving beautifully, can't beat Palmer, and that's why, because he really didn't get that foot out. Got to stay low, especially to the spinners. Sonny Lambres has got to go and rehearse himself. He's 1 from 9, and he's a guy who's accustomed of maneuvering the strike. Just a little build up for him. He's got to build a constructive innings here today. Ambrose waits for Royal. He's driving in the bottom man coming into play there. Going past the short mid-wicket fielder down to the mid-wicket area. The fielder from deep back of square comes around Odin Smith, and he gets a couple of runs there. Should have done a lot more better. He was looking to go there, and the bottom man came into play. So he goes up to 3, and the score is 31 for 1.
Yes, every time that right hand comes into play, he drags the ball into the offside rather than hitting it through the line. But I was saying about Jamaica, they're a lot more lively in the field and a lot of chat compared to their first two matches, which is great to see and hear.
Let's wait until after the first 10 overs, Terry. You know what I mean? Here is Fletcher looking to punch this one down to point. The end of over number 7 is completed over here in the CG Jones competition. The Windward Fletcher is 25 from 21. Sonny Lambris is 3 from 11.
Yes, and a good over there by Royal coming back after the big over, the previous over he bowled, only 3 coming from that one. But Fletcher looks very
confident. So you stay over the ball a little longer. Amber's just rising up there rather than staying over. Just push it. He pushes it on this outfield and he finds a gap. He's going to get a boundary.
It will travel, yeah.
32 for 1. Fletcher is 26. Ambrose is 3. Devil Green is into his 4th over. He's bowled the only maiden so far from the media center end. He's into bowl to Ambrose, into bowl to Ambrose. Ambrose is back and cracking that. And pass Royal. And Odin Smith coming around nicely. Save at least 2 runs, Terry, at least 1 run. What do you thought?
Yeah, he definitely saved at least one. Good work by Smith backing up Royal there. Royal was a bit slow to the ball, but Smith certainly wasn't. He did very well to cut that down to a single.
Score is 33 for 1, 33 for 1. We're into over number 8. Ambrose is 4, Fletcher is 26. And there's a little stranglehold being built here by the Jamaica Scorpions. The Windward Island Volcanoes, their run rate is 4.30. They might say to me, Coach Andy Richardson, that's okay.
Green's taken out the wide 3rd slip, put him into a short mid-wicket.
Green is in out to both to Fletcher. Fletcher is back and staring that.
That's
a
effort.
magnificent save again by Royal. Dive into his left. And again, he would have saved at least a single there. 34 for 1. Fletcher goes to 27. And Ambrose comes in to strike.
Yes, an excellent bit of fielding that time by Royal. The number 8 on his back, diving across there at backward point and definitely saved a run. But good energy so far in the field. Now that Ambrose is back on strike, the wide slipper, he's almost a gully really, has come back in for Ambrose.
Just like to see Green just bowl it a little wider to Solon Ambrose. Let me see what his approach would be like. Devil Green, not for 13, is in now to bowl to Ambrose. And just what I said, here was Ambrose, no feet movement at all, the left foot not getting anywhere out to the pitch of the ball. Completion of over number 8. The score is 34 for 1. Fletcher is Ambrose is 4. That's the latest score here from the Coolidge Ground in the CG Insurance Super 50 competition game.
Yes, another excellent over there by Devil Green, just the 3 singles off it. and good in the field. Good energy shown by the Jamaica Scorpions in the field. And you're quite right, Vernon, he just bowled that one a little wider outside off stump to Ambrose, and Ambrose just slashed at it. It was a nothing shot, really. Get me out shot, really. But I wonder if it's playing on his mind that he needs to play through the off if the ball is on middle, middle and off, or outside off, rather than trying to drag it onto the onside, which has been his downfall lately.
Well, into Fletcher. Fletcher's back and pull it back.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, just to the right of Andrew McCarthy. Down to the vacant mid-wicket boundary for 4. Living a chancy life there, and McCarthy is disappointed that he didn't come off with a Superman catch there.
Well,
So boundary to Fletcher. Fletcher goes up now to 31 and hit with some power. When we look back at the replay right here, he's pretty lucky. He kind of rushed onto him and almost gave his wicket away. Fletcher is 31, waits for Royal. He's back and looking to tuck that, gets an easy single onto the onside. And Andrew McCarthy doing some work there while Odin Smith was coming in off of the boundary. And the score goes up to, quietly up to 39.
good chase there by McCarthy in the previous delivery, which was hit in the air through the mid-wicket region. He made an excellent attempt.
39 for 1. Here is the big man himself, Sonny Ambrose, the captain, going for a big slash drive. In the meantime, he's called for his gloves. I think we want to salute all of the major sponsors who've made this tournament possible, including support for Cricket West Indies, Sandals, Betway, MasterCard. We relax here. Fletcher Ambrose is back. Short delivery from Royal and punch away pass. Fabian Allen down to the boundary for 4. Loose delivery every now and again. In fact, you just have to wait because Royal is going to bowl you a bad delivery.
Yeah, loose and too short, and he's at least doing that once per over, so the batsman can afford to wait. Was cut behind backward point in the air, so it still gave the bowler and the Jamaica Scorpions encouragement as Ambrose is trying his best to get into his work here.
He's 8 from 17. Royal is into ball to Ambrose. He's back and cracking that. This time he can't score. Fabian Allen comes around nicely. Support for West Indies cricket without their sponsors. Visit Antigua and Barbuda, Kookaburra, Missouri Helmets, Blue Waters, MasterCard, Betway, and Sanders. In a while, I'll have Blue Water to be able to ease my voice, and the Garfield Burford will come into the hot seat and take you through, Terry. I have to be able to get a glass of water.
Yes, we don't want those dulcet tones of yours fading, you know.
Here is Ambrose just hitting this
shot.
one over the wide long on boundary, down vacant for 4. So Ambrose just getting a little loose, a little room there. And the completion of 5 overs for Javan Royal, 1 for 34. The latest score here in the CG Insurance game, Windward Island Volcanoes versus Jamaica Scorpions, 47 for 1. Windward Islands Volcanoes batting first. Fletcher is 32, Ambrose is 12. More comments from you, and then will be the voice of Garfield Burford.
Yes, thank you, Vernon. And 47 for 1 after 9. 5.2 the run rate for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and they be happy enough with that start after 9 overs. But Fletcher is looking good on 32. Ambrose just trying to play a few shots in that last over. He got the last one away through high over the mid-wicket region. So we just watched the replay. Still dragging it onto the onside, but no danger there as Green comes in for the first ball of his next over, and misfield there in covers allows Fletcher an easy single.
Indeed, a very good afternoon to you, Terry, and our thanks to Vernon Springer there, the cover fielder there, just easing the pressure on Sonny Ambrose, allowing him to, well, pretty much didn't quite cross, so it is still 48 for 1, 48 for 1, the Windwards Volcanoes, winning the toss and electing to bat. Here comes Derval Green. He's up to the wicket and slashing outside the off stump, and missing was Sonny Ambrose. He's looking to pretty much pierce a very populated offside field, slashing that one, looking to play that square through the covers, but missing everything. Goes through to be taken by wicketkeeper Aldane Thomas, 48 for 1. This is the 10th over here.
And as we've seen so far in Sunil Ambrose's innings, Garfield, that when the ball is up outside the off stump, no feet movement. and that is causing him an issue at this stage.
Here comes Derval Green. He's up to the wicket, bowls, and this one is will be caught.
Yeah.
Sonny Lampers dropped.
He had it.
He had it. I thought he had it, and then it dropped. This is Paul Palmer, normally a good fielder for the Jamaica Scorpions, and that's a big let-off for Sonny Lambers, the captain, whipped over mid-wicket, and the sweeper on the mid-wicket boundary, Paul Palmer, coming in, got it, he pouched it. There was the bowler, Derval Green, was about to celebrate, and then realized that the ball was grassed. So a big let-off for Sonny Lambers there.
Yes, Derval Green must be wondering who he's upset this afternoon, because really he should have had 2 wickets as they strengthened the onside field. But Palmer unlucky. He had it most definitely, but when he hit the ground, it popped out.
Here comes this one is struck.
Now
this
he can
time,
get it.
And it drops again. I've never seen such extraordinary lightning strikes in the same place twice. Here was a delivery pulled into the onside, and it went again to Paul Palmer, dropping it a second time. What do you make of that? What do you make of that now, Terry? I mean, this time, perhaps he had to do a little less work, perhaps a little bit more work. He had to run around the ball and dropping it again. What happens there?
Yeah, well, this time it was Fletcher, and Fletcher hit it a lot harder and a lot better out of the middle of the bat. So Palmer coming off the rope there at deep.
Here comes Derval Green. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and this one another short delivery. This time pulled into the onside. This time putting it on the turf, just rolling the wrist over it and just playing it down. And they managed to get. So the 50 is up, by the way, and in all that excitement, the 50 was up for the Windward's Volcanoes there. Now, by the way, 51 for 1. The batsman has crossed a while ago, so one more to spread up. Comes back under the strike, and that's extraordinary. And I think Paul Palmer is just kicking the turf now because he realizes that he hit off both batsmen.
I think because the previous one of Amber's died on him, he was very quick off the rope and he ran into the ball rather than the ball coming to him.
Here comes Derval Green. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and this one is on the back foot was Fletcher, Andre Fletcher, just turning that one just dead on the pitch. There is no run. That's the end of a very unfortunate Derval Green over. The over in which he should have had all things being equal to the two batsmen, and in the end, he got none. 51 for 1 after the 10th over. So scoring at 5.1 and over, the Windward's Volcanoes, but they would understand that they'll be thanking their lucky stars at this point.
Yes, they should be. And Derval Green, if he had any, would be pulling his hair out at this stage because he's bowled very, very well, opening the attack for the Jamaica Scorpions this afternoon here at Coolidge. And really, those 2 catches and a very tight LBW decision not going in his favor. So quite realistically, he could have had 3 wickets, Garfield, and Jamaica would have been well on top.
Dean Smith will be bowling from the northern end. As, by the way, we should tell you, if you're just joining us, our Shane Thomas is out for this encounter, as is Sheldon Cottrell and Dennis Bulai. Those would have played in the last match against the Ghana Jaguars in a losing effort. Three omissions in this Jamaica team. O'Shane Thomas out, Sheldon Cottrell out, Dennis Bulai out. Dean Smith is one of the players who is coming in, one of the replacements, and they would be still talking about and still reminiscing on the extraordinary developments of the last over when Paul Palmer dropped 2 what you could call sitters at this level of the game. 51 for 1. The Windward's Volcanoes winning the toss and batting first. Here comes the Dean Smith from the northern end. And this one is a beamer, a no ball signaled, and he holds up his hand immediately to apologize to Sonny Lambers there. But that one, Sonny Lambers obviously would have been taken by surprise by that beamer.
Yes, very dangerous delivery there by Dean Smith. I'd say, to give him the benefit of the doubt that it slipped, I'm certainly quite sure he didn't do it intentionally, but it gave Sonal Ambrose the shock of his life there as he tried to avoid it, and thankfully he did. But that would be a warning, though. It have to be a warning for Dean Smith.
Yes, indeed. So no ball signal. Here comes Smith again, and this one is pitched up nicely, looking for the Yorker length delivery there. Good delivery. I mean, it would have been difficult for him to get under that. He punched it out into the offside, into the covers, and fielded 52 for 1 the score. So the score moving up by 1 with that no ball. A Beamer with his first delivery, of course, that one was a bit of a warm-up delivery, and perhaps it slipped out of his hand as well. Perhaps a little nerve as well for Odin Smith as he starts again to move into ball to Sonny Lambers, and this one is a shortish delivery just back of a length, and there was Sonny Lambers is turning it into the onside. Royal Fields at a short, straightish mid-wicket position. There is no run. The score remains at 52 for 1. This is match number 9, Siege Insurance Super 50 Cup here in Antigua. This is at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. All the matches here except the inaugural one between the Leewards and the Windwards are day-night encounters. Here comes Odin Smith. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and this one looking for the Yorker length delivery, but it turned out to be a full toss, driven into the covers, fielded there by the captain, Rovman Powell. There is no run, 52 for 1. The score remains. Amber stays on 14, Fletcher on 34. This is the 11th over and of this contest. Of course, these two teams would understand that this is an extraordinarily important game for them.
Very important.
The Jamaica Scorpions, if they lose this, this will be their 3rd loss on the trot. Here comes Dean Smith. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and this one driven down to mid-on. No run for Sonny Lambers. So far, without, except for the no ball, the Beamer at the start, he's kept things tight. He's pitched up the ball as well.
He's kept things very tight, Garfield, and Jamaica Scorpions here can sense a breakthrough. Ambrose hasn't got himself in. Of course, we know he's already been dropped, and Smith is bowling very accurately.
Here comes Smith again, beaten outside the off stump is Sonny Lambers. That was a peach of a delivery, pitched right in the corridor of uncertainty. Going for the shot there was Sonny Lambers, and the ball, and playing in thin air as the ball whizzed past the outside edge to be taken by Aldane Thomas, the wicketkeeper. 52 for 1, the score remains.
Excellent delivery again by Odin Smith, but once again, Ambrose, the feet movement are just not there. That is what is getting him in trouble, especially outside his off stump. Good contest on here, Garfield.
Indeed it is. The only wicket to fallen so far. Desron Maloney bowled Royal for 3. Here comes Dean Smith. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and this time is turned into the onside. The sweeper on the mid-wicket boundary comes around to field. They get 1 run, so Sonny Lambers moves up by 1. He's on 15. That's the last ball actually in that over. So at the end of over number 11, 53 for 1, the Windward Islands Volcanoes winning the toss and choosing to bat in glorious sunshine here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds in Antigua. It's match number 9, Siege Insurance Super 50, 52 for 1, 53 for 1, the latest score from the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
Yeah, just 2 off the over from Smith, and he came back very well after that Beamer from the first delivery. Playing his first match, so you can understand if it takes him a bit of time to get into his work. But they're sensing something here, Jamaica, and so they should, especially with the way Ambrose is going about his business at the moment, trying to get into his innings, but hasn't as yet. Fletcher, even though he was dropped, also he still looks quite solid. As we're going to have a change at the commentary end, Fabian Allen will be on with his left arm. All these left armers these days, worldwide, Garfield. Where do you put that down to?
Extraordinary. We'll have to get some geneticists to talk about the whole thing about left hand, your propensity to use whether your left or right hand. We talked about clouds. You didn't like that. That was esoteric. If you think that is esoteric, talk about geneticists.
No, but it's not that I don't like it. I appreciate it, but I'm just not quite sure the big words. I keep telling you that's cheating, Garfield.
Here comes Fabian Allen. He starts a new spell, and this one is pitched up, driven over the covers. 1 bounce to the sweeper on the extra cover boundary. There is 1 run, and this is so the score moves up now. Progressing by 1 to 54 for 1. Sonny Lambers is lifting that one. No real danger in that shot, just lifting it. Just 1 bounce to the fielder, the sweeper on the cover boundary. Here comes Fabian Allen. He's up to the wicket. This time bowls to Fletcher, and Fletcher just turns this one neatly around just back with a square leg. And feeling on the shoulder of the umpire there was Jamie Merchant at just back with a square. Well, he's in almost a short fine leg position, more back with a square, short fine leg. Here comes Fabian Allen. He's preparing now to bowl a new delivery from the southern end. He's up to the wicket, bowling to Sonny Lambers, who's on the back foot, driving this one firmly back along the onside of the pitch, fielded by Fabian Allen off his own bowling. There is no run. And by the way, there are no altocumulus or any clouds at all to talk about, whether cirrus stratus, nimbus stratus, whatever. None at all. Blue skies, beautiful conditions. It's the picture-perfect day, a postcard day here in Antigua. The Coolidge Cricket Grounds, the Jamaica Scorpions, they would be having a picture-perfect day had they taken their chances. 2 catches dropped in 1 over, in consecutive deliveries by the same fielder. How often does that happen? Here comes Fabian Allen. He's up to the wicket, bowls in this one forward. Just turning it around a short fine leg, fielded by Jamie Merchant. There is no run. The score remains 55 for 1. Sonny Lambris is turning that one neatly around the leg side.
How many times does it happen to 2 different batsmen as well as 2 consecutive deliveries? So they could have been well on top, as you say, Garfield.
Here comes Fabian Allen. He's up to the wicket. This one, given more air, pitched up, given more air, more flight. This one turned down to the mid-wicket position, fielded. There is no run. The score remains 55 for 1. This is the 12th over. The last ball of the 12th over coming up as Fabian Allen with number 9 on his shirt. Bowls, and this one is swept and attempted a sweep shot there. Didn't quite get it. And so there was a little bit of a stifled appeal. That's the end of the over. No run as the ball just trickles down to short fine leg. Fielded by Jamie Merchant. The score now 55 for 1. Fletcher on 35. Ambrose on 16. The latest score after 11 overs. Actually after 12 overs. The latest score at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
Yes, and very good over there by Fabian Allen for his first of the day, keeping it very tight. Batsman looking to try and hit him away, but using all his experience, keep it between stump and stump as best as possible. This should be an interesting over. Odin Smith now has a chance to bowl at Fletcher. Fletcher's on 35 off 29. He's got himself set and looking for a big one today. So it'll be very interesting to see how Smith goes, because we know he's got some genuine pace, Garfield.
Absolutely, he does, and he's troubled the batsman earlier. 2 catches dropped earlier, not off him though. Here comes and bowls, and this one is pitched up. I like the fact that Odin Smith is looking to pitch up the delivery, almost looking for Yorker length delivery. That one was a little outside the off stump, but obviously looking to pitch up the ball. After your final comments, it'll be time for Shamilia Cornell, Terry.
Yes, and interesting to see where Captain Powell has positioned himself. He's forward of the wicketkeeper there in about a 3rd slip position.
Here comes Odin Smith. He's up to the wicket and bowls and going for the shot. They're going between the bat and the stumps to be taken by Aldane Thomas. No run there as Fletcher remains on 35. Fletcher on 35. Ambrose on 16. 55 for 1 the score here. This is the 13th over. Odin Smith has been troubling the batsman. He has a bit of a nippy pace and he skids off the surface. And certainly he has been rushing the batsman quite intensely. Let's see what Fletcher's response here as a bit of a bat change. So Fletcher wants to change his bat. Does he want to blame it on the bat as we welcome Shamilia Connell? Good afternoon to you, Shamilia.
Good afternoon, Garfield.
Do you change your bat when you're beaten outside the off stump as a kind of psychological to boost yourself to say that actually it wasn't me playing badly, it was the bat, you know?
I think he just jammed the bat into the ground, so probably something happened to the handle.
The shoulder of the bat got a little bit displaced.
Yeah.
What do you make of the condition of the position of the bat at this point? 2 dropped catches. Can you imagine? You were sitting there almost with your jaws to the ground because you couldn't imagine, I couldn't imagine either that 2 catches were dropped by the same fielder. Here comes Dean Smith. He's up to the wicket and bowls in this one, driven back along the pitch firmly by Fletcher, fielded by the bowler. On his follow-through, there is no run. Number 15 on his shirt, Odin Smith, as he walks back to his mark in glorious sunshine here, the northern end.
Yeah, a bit disappointed with the first one. The second one was a bit hard as the ball was dying on him. But as you say, at this level, those catches has to be taken.
They have to be indeed. Catches win matches. Here comes Odin Smith, bowls in this one, pitched up, driven firmly down to the mid-off position, fielded by Jamie Merchant. There is 1 run, and there is... was that a no ball signaled? I'm pretty sure it was, you know. Doesn't appear to. No, never mind. So it's 1 run, 56 for 1, 56 for 1. Ambrose now back on strike. That was driven firmly by Fletcher. He moves on to 36. The score 56 for 1. Ambrose comes back into the strike now. He is on 16. A ring of fielders on the offside as here comes Dean Smith. He's up to the wicket, bowls in this one a little bit shorter, whipped down to the fine leg position. The fielder comes off the boundary and fields. There is 1 run for Ambrose. He moves up to 17. The score 57 for 1. Ambrose on 17. Fletcher on 36 comes back into the strike. You don't have a lot of long innings. Of course, you're a fast bowler for Barbados and West Indies women, Shamilia. So you don't have a lot of long innings. But you ever change your bat when you're beaten outside the off stump? No.
No.
All right, here comes Dean Smith. He's now bowling to Fletcher. He's up to the wicket. Bowls, and this one was whipped off the legs. Brilliant timing, but fielded by the fielder running around from the, who is that, Derval Green, running around from the fine leg position. Well fielded. That one was whipped very nicely off the legs. I mean, timing was as exquisite on that one. Very wristy shot. And they move on to 58 for 1. The score 58 for 1. Ambrose now comes back into the strike. He's on 17. Fletcher moves on to 37.
Another good over from Dean Smith. As you can see, he's attacking the stumps. He's looking to take wickets right here. He's very consistent with his line.
By the way, that was the end of the 13th over, end of over number 13, 58 for 1. Fletcher on 37, he'll be taking strike. Now, they call him the Spice Man, as Fabian Allen will be preparing to bowl a new over, his second from the southern end. He has 1 over, no maiden, 2 runs so far, no wickets. So 2 runs off his first over. He'll be bowling now to Fletcher, the Spice Man. He's up to the wicket, bowls, and this one is driven uppishly down to a backward point position. There is no run. The score remains 58 for 1. 58 for 1. So a ring of fielders on the offside. I'll tell you them after this delivery from Fabian Allen. He's up to the wicket to bowl to Fletcher. Flighted delivery, driven into the offside. The sweeper on the cover boundary just runs off the field. There is 1 run for the batsman. Fletcher moves up by 138. Ambrose comes into strike now. He's on 17, 59 for 1. Progressing with singles. They're scoring at 4.43 runs and over. Not bad going at all at this stage, Shamilia.
No, very much so. They're not very bad. As you can see, Andrew Fresh looks like a different batter today. He's just looking to rotate the strike, no aggressive shots.
Here comes Fabian Allen. He's up to the wicket, bowls, and this one is whipped to the leg side. This time it's fielded by Paul Palmer. And Palmer, he's on the deep mid-wicket boundary. The score now moves on to 60 for 1. 60 for 1 as Ambrose just managing to whip that one off the legs. 60 for 1. He moves up to 18, Ambrose. Fletcher back on strike now. He's on 38. Preparing to face up to a new delivery from Fabian Allen. This one is flighted, whipped down to backward a point. There is no run. Fletcher, he likes that shot. He likes the offside, and that obviously, I mean, obviously his wagon wheel is pretty good. He has a good repertoire of shots, but obviously his forte would be the offside. Here comes Fabian Allen, bowls, and this one is he's getting an edge on this one, and it runs down to a third man position. They get 1 run. The ball just seems to have been hit hard into the ground, and that one just trickles down to third man. The end of the over, the end of 14. At the end of 14, 61 for 1, with Fletcher on 39, Ambrose on 18. That's the latest score at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
Well, one more delivery.
Oh, actually, 1 more delivery. I was rushing the over there, you know. and that now comes to the end. The over comes to the end. That's the end of the 14th, 61 for 1. Fletcher is now, as we said, doing quite well and batting quite well. Let's see if he'll be able to make use of the opportunities. He's on 39 of 38 with 3 4s so far and a 6. Sonny Lambert's the captain on 18 from 37 with 2 4s. And the Windward's Volcanoes winning the toss and batting 61 for 1 after 14. The latest score at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
Good over from Fabian Allen. As you can see, he's been consistent. He doesn't look to give the batters much room outside the off stump.
Let me ask you, what's the fastest delivery you've bowled, Shamilia, so far?
In my career?
Yes.
Well, 79.
79. Okay, we're gonna talk about working up your pace a little bit more. Dean Smith, who's working up some serious pace. He bowls in this one, looking to whip that one down the leg side. No signal from the umpire. The batsman was perhaps looking to see whether or not that was a wide, but he seems to have taken the pad. Certainly very close if he didn't take the pad along the way as it does whiz past. But certainly he's been working up some serious pace here. Didn't quite seem to take the pad at all. The batsman was looking at the umpire to see whether or not that was a wide. The umpire's hands stayed at his side. Here comes Dean Smith, as we said, from the northern end. Coming up now to bowl, and this one is punched down. Well, 1 bounce 4 into the boundary for 4 at a deep backward square leg. So that one whipped off the legs by Andre Fletcher, just swiveling and delivery that was there for the hitting and certainly obliging. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, first ball from Smith pulling down and giving the batsman enough time to pull.
79 Ks or miles?
Miles, kids. I'll be a spinner now.
That's a good one. Terry, that's a good one. Here comes Dean Smith. He's up to the wicket. The ball's Yorker length delivery. Well done by Fletcher to dig that one out because that's been his stock and trade so far. He's been looking for the Yorker length deliveries. Good deliveries to bowlers, stop deliveries, and certainly wicket-taking deliveries as well. Fletcher had to jammed down on that one very quickly. The ball is trickles out to be fielded. No run. 65 for 1 the score. Fletcher is now on 43. He's taken all the strike in this over so far. Ambrose is on 18. Here comes Odin Smith again, steaming into ball, and this one is Yorker length delivery again, this time just on leg stump and whipped to the leg side. Fielded. The batsman actually come back for the second. I think the fielder there got himself into a little bit of trouble as he tried to, so he came off the deep square leg boundary. He got himself into a little bit of trouble as he tried to, the number 49 for the Jamaica Scorpions, who is Andre McCarthy, got himself into a little bit of trouble there as he tried to get that one. The batsmen were able to come back for another run. So it's 67 for 1, 67 for 1. Fletcher is on 45. And this one is driven, and he almost took out Sonny Lambris, his batting partner. Sonny Lambris had to take evasive action from that one, driven down by Andre Fletcher down the onside of the pitch, and the non-striker, Sonny Lambris, perhaps looked at him and said, we're on the same team, you know, we're trying to take me out. No run as that one was fielded by mid-on, 67 for 1. Fletcher stays on 45. He's striking the ball very cleanly, Fletcher. 79 miles per hour is the peak delivery for Shamilia Connor. She's looking to work up some more pace, and this is a short delivery and pulled into all the way for 6. Over the deep mid-wicket, wide deep mid-wicket boundary for 6, and that one, Fletcher is obliging. That one was dropped a little shorter. He got to get under it, lifted it over mid-wicket for 6. 73 for 1. Fletcher rushes on to 51, and actually that's his half century. So 51 for Andre Fletcher with a 6, bringing up his half century in style after 15 overs. The Windward's Volcanoes winning the toss and batting 73 for 1 with Andre Fletcher on 51 and Sonny Lambris on 18, the latest score at the College Cricket Grounds.
A very good over for the Volcanoes. As you can see, 12 runs coming off the over. I can't say I'm quite disappointed with the game plan of Smith. He's probably trying to trap the batter on the front foot for the back of the length ball to actually pop up.
Indeed. Here comes Fabian Allen starting a new over number 16. He's up to the wicket and balls, and this one is turned down to the straightish mid-wicket position, fielded by Odin Smith, who had the last over, and there is no run. So this is Fabian Allen with number 9 on his shirt. He's up to the wicket and balls, and this one is just steered behind the wicket on the offside. There is no run. 73 for 1. The score remains. Ambrose remains on 18. Ambrose on 18. Here comes Fabian Allen getting through his overs quite quickly. 2.2 overs, no maidens, 5 runs, no wickets. He's been very tight. And this one driven back along the pitch by Ambrose. There is no run. Fielded nicely by Fabian Allen, who's a very good fielder, actually. He's bowling in shades today. And I think as he's always done, I think most of the spinners are having that propensity, that penchant to bowl in shades. Here comes, this one is beaten outside the off stump. Appeal there he whipped off the bails. Aldine Thomas did. And but the batsman Ambrose was still firmly rooted in his back foot, was rooted in his crease. No run, no wicket. 73 for 1. This is the 16th over being bowled by Fabian Allen, who's kept things tight so far. This is his 3rd over, and he's conceded measly 5 runs so far, and he's doing quite well indeed. 2.4 overs, no maidens, 5 runs, no wickets. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and this one is lifted over extra cover. Running around to field is Derval Green. Good footwork there by Derval Green, running around from long off, running to his left, and was managed to keep that one in. The batsman actually crossed for 2, so 2 more runs to the total. 75 for 1. 75 for 1 the score. Fabian Allen to bowl the last ball of this, the 16th over. The Windward's Volcanoes winning the toss and batting. Here comes, this one is forward defensive. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it, you know, Ambrose. That one just bobbled into the offside, but no fielder nearby. Of course, that would have perhaps needed a silly mid-off or a silly point, but as it is, there is no close-in fielders. At the end of over number 16, 75 for 1. Fletcher on 51, Ambrose on 20, and that's the latest score at the College Cricket Grounds. They're scoring at 4.69 and over.
Yeah, another good over from Allen. As you can see, he's mixing up his pace. He's making the batters think about what they have to do.
Let me ask you, Shamila, do you, in terms of working up some more pace, you comfortable with the 79 miles per hour, or you want to work up some serious pace? You want to get close to 100?
Well, it will have to be around my strength and fitness right now. I don't think I'm at my peak, so I'm quite comfortable with the 79 for now.
For now.
Yeah,
Okay. And by the way, you restarted your training this week, haven't
yeah,
you?
yeah.
All
Just
right.
restarted.
Absolutely. We're going to talk about a little bit about your training. Coming up as Odin Smith preparing to start a new over from the northern end. He'll be bowling the over number 17. So far, 3 overs, no maiden, 17 runs, no wicket for Dean Smith. As he faces up now, Fletcher faces up to Dean Smith. He's up on bowls, and this one whipped nicely off the legs. That will run very close to the boundary. In fact, it will run, it will be cut off down there at a wide, long on, deep mid-wicket position. 77 for 1 now, the batsman crossing for 2. 2 more on the total for Fletcher. He's now on 53, 77 for 1, and he's whipping the ball very nicely. He seems to be timing the ball very nicely. I'm pretty sure that Paul Palmer, every run he scores will be a dagger to Paul Palmer's heart, because he would realize that he had the opportunity to get both batsmen out caught in the same over, consecutive deliveries. Here comes Dean Smith up to the wicket to bowl to the Spice Man. This one full toss, driven nicely into the onside. They get 1 run. The sweeper on the deep mid-wicket boundary comes across the field, and there is 1 run. 78 for 1 now. 78 for 1. Fletcher moves up by 1 to 54. So in terms of your run-up, are you trying to get that? What are you focusing now on as your training has started?
Well, just being consistent, keeping my wrist behind the ball. That's something I've been working on for quite some time now.
All right. We'll talk about a little bit more about that after this delivery from Dean Smith, as there is a captain in a slip position. This one is turned nicely. A wristy shot down to the deep mid-wicket. There is 1 more run, and this one is fielded by Andre McCarthy out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. 79 for 1 now the score. 79 for 1. This is the 17th over. Dean Smith, as I said, working up some serious pace. He's obviously looking to pitch up the ball, looking for Yorker length delivery. Sometimes he gets his length wrong. Sometimes gets full tosses as he's bowling this over. He's up to the wicket to bowl, and this one just back off a length. Just pulling back on the length a little bit. And this one is just driven square on the offside by Andre Fletcher. There is no run. Fielded there at a backward point. The score remains 79 for 1. 79 for 1. Fletcher on 54. So you're trying to get your wrist, keep your wrist behind the ball, and that gives you, of course, your ability to be able to get some swing and some movement, and to keep the seam in an upright position.
Yeah.
Here comes Dean Smith. He's up to the wicket now to bowl to Fletcher, and pitched up, and this one is called a wide as it just slants down the leg side, taken by the wicketkeeper Aldane Thomas. 1 more to the total. 1 more to extras. They've climbed now to 80 for 1, scoring at 4.8 and over. So far, Fabian Allen, as I said, 3 overs, no maiden, 7 runs, no wickets, kept things very tight. And Dean Smith from the northern end, 3.4 overs, no maidens, 22 runs, no wickets. He'll be looking to get himself into the wicket column. Here comes Dean Smith. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and this one is caught.
Wow.
Did he drop it?
Yes.
He dropped it. No. Royal was the one guilty there at about mid-on of dropping Andre Fletcher. That one, catchable height, nice catchable height. He went up, he had it, and then for some reason, it didn't stick. I suppose for some reason, the Jamaica Scorpions, they're not sticking. What? Explain that to me, Shamila, please.
I think the umpire needs to check Andre Fletcher's pocket. I think he's batting with some kind of girl in his pocket. Too much luck. That's a regulation catch.
I'm at a loss. Vernon Springer, who's going to join the commentary position after this. Here comes this delivery from Dean Smith, and this one is lifted high and mighty. A grand shot straight over the bowler's head, 6 runs. Dean Smith must be absolutely apoplectic after seeing Fletcher dropped at mid-on by Royal. He's been lifted over his head for 6. A glorious shot getting to the pitcher by Andre Fletcher. He rushes up to 60. The score 86 for 1. Ambrose is on 21. That's the latest score at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
Another good over for Andre Fletcher, as you can see. He's making that chance count. 6 runs. You can't be putting down those catches.
You've ever dropped so many catches in a game, Shamala? You personally?
Probably 1 or 2.
Oh, one or two. So I can put you in the line with Paul Palmer then. I had to catch her there. We have to maybe just check the replacement of the ball, but over number 17 have been bowled. 86 for 1. Fletcher is 60, and just to give you a little stats on his 50, came off 44 balls, 57 minutes, 4 fours, 2 sixes. And so far, their 50 came off 58 balls, 37 minutes, 5 fours, 1 6 in 9.4 overs. In fact, when the 50 came up in the 10th over, there were 2 drop catches. Sonny Lambris and the man himself from the Spice Isle, Andrew Fletcher. Let me say good afternoon to Tyron Theophile, and you know Tyron would have encountered a serious accident there. He's recovering nicely and listening to our commentary. God bless you, my brother. Keep the faith. Keep going. We know Alan's fighting here. Alan has bowled well so far, Shamela. Not for 7 in 3. We break now as he comes in now to bowl to Ambris. Ambris is driving but can't beat him. And he looked a lot more control today in his spell.
Yeah, very much so. He's bowling the correct line of lengths. He's mixing up his pace, as I can see.
86 for 1. They're scoring at 5.01. Fabian Allen is going to come in now to bowl to the skipper. Ambris is back and punching that. And onto the offside, gets an easy single. I wanted to touch a little bit, Shamela, and just give you an idea, because one of the things which I found here in the second power play, between 11 to 40, a lot of the teams seem to have fallen away. Even yesterday when we were looking at Trinidad, they were like live wires. You see them there, but they were wicket keepers, so what do you expect? Allen comes in to bowl to Fletcher, Fletcher's driving beautifully. Mid-off is out. He's finally out caught. So, finally, his luck has run out. And a ball that he really didn't get to the pitch of. He just went through the line. And finally, Derval Green is the man who maybe just comes and relieves the whole process and says, well, listen here, I've just got to show you guys how to be able to catch. Really, there was no need for Fletcher maybe looking for that big drive. He should have just stroked that. And now he's just rehearsing himself there. Fabian Allen picks up his first wicket of the championship, Shamela.
Yeah, very good wicket for Fabian Allen. As you can see, Fletcher was looking to elevate that one. Didn't quite got to the pitch of it. And straight down to Devil Green.
You know anything about that dance, Shamela?
No,
I've been seeing Fabian Allen trying that for a long time, since in the T10.
Wow.
So Fletcher goes for 60, or 51 deliveries. Again, another important start and giving it away.
Very much so. When you get this kind of start, you need to capitalize on it.
And especially with all that luck. You can't get all that luck there. So we just letting you know that the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, 87 for 2. We've just lost the wicket of Andrew Fletcher, caught Derval Green, bowled by the man himself, Fabian Allen, who's picked up his first wicket for 60 off 51 balls. And it's all happening here at the Coolidge Ground. And just to let you know that we really want to take some time out to salute all of the sponsors who have come on board to be able to support our broadcast so far. So we say thanks. Also to support West Indies Cricket. Sanders, Betway, MasterCard, Blue Waters, Visit Antigua and Barbuda, Missouri Helmets, Kookaburra. And just to let you know that, it's an important game here. CG Insurance, Super 50, all taking place in terms of what is going to be happening. So we'll be able to just go back to Taj. And Taj, take it over, my brother.
This is Middle Stump on Vibe Radio, the champion station.
Regents Hotel welcomes you for an unforgettable stay in Dominica. Come taste the traditional dishes of Dominica in our gourmet restaurant. Enjoy a tour of the island, take a dip in the hot springs, a scenic horseback ride, or water sports for the adventurous. Make your reservations today. Call 767-275-3539 or 767-615-6221 or email info@regent.
At only 45 minutes from the capital, Regents Hotel welcomes you to Portsmouth with 20 suites to make for an unforgettable stay in Dominica. Whether you're with friends or family, everything is done to make you feel like you're at home. Come taste the traditional dishes of Dominica in our gourmet restaurant. Enjoy a tour of the island and take a dip in the hot springs. Take an idyllic horseback ride or water sports for the adventurous. Visit Dominica and stay at the Regents Hotel. Make your reservations today, 767-275-3539 or 767-615-6221 or email info@regents.com.
This is Middle Stump on Vibe Radio, the champion station.
Thank you very much, Taj. And we're just back from a blue water break. And just to let you know that the Windward Island Volcanoes, they would have lost a crucial wicket, the wicket of Andrew Fletcher. It was caught double green, bowled by Fabian Allen for 60, making it 2 for 87, and a partnership that they really didn't want to be broken. Kevin Stout, who scored not in the last game, he now comes in, and he will really have to try to come up with a repair job. We're into over number 18, 17.4 overs bowled so far. The run rate is 4.92. And it's been an impressive start so far, Shamela, from Fabian Allen. He's looked a lot better bowler in this game.
Very much so. He would like to continue this spell.
Kevin Stout would have played for Barbados a period of time. He's now contracted by the Windward Island Volcanoes. He's never scored 100 in List A. He's got a perfect platform. In fact, he scored the first half century in the first game against the Leeward Islands Hurricane. And we certainly want to be able to try to make sure that he get a big score. Allen comes in to bowl to Stout. Stout is driving, can't beat McCarthy at cover, more or less, who's very close. A short extra cover, good flighted delivery by Fabian Allen. And we wait for a while. 87 for 2. As here comes Fabian Allen. He comes in now to bowl to Stout, into bowl to Stout. Stout comes stylishly forward. Looks like he's bringing, who's that? Is Javin Glenn into play there? Yes, it is a very big guy. Completion of over number 18. And the Windward Island Volcanoes, after deciding to bat first, they're 87 for 2. It now relaxes, and the man will have to take it home right down, deep down to the 50th over. Ambrose is 22. Stout is just for 2 deliveries. He's not.
Very good over for Allen. As you can see, picking up the wicket of the very disrupted Fletcher.
You call him destructive?
Very much so.
Really, he's a power hitter. He's a boundary hitter, so you know in terms of what is going to be happening. So we know in terms of what's happening. 87 for 2, the Windward Island Volcanoes. If they score at 4.83, which is this rate, they'll end up at 242. If they go to 4, it'll be 215. If they go to 6, it'll be 279. But they need to go to 8, where they can get 343. But the captain will have to bat all of the overs. Odin Smith, he's a lively guy. He's whipped away beautifully down to the fine leg fielder. Devil Green comes around, picks up. Want to see some urgency in the run-in. Kevin Stout was just ambling there, just in case Green maybe just, misfielded. He could have come back very hard for a second run. Not for 29 is Odin Smith. He's a big, strong young man, and he's got pace. So you got to be able to make sure that you keep your eyes on him. Don't ever take your eyes off of him. 2 teams have already qualified for the CG Insurance Super 50 semi-final. Smith is into bowl to Stout. Stout is stroking this beautifully. And we'll pick up a couple of runs here quite easy. And so he get a couple of runs. That looks like Jamie Merchant, the big tall guy there at mid-off, making a chase there. So the score goes up to 90 for 2. 90 for 2. Now Smith, even though he's expensive, he's got some extra space. 3 runs off the over so far, not for 31. 90 for 2. Windward Island Volcanoes, they will need a serious partnership here. Smith comes in now to bowl to Stout. Short delivery, got to get under that. He's got pace, and good pace too. And he's going to let you know he's going to hit the deck hard. It sort of remind me of Andrew Russell. They're kind of slippery. They're coming up, and then you don't see them. And then they hit you with a quick bumper, and you can't do anything about that. Odin Smith is a big, strong young man. If he knew he can maybe just get it right here, he could be able to just send curtains to the Volcanoes dressing room. Short delivery is back and turning it nicely. Lovely shot by Kevin Stout as he played that behind square. This time he's going to come back for the second run. Sure not good at all. And they comfortably got 2 runs. And they maybe run that the first delivery, they would have been able to get 2 there, Shamila.
Yeah, very much so. As you can see, they're putting some pressure on the fielders, running the first one hard. As we have to do right through. You never know what can happen.
Very, very important. Please, if you're wondering what's happening, you can tune into ESPN, or you can follow the West Indies YouTube cricket channel. Folks looking at this all over the world. Australia, South Africa, Pakistan, Canada, Bangladesh, India, Middle East. This is West Indies cricket. We're live and in living color right here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. It's a CG Insurance Super 50 competition game taking place between 2 big nations, the Windward Island Volcanoes against Jamaica down the onside. And umpire will now make the call. Joel Wilson gets his hands out there. He's not doing his ballerina sort of stuff. He's just casually just placed him out. The only thing I'd like to see, we just moving. Yesterday I had real fun up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium looking at Jacqueline Williams. She was like a ballerina, But Jamaicans can dance, so she had to put a little flair into it. lovely lady. She really kept her cool yesterday against the Test and won the captain. Back and across and just turning this onto the onside. McCarthy can't stop the single. And the score goes up to 94 for 2. Stout looks organized, very, very organized. He looks business-like too. I like this approach here from Stout. He's 5. He now brings the captain, Sonny Lambris, who 23 from 47. He struggled. He's really not hit the ball away. I think it's just because he's kind of lost his shape. And he's trying desperately to take away his bottom end and use his top end. And he's having a struggle. Odin Smith is in now to bowl to Ambrose. Ambrose gets a slow delivery. Had to wait a year and a half for it. In the end, he hit it up to mid-off. And Jamie Merchant coming to his left, sneaked away a single. He lobbed the return to Aldane Thomas. The ball just moving around. The completion of over number 19. They didn't realize that it was over. But Jamie Merchant knew that was over. Over number 19 ball, 95 for 2. Ambrose is 24. Stout is 5.
Very good over for the Volcanoes. As you can see, they're being rotating the strike very comfortably here. Stout needs to stay here with his captain and try to build a partnership. He didn't get to quite do that in his second innings. After the 89 runs he scored in the first.
I listened to you and Garfield Burford talking some technicalities about cricket. You maybe need to take Garfield to the nets the next time that you're practicing. Because I don't know if he's you must ask him if he's a batsman the next time you come on with him. So you can get to bowl him a good bumper. Allen comes in out to bowl to Ambrose. Ambrose is back and pulling this. There's no one at the mid-wicket area. Down to the boundary for 4. Top shot, short ball, and Allen knows that. Put away. And at this level, Ambrose will put away that every day. The score goes up to 99 for 2. Ambrose goes to 28 or 49 deliveries. I want to say good afternoon to Trevor Shillingford, my good friend Thomas Kentish, all the guys in the Windwards, Terry Adams in Anguilla, Porty, all the folks there. Allen comes in now to bowl to the man himself. Ambrose playing down the wrong line, and he will say that drifted past him, the wicketkeeper Aldane Thomas. It was very quick. Seemed to have recovered from his injury when he was hit in the last game. But despite that short delivery, Allen has really looked good. That's the perfect line that you really want to be bowling. I would like to see him bowling between the umpire and the stump. Find all the spinners have taken all that out of context right now. But we look again. He's trying to grip the ball. He comes in now to bowl to Ambrose. Ambrose is driving, check drive. He could be in trouble. He could be in trouble. He is. Yes, he's caught. At long off. That is a poor shot by Sonny Lambris. Why are you playing that shot? And if you're going to play it, then you go through with the shot. A check drive, and Ambrose goes back into the pavilion. And he just never looked himself. The Windward Island Volcanoes have lost their captain.
Very disappointing out for the captain, as you can see. Not quite hitting the ball. Checked it. If you're going to hit it, you have to go through.
And we get the dance again. I've got to have a word with Fabian Allen to find out about that dance. There has to be a name for it. I see him practicing it there. So Ambrose goes back. Caught Green Bowl Allen for 28 or 51 deliveries. The captain never looked himself. And the Windward Island Volcanoes could be in trouble. Very, very much. He's gone. 28 of 51. A shot he really needed not to play. And they've just lost 2 consistent wickets. First, Andrew Fletcher, and now the captain, Sonny Lambris.
Very disappointing indeed. The 2 batters that was out there set. They should have built and continue with that.
Well, I don't know if there was a contest where the genie bottle maybe just rolled over. So the luck just ran out. Devil Green was just maybe, he was almost guilty. I don't know if he was nervous when he settled under that one. But the most important thing is that they're back in the pavilion right now for 28. So the score now goes to 3 for 99. And this will certainly have to be some consolidation. Emmanuel Stewart is a very good player. He just needs to take his time. He's got a lot of overs to go. His high score is 56. He's got 2 half centuries at this level. His average is not healthy, but he's got well over 339 runs. And he has a perfect platform today because he would have at least 30 overs to bat, providing he wants to bat that time. Rovman Powell, in the meantime, he's winging the change in his Shamila. He's now gone to slip, and he feels that it's time to put some pressure on Kevin Stout, who's going to be facing Allen.
Very much so. You have to put pressure on these 2 new batters.
So you brought in a short leg too? No, you don't sound like a very sure captain. So come back to your Shamela. Allen comes in out to bowl to Stout. Stout stands up straight and can't spank that one. You sound like a bit defensive.
I don't think that I don't think he's turning the ball to that side of the field. So
That's what I want to hear you say. Come on. I know you know cricket. Shamela, talk to me, Shamela. Talk to me. Allen comes in to bowl to Stout. He's in to bowl to Stout. Stout is back and cracking that. And who making that big save there? They almost have a mix-up. You never run on a misfield. And straight away there, Jamie Merchant. He's a big, tall guy. He got down there very quickly. 99 for 3. The pressure is mounting here. The Windward Island Volcanoes, they'll have to consolidate for a little period of time. Allen has got a break here. He's into his 5th over, 2 for 12. Playing down the wrong line again. Left foot not coming out to the pitch of the ball. Completion of over number 20. And the Windward Island Volcanoes, they are 99 for 3. What would you be saying as a coach right now to these two batters, Shamila?
well, I'll be telling them that they have to build a partnership. They have to take things as deep as possible. You look to rotate the straight. You don't have to look for the boundaries. 6 singles and still 6 runs.
Ah, boy. Garfield, you listen to the coach. Shamila, you're listening to instructions, right? So got to find out what's happening. 99 for 3. If you're wondering what's happening, is the CG Insurance Super 50 Cup. Carl Tuckett just coming across just to make sure that everything is okay. And he pedals back out. 3 important wickets. Andrew Fletcher caught green, Bowl Allen for 60. Desmond Maloney, Bo Royal for 3. And Sonny Lambris caught green, Bowl Allen for 28. All back in the hut for the Windward Island Volcanoes. Something spectacular has to happen there. They need a partnership. And these 2 batsmen will have to bat at least the first 10 overs. Very, very much. And we look around now and we see now that Javon Royal is going to come back into the attack. So I think the coach knows something that I don't know about. 5-0, 34-1. Javon Royal comes in, some 18 dot balls. He's in now to bowl to Emmanuel Stewart. Stewart is back and punching that. And when he goes there, it just goes past the backward point fielder, Fabian Allen. Paul Palmer comes in off of the boundary there, restricts it to 1. So Stewart is off the mark. 100 up for the Windward Island Volcanoes. Yeah, 100 up.
Very good.
124 balls. So, you know, in terms of what's happening. Here comes Weil into bowl to Kevin Stout. Most important thing is that Stout likes to bat. So I don't see Stout giving away his hand here. And he's going to make his approach and bat very, very, very deep. We break. Javon Weil just wasn't getting his line right. He comes in now from the CIU into bowl to Stout. Stout more or less pushing at that, almost at a bowler caught. And for a moment, Javon Weil was standing up rather than following through. Had he been following through, he might have been able to pick that one up. Got to be looking for everything, son. Everything. Everything counts here. Royal in now to bowl to Stout. Stout is on driving down the ground and getting an easy single. And the score goes up to 101 for 3. 101 for 3. Royal is into his 6th over, 1 for 35. He bowled Desmond Maloney a long time ago. Real long. Very, very, very long. In fact, it was almost in the first over, second over, 1 for 7. Here comes the man himself, Royal, in now to bowl to Emmanuel Stewart. What shot is he thinking about playing? He's not going to get anything but walking back to the pavilion. He'd be advised to play the ball right in front of him. Trying to get fancy. And there really was no need for that. Could have looked to hit the ball up in front of you, young man. Stewart waits for Royal. He's driving inside out. He's got to get to the pitch of the ball. Left foot not coming low enough. So the completion of over number 21. These overs are moving fast and furious. 101 for 3. Stout is 6. Stewart is 1.
Another good over for the Scorpions. As you can see, they're bowling very tight lines. Nothing for them to get in the room to get under.
Well, you've got pace and you've got spin. And all of a sudden, during this championship, there seems to be a trend now, especially when you're playing at the Coolidge ground. Most teams look like they're going for their left-arm spinners. Goodish Moti, you know in terms of what's happening. Shannon Paul Hemorrhage, Ashmin Ned, I really like the look of Ned. You know, we come back to that in a little while. Ramal Lois from the Windward Island Volcanoes, he's still yet to come. We break. Here is the big man himself, Sonny Lambris, not Lambris, Kevin Stout driving inside out, down to the boundary for 4. And the long off fielder didn't have a chance. Derville Green, all he went to do was retrieve. So that was up in the air, a little bit too long. And he hit through. Perfect shot, no check drive. Swung to the line, got the arms pumping and getting them moving. And that's what Sonny Lambris should have done rather than a check drive. He goes up to 10, 105 for 3. Here comes Allen in now to bowl to Stout. Stout comes stylishly forward, plays it right up to Andrew McCarthy, who's clapping away. The Jamaicans sense that this partnership, if they could just break this, getting Qatar and company, they could dismiss the Windward Island Volcanoes team. Here is Stout driving inside here, out here past. Big effort there from the fielder on the cover point boundary. It would have been a magnificent catch by the man himself, Odin Smith, if he just pulled that one off. Let's look at it again on the television replay. He was coming around like a 100-meter spin around the brain, got his hands to that, and that's the 4th catch drop by the Jamaica Scorpions for the day. Something that Coach Andrew Coley won't like at all, and manager Nikita Miller. Got to work on that. 109 for 3. Stout is 14, and Short is 1. We break and we wait. Stout is facing. Back, it gets a beautiful delivery. That spun. Where did that come from? I didn't know Fabian Allen could bowl a delivery like that. Wow, we've got to see that again. 109 for 3. That's impressive. Let's see how consistent he is. Let's see if he can produce another one like that. Allen comes in now. The ball to Stout. Stout comes stylishly forward. And this time he wasn't on his back foot. He got out to the pitch of the ball and made sure that at least Fabian Allen really didn't get anything this time. The other one, he was squared up, playing on his back foot.
Very much so.
Now Stout is saying to Emmanuel Stewart, listen, you got to pay attention to me. Let's try and see if we can put some pressure on these guys. He scored 86 against the Leeward Islands Hurricane. He's calling down Stewart. He's saying game awareness. The ball was going to the left. It was played with soft hands. You got to follow up. You got to be reading the game. So he's put some pressure on young Emmanuel Stewart. So he's going to have to get busy because Kevin Stout wants to take the strike. He's 14. Waits for Fabian Allen, who's into his 6th over. In down to both of him. He comes quietly forward. Can't score again. Emmanuel Stewart is holding his crease, and Stout is a little frustrated. Completion of over number 22. 2 for 20 in his 6 over so far, Fabian Allen. 109 for 3. Stout is 14. Stewart is 1. He has to take it easy. Again, he's trying to coach him. Say, you got to run.
Yeah, very much so. You got to be alert. You got to be aware as well of the situation. Trying to put pressure on these Scorpions here.
Bowling figure so far. Royal 6-0, 36-1. Green 5-1, 17-0. Odin Smith 5-0, 36-0. And Fabian Allen 6-0, 22. And he's looked a lot better in this game. Economy rate of 3.33. And Devil Green 3.40. Javon Royal 6.00. And Odin Smith 7.20. 109 for 3. The Windward Island Volcanoes lost their first at 7, second at 87, third at 99. They're now 109 for 3. Here comes Royal. Is in now to bowl to Emmanuel Stewart. He's back and punching that. Can't score. And the man himself coming around there, Fabian Allen, who's buzzing with excitement in the field. He's an excellent fielder. And he's a live wire for the West Indies and for Jamaica. Missed the CPL 2020 for the Patriots. Coming quietly forward. He's fasting in. There was a little mix-up with the flights. For him, that might have been a disappointment. It also lended to the poor performance of the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots in the CPL because he would have been really needed in Trinidad and Tobago, both with his batting, his bowling, and his fielding. Royal is into bowl to Stewart. Stewart is coming quietly forward. He's a little frustrated because he got a scolding from Kevin Stout, and so he would know that he can't afford to give away his hit like the Windward Island Volcanoes captain Sonny Lambres. He's playing all the wrong one. That was a flatter, faster delivery. He's going hard at the ball. He's got to play with soft hands. No need to try to go hard. If you're defending, then you just take it easy. Find most of the West Indian batsmen when they're defending, they're still looking to score. If you're defending, you're defending. You can't be looking to still go hard. And Stewart was caught in two minds there. Royal is in now to bowl to Stewart. Stewart comes quietly forward. See what's talking about, Shamila. You see how hard he's going at the ball. Just stop it. Just with your top hand. Just let your top hand work. You don't need to try anything too hard. He's got to keep talking to himself that he can do this. Royal comes in to bowl to Stewart. Stewart is again trying to play around the line of the ball. That's a maiden over by Javon Royal. The figures would really look good. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 36. More pressure on the Windward Island Volcanoes. 109 for 3 at the end of over number 23. Stout is 14, Stewart is 1.
Good over from Royal, as you can see. Out maiden to Stewart. Stout is probably telling him he needs to rotate the strike. He needs to get things ticking here.
Shamila, you know how to get a single, right?
Of course.
Well, Emmanuel Stewart doesn't look like you know how he's going to get one. So maybe you need to give him a clue and talk to him. Tell him where to get a single. You know what I mean? That's why we have you here. 109 for 3 over number 23. Adrian Donovan Good afternoon to you, my brother, my good friend Milton Small, all the guys. Haven't heard from Erskine King in a while in Barbados. Keith Holder, how are you, Keith? Harold Eastman, here comes Allen, is in now to bowl to Stout. Stout is back and punching that, but he can't beat Java Royal, who's a backward point, gully, more into the area. And the pressure continues to mount here. Stout is going to have to play some smart cricket. Can't give his hand away. He's 14 from 19. Allen into bowl to Stout. Stout is coming forward and soft hands, and it really didn't carry to first slip. Pretty lucky that one really didn't nip. And this ball is turning around, but because he was playing with soft hands and good technique, that is why it really didn't carry to the first slip fielder, Brandon King. Here comes Allen. Ken beating all ends up, but Stout who said to him, I just left that alone. Got a good stride out. Very positive stride. Very important. You realize he's not going hard at the ball as compared to Emmanuel Stewart. Emmanuel Stewart will look to learn a thing or two from the non-striker's end. Allen is into bowl to Stewart. Stewart is back. This has been a good delivery so far. This has been a good spell. And all of a sudden, Stout and Stewart don't know how they're going to get a single. 2 maidens bowled in the game so far. One from Derville Green, the second from Javon Royal. 109 for 3. Allen is into bowl to Kevin Stout. Comes right down. It's as if we're playing in Bangladesh. It's all spin. Sounds as if Kevin Stout was on the trip there. Perfect technique anyhow. Kevin Stout, one of the lovely all-rounders in the Caribbean. We're looking to have a good season. He's 14. He's back and cracking that beautifully. Out to the sweeper, Odin Smith, and he gets a single. So a little release tension. And Allen just giving away a little loose delivery there. Completion of over number 24, 110 for 3. Stout goes to 15. Emmanuel Stewart is 1 from 9. And that's the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The Windward Island Volcanoes, their run rate is 4.58.
Another good over from Allen. As you can see, he's mixing it up a bit. He's making the batters play. They have a clue sometimes.
Well, he would have been read the riot act by his manager and former teammate Nikita Miller, who himself was a left-arm spinner, and the coach Andrew Coley, and he's certainly looked impressive in this game. 7 overs, no maidens, 2 for 21. The Windward Island Volcanoes are in trouble. Royal is in now to bowl to Stout. Stout comes quietly forward, can't score, another dot ball. And the period of play between 11 to 40 overs, the teams have really not asserted themselves by looking to be able to pick up singles. That's where been the pressure situation been. Here is Stout on driving down the ground, and they're looking for 2. That's certainly not on. The running by Emmanuel Stewart was not good there at all. And the big man, Javin Glenn, comes around. He's a big guy. Can't wait to see him bat today. Hits the ball, a belter. Hits it very far. I first saw him for the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots in St. Kitts in preparation for the CPL a couple of years ago. Here comes Wiley now to bowl to Stewart. Stewart is driving. And that's what I think Stout wants him to do. Out to the Paul Palmer, who's swooping in from the boundary. And the score goes up to 112. The last 33 balls, we've seen 17 runs, Shamila, with 1 wicket. So the spin combination is working for the Jamaica Scorpions. We break for a little while. As Wild comes in now to bowl to Stout. Stout is on driving. Down to Javin Glenn. And Glenn can bowl a couple too, so we might expect to see him soon. 113 for 3. Stout goes to 16. And Emmanuel Stewart is 2. He's not going to get anything loose at this level, so he's going to have to understand that the conversion rate for him would be to rotate the strike. He has to be able to turn the strike over. That's going to be very important. Here he's in back and getting an arm ball and trying to pull away. He's going to have to think about it. Stout is always talking to him, Shamela.
Yeah, he has to. He's the most senior player out there right now, so you have to coach him and tell him to keep his eye on the ball.
I think he's trying to give him a level of confidence too, rather than just leave him to himself. Last 35 balls has seen 18 runs. Look, I didn't realize my turn was up. Garfield is soon coming in. Ooh. He would say that he just dropped his hand there, pulled away. That's a beautiful over there from Javon Royal. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 39. Completion of over number 25, 113 for 3. More comments from you, Shamela, and then it will be the voice of Garfield Burford.
Got over from Royal. Only 3 runs conceded in this over. Yeah, as you said, from the period 11th over to the 40th, the batters don't quite rotate the strike as much as they should. So the run rates come down, and then they put pressure on themselves at the end.
Need to ask you as well, Shamili, about your own plans for ensuring that you're able to keep your performances consistent going forward. So, how is the training going so far?
It's been going good, you know. There's probably some rough days, but you know you have to fight through those.
Excellent, excellent. Shamili Connell, you want to be the front line bowler for the West Indies women, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay, here comes Fabian Allen to start the 26th over. He bowls, and this one is driven nicely off the back foot by Stout, Kevin Stout, into the offside, fielded by Royal at point. There is no run, and that's after this over. We'll be having a change at the bowling end. Shamila will be replaced by Terry Andrews. This one again off the back foot comes Kevin Stout, punching this one into the short extra cover region, fielded by Andre McCarthy in the yellow, in the gold broad-brimmed hat. As Fabian Allen starts to move in again. 113 for 3, the Windward's Volcanoes bowls. And this one with flight on it and beautiful delivery, just spinning past the outside edge of Kevin Stout. Didn't seem to know much about that. He was playing from the crease, and that one getting the ball to grip and turn Fabian Allen. And very, very good delivery indeed. He's troubling the batsman. There's a slip in place as he bowls, and this one left outside the off stump. And Fabian Allen holds his head to wonder in amazement, how on earth did that miss the stumps? But you could argue, Kevin Stout will tell you that that was an excellently left delivery. He has perfect judgment. And he has certainly been acquitted by the fact that he didn't cannon into the stumps. Here comes a new delivery from Fabian Allen, and this one is forward defensive, just making sure that he's compact in defense. So you want to be the go-to bowler. So at this point, you're the death bowler. You're perfecting that art as well, Shamila?
Yeah, I'm working on that.
Here comes Fabian Allen up to the wicket to ball, and this one given some flight on it and misfielded by Andre McCarthy at extra cover. It allows the batsman to just get through for a single. That ball is going straight through him. They get one run, and that's the end of the over. So the last ball of the over, one run from the last ball. At the end of 26, the Windward's Volcanoes winning the toss and batting here at Coolidge. Brilliant sunshine, extraordinarily good day. 114 for 3, Stout on 18, Stewart on 2. That's the latest score of the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
Yeah, just saying, yeah, I've been working on that, but I don't only want to be a frontline bowler because right now I'm a frontline bowler and middle bowler. I want to be able to be called on at any time. So that's something I've been working on for the last couple of months or whatever the case is. And I've been having a support and a backative by my head coach now, Courtney Walsh.
Excellent. So certainly look forward to that as you're replaced by Terry Laraji. Is this a new delivery from Royal, from the who's wearing number 8 on his shirt from the northern end? He bowls to Stout, Kevin Stout, who had taken strike from the last ball of the last over, getting a single. He's up to this one and punching this one down to long on is Stout. They get a single. The score moves on by 1 to 115 for 3. Windward Islands Volcanoes 115 for 3. Emmanuel Stewart, the shorter of the two batsmen, comes into the strike. He wears number 17 on his shirt, Emmanuel Stewart. He's on 2. Stout is on 19. This is the 26th over. Sorry, 27th over. Here comes Royal. He's up to the wicket, bowls, and this one forward. It comes Emmanuel Stewart, just turning it into short cover, fielded by the captain, Robman Powell, just running around. Robman Powell always in the circle as we welcome back Terry Laraji. We should tell you as well, Terry, before you, as we say good afternoon to you again, that a major announcement has been made today by Cricket West Indies about the return of international cricket to the Caribbean. Here comes Royal, bowls and off the back foot, punching it through square cover, and fielded by Paul Palmer on the sweeper on the cover boundary. They get one more run. So the score moves up, trickles up by 1 here. They're scoring in singles here, 115 for 3, 115 for 3 as we welcome back Terry Laraji.
Yes, thank you, Garfield. And
Sorry, 116 for 3.
good afternoon to all our listeners as Jamaica look to keep the screws on Windward Islands at the moment.
A new delivery there from punched down to long off by Kevin Stout. He moves up by 1. The score now moves up to 117 for 3, 117 for 3. And Stout moves up to 20. Emmanuel Stewart back on to strike. He's on 3. We'll talk about the major announcement made by Cricket West Indies today. And Johnny Grave will be joining us in the innings break to talk more about it. Here comes Royal. He's up to the wicket. Balls flighted delivery. Played through the vacant cover region to the sweeper Paul Palm on the cover boundary, who'll be still reminiscing on, of course, his 2 drop chances earlier. 118 now for 3. That's the end of the 27th over. At the end of 27, scoring at 4.37 runs per over. The Windward's Volcanoes winning the toss and batting 118 for 3 with Stout keeping the strike. Well, he's on 20, or he's facing strike in the next over. He's on 20. 20. Emmanuel Stewart on 4. That's the latest score of the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
Yes, excellent news, and well done to Cricket West Indies, Government of Antigua and Barbuda, Leeward Islands Cricket Board, and the Antigua and Barbuda Ministry of Health, Ministry of Sport, and Cricket Association to make this all happen for the Sri Lankan tour. Should be very exciting. All 3 formats of the tour will be played here in Antigua and Barbuda, so that's fantastic news.
Breaking news here. Cricket West Indies today confirming an all-format international tour between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. Here comes a new over for... And he's just away from... it does appear to be that one... and here are 2. I mean, a comedy of errors here. So firstly, and by the way, let me explain what happened here. So a new delivery from Fabian Allen from this southern end. He bowled to Emmanuel Stewart, who went for an uppish on-drive. It just eluded it just eluded Jamie Merchant there at mid-wicket. So it just went millimeters from his fingers. It might have been that he got his fingers to it, and then the ball went down to long on. Here it was Brandon King trying to field it. He misfielded, and the ball trickled into the boundary 4 runs. So 4 runs more to the target, to the total. This one is flighted and punched down to long off for Derval Green, wearing number 4 on his shirt to field. They get 1 more run. Emmanuel Stewart pushes on to 9. The score 123 for 3, 123 for 3. Comedy of errors there, Terry.
Most definitely, Garfield. And imagine if they'd taken their chances.
Indeed, here comes the new delivery from Fabian Allen, getting his through his overs very quickly. Kevin Stoutness defends this one into the short cover region, fielded by Andre McCarthy, no run. Extraordinary developments. He dropped at least 4 catches so far in this innings. 123 for 3. Fabian Allen up to the wicket again from the northern end. Bowls, and this one is hit in the air. Will there be a chance here? Over his head, over the head of Derval Green for 6. So that one just lifted over long off by Kevin Stout. A well-timed shot. And I think for a second there, here was Derval Green thinking that he had a chance. He was setting himself up for it, but only to realize that the ball was sailing over his head for 6 runs. So another 6 added to the total. 129 now for 3. And Stout is rushing on here. He's facing up again to... Fabian Allen, who punches this one into the onside, fielded now by Jamie Merchant, running around to a straight mid-wicket position. 129 for 3. Stout rushes on to 26, and the score 129 for 3. Emmanuel Stewart still on 9. He's at the non-striker's end. Here comes Fabian Allen to start again to bowl, and this one is coming forward is Stout, elaborate forward defensive shot, compact, bat and pad close together. The end of over number 28. At the end of 28, the Windward's Volcanoes winning the toss and batting 129 for 3. Stout on 26 and Emmanuel Stewart on 9. That's the latest score at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
Yes, terrific blow there by Kevin Stout. Good cricketer. He never moved, Garfield. He was confident that it was going to clear the long off fieldsman, and which it did. But as we were saying, if they had taken their chances that had been offered to them, they'd be miles in front of this game. 129 for 3 after 28, still basically evenly poised. But I'm putting it down to too much.
We'll come back to that after this delivery from Royal, bowling from a new over from the northern end. This one is driven to Fabian Allen at backward point position, fielded, and there's no run. Emmanuel Stewart is turning that one, just opening the face of the bat, turning it square in the offside to backward point. Here comes Royal again, bowling the 30. Bowling, and this one is driven down to the captain Rovman Powell at extra cover. There is no run. The score 129 for 3. This is the 29th over. 29th over. Here comes Royal. Is up to the wicket to bowl to Emmanuel Stewart and forward, defensive, back along the, into the offside, fielded by Rovman Powell. Fielded, no run. The score remains 129 for 3. 129 for 3. Over number 29. Being bowled here by Royal with, this is his last over, by the way. And this one is looking for the late cut there, and he got it. And well fielded, though. I think that Fabian Allen might have injured himself there as he ran around from a backward point position to his left to field that one. And no run taken, 129 for 3 so far. 4 dot balls in this over. Here comes Royal. He's up to the wicket to bowl, and this one is back along the pitch, driven back along the pitch. Fielded, there is no run, 129 for 3. 129 for 3 the score remains. He's bowling his last ball of his quarter here. 1 for 43 so far. Here comes Royal. He's up to the wicket, bowls, and this one is driven down to long off as the fielder comes off the boundary to field. That's the end of the 10 overs for Royal. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 43 runs, 1 wicket. At the end of 29, the Windward's Volcanoes winning the toss and batting 130 for 3. Stout on 26. Emmanuel Stewart on 10. That's the latest score. The Coolidge Cricket Grounds is scoring at just under 4.5 runs and over 4.48.
Yes, well bowled to Javier Royal, 1 for 44 of his 10 overs. He kept things nice and tight there for the Jamaica Scorpions today, and especially in that last over, just the single off it, as former West Indies under-19s captain Emmanuel Stewart looking for a score, I'd say, Garfield, because we know he can bat, but hasn't really produced that big score as yet. But I was saying if they took their chances, it would be different for the Jamaica Scorpions. I'm putting it down to, though, maybe too much ackee and saltfish before the match. So they'll improve on that as the match goes on. Garfield?
I wouldn't say that at all, as this one is a new delivery there started by Fabian Allen, and he just there was Emmanuel Stewart that's turning that into the offside. There is no run. This time again he opens the face of the bat, turns it back with a point, fielded. There is no run. The score remains 130 for 3, 130 for 3. Fabian Allen so far, this is his 10th over as well. 9.2 overs, no maidens, 33 runs, 2 wickets. He's picked up 2 wickets and he's looked good. He's kept things tight. As here comes Fabian Allen. Starts the third delivery in here. This is last over bowls, and this one is in the air, and one bounce, well, a few bounces down to Brandon King at long on. 1 run to the score, 131 now. For 3, 131 for 3, and Stewart moves up to 11, 131 for 3, and Stout on 26 comes into strike, facing up to Fabian Allen, flighted delivery and punch down to the offside of the pitch. Too hot to handle for Fabian Allen, and the ball just trickles down to Derval Green at long off position. They get 1 more run. Stout moves on to 27, the score 132 now for 3, 132 for 3, and Stout moving on to 27. Coming back into the strike will be Emmanuel Stewart. He's up, his face is up on this one, forward defensive, just turns this one into square cover position. There, it's fielded by Royal. There is no run. The score 132 for 3, 132 for 3. Allen, the last ball of his 10 overs. What will it yield? He's so far 2 for 35. Impressive figures so far. His economy has been good, and so has the fact that he's taken wickets as well. Taken 2 of the 3 wickets to fall so far. 132 for 3. A slip. There's a point and a cover. Here comes a delivery there that's punched off the back foot to Royal. Fielded, no run. That's the end of the 10 overs for Royal. At the end of his 10 overs, 1 maiden, 44 runs, 1 wicket. The Windward's Volcanoes, after 30, are 132 for 3, 132 for 3. Kevin Stout on 27 and Emmanuel Stewart on 11, the latest score at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
Yes, very good bowling there by Fabian Allen through his 10 overs, just going at 3.5 and over and picking up those 2 wickets. And as you say, 2 out of the 3 that's fallen so far. But a very important passage of play here now, Garfield, as we enter the final 20 overs at 132 for 3. Windward Islands would still back themselves to post a decent score. 8 runs and over, it give them 292 from this position, and they do have wickets in hand. Kevin Stout is key for me.
8 runs and over will take them to that, but the current rate will take them to 220. It does appear that it is the captain, Robman Powell, who is warming up to bowl. He has 5 for 36, you know, in his listed career as his best figures. He has an economy of six runs and over, and an average of 42 apiece for his wickets. So let's see. He has a best of 5 for 36. So Robman Powell, the captain, to start a new over, the 31st over, running in now to bowl to Kevin Stout, who slashes this one to a backward point. There is no run, fielded by Fabian Allen, who just bowled his 10 overs. 10 overs, no maidens, 35 runs, 2 wickets. Certainly Fabian Allen has done his part. Javier Royal, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 44 runs, 1 wicket. Derval Green, so far 5 overs, 1 maiden, 17 runs, no wickets. We'll get back to the figures after this delivery from Robman Powell, stroked down to Brandon King at a short extra cover position. The score remains 132 for 3. Stout remains on 27. Fabian Allen, as we said, the aforementioned Fabian Allen, 10 overs, no maidens, 35 runs, 2 wickets. And Robman Powell has just started, so he's only the 5th bowler to be used today, Robman Powell. This is his first over. So far, none for none. Here he comes from the northern end. Up to the wicket, bowls, and this one is driven nicely through the gap there between the Brandon King there at extra cover, short extra cover, and Paul Palmer in the point position. They get one run to the sweeper on the boundary. It's one more to the target, one more to the score. 133 now for 133 for 3, and 28 goes to Kevin Stout. Emmanuel Stewart now comes back into the strike. He's on 11. Just reminding you of the massive piece of breaking news that international cricket is returning to the Caribbean. Confirming today, Cricket West Indies confirming that the all-format international tour has been confirmed between Sri Lanka and the West Indies starting in March, signaling the return of international cricket to the Caribbean. Here comes Robman Powell. He's up to the wicket and bowled just outside, bowling a little bit whitish outside off some, fielded by Paul Palmer in a point position. There is no run, 133 for 3. So it's against Sri Lanka in March, signaling return of the international cricket to the Caribbean. The two teams will play 3 T20 internationals, 3 one-day internationals, and 2 test matches in a biosecure environment, all in Antigua from Wednesday, March 3 to Friday, the 2nd of April. The T20 series, by the way, will create history as the first official international matches to be played by the West Indies men's team at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds right here where we are, and the first West Indies T20 internationals to be played in Antigua since 2013. Here comes Robman Powell. Is up to the wicket, bowls in this one. That's turned down to short fine leg, and Derval Green had a shot at the stumps there. That one, had it beat Derval Green, the batsman would have had quite a few opportunities for runs there, but Derval Green was alert to the target and certainly had a shot at the stumps. Had he hit, well, actually just in, perhaps Emmanuel Stewart would have been just in. Emmanuel Stewart.
Good effort, though.
Indeed. So far, just one run from this over from Robman Powell. He has a best of 5 for 36 in his list A career. Bowls, and this one off the outside edge down to third man for 4. It would have been gobbled up by slip had there been one in place, wide outside the off stump, and pretty much there to essentially get that shot, and it came off a thick outside edge down to the boundary for 4.
Yes, big gap there between the wicketkeeper and Gully, and it was a nothing delivery, really short and wide outside the off stump, but took the edge, but trickled down to the third man boundary for another 4 to take them up to 137 for 3. Stout on 28 and Stewart on 15. Very interesting. This is his first ball, I believe, in the tournament.
So far, it is.
Yeah, in Powell. He might be trying to emulate fellow skipper Kieran Pollard, who took the first 5 for yesterday.
Indeed.
But he was talking, Powell was talking about his bowling. He feels that for him to really be a world-class all-rounder, he needs a bit more pace in his bowling. So I was noticing him there running in Garfield. He seemed to be a little bit more nippy than what we're used to, the pace of Robman Powell. So interesting to keep our eye on him and see how he goes today.
Indeed, a bowling change here from the southern end. It will be Jamie Merchant, the tall, strapping spin bowler from the southern end, who will be bowling. He'll be bowling the 32nd over. So after 31 overs, the Windward's Volcanoes winning the toss and batting 137 for 3, 137 for 3. Both these two teams, this is the third match for them. A win and a loss so far for the Windward's Volcanoes. They were beaten by the Leewards. They beat the Leewards by 31 in the first match on the 7th of February. Get back to that after this delivery from Jamie Merchant. He'll be bowling to Kevin Stout, who goes for the shot there. That was a pitched up delivery. Went for the shot. They actually get one run. No signal from the umpire there. So a bit of an edge on that one. It was full and a bit of a full toss length outside the off stump. He went for the shot and got an edge on it. 138 for 3. So Stout now moves on to 29. Brings Emmanuel Stewart on 15 into the strike. 138 for 3. The 32nd over. Jamie Merchant, his second ball as he prepares to bowl. As we said, Windward's Volcanoes, they beat the Leewards by 31 in the first match on the 7th. Then they were beaten by Trinidad by 4 wickets when they played on the 13th. I'll tell you about what has happened so far with the Jamaica's 2 matches so far. Here comes Jamie Merchant. This one is a bit short and that's punched down to long on, fielded by Royal. They get 1 run, so 1 more run to Emmanuel Stewart. He moves on to 16 and the score 139 for 3. The Jamaica Scorpions They were beaten by the Red Force by 5 wickets with 54 runs, to 54 balls remaining on the 11th of February, and then beaten by the Jaguars by 109 runs, comprehensively beaten on Valentine's Day. No love lost between those two teams on Valentine's Day. So 2 losses so far for the Jamaica Scorpions, a win and a loss so far for the Windward's Volcanoes. Which team will go down in this one? Here comes Jamie Merchant bowls, and this one is flighted and just punched down to Royal at long on. Stout gets another run. He's 30th. The score now pushes on to 140 for 3, 140 for 3. And coming back on strike is Emmanuel Stewart on 16. Here comes Jamie Merchant. So he's bowling to a backward point. There is, well, pretty much a short third man, backward point, a cover. There is a long off, long on, and straightish mid-wicket, and he bowls, and this one is, well, here was the captain, Robin Powell, is running across from that straightish mid-wicket, looking to just cut off that one, but he missed, and the ball just trickling down to Royal, Javor Royal at long on. They got 1. So Emmanuel Stewart moves on to 17. The score 141 for 3. This is the 32nd over. Jamie Merchant so far has conceded 4 runs from this, his first over. He's preparing now to bowl to Kevin Stout. He's up to the wicket to bowl to Kevin Stout from the southern end. The sun still with us in brilliant glow and radiance, as this one is just looking to turn that one into the leg side. The ball just trickles away just behind square on the leg side. There is no run. Stout remains on 30, 141 for 3. Reminding you that coming up at the innings break, an interview with Johnny Gray, the CEO of Cricket West Indies. Here comes Merchant to bowl the last ball of his first over, and this one looking for the sweep shot there. He was looking to beat Brandon King there behind square, but missing, and the ball just trickling on to be fielded by King. That's the end of over number 32, at the end of which the Windward's Volcanoes 141 for 3 after winning the toss and batting. Stout on 30, Stewart on 17. They're scoring at a tad under 5 and over. That's the latest score on the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
Yes, tidy over there by Jamie Merchant. In the next over, the same 2 batsmen are batting. Robin Powell might just adjust himself there at mid-on, just to bring himself a bit straighter and cut that single off. It was very easy for both batsmen to just knock it down to long on for the single, but setting themselves up 141 of 32. Stout on 30, and as I say, Garfield, Stout is the key for me. Man of the match in the first match against the Leewards with 84. Missed out against Trinidad and Tobago, but today he looks quite set. 30 of 48 deliveries, and it will be up to him to see how big a total Windwards can post.
Robin Powell starts the new over, wide-ish, and this one is steered down to third man. It's the chase on for Royal. They come back. Well, they actually were looking to come back for the second. They had to stay for 1. Good work by Royal, that's running around to his right from a wide-ish third man position after the ball had beaten Brandon King at backward point. And it is now 142 for 3, 142 for 3. And Stout now moves on, Emmanuel Stewart moves on to 18. Stout back on strike. He is on 30. 142 for 3, 142 for 3. You get the impression, Terry, that this is an extraordinarily important partnership for the Windward's Volcanoes.
Yes.
It'll give them an opportunity to really erupt later. Here comes a delivery here by Robin Powell, and this one is fielded nicely by running around to his left in a straightish mid-wicket, a kind of short mid-on position. Fielded seems to be Andre McCarthy there, and there is no run. 142 for 3.
I can say, though, Jamaica look a lot more energetic and lively in the field today. So unfortunate that those catches have gone down, 4 of them so far in total. But they're certainly putting a lot more effort into their fielding today.
The changes are being wrong in the field by, this one is punched down to Brandon King. The backward point position, there is no run. The changes are being rung in the field by Robin Powell. So he's brought up Royal. Royal was on the boundary at third man. He's brought him up in the circle. So he's in a short third man. There's a long off. There's a long on. There's a man at deep mid-wicket. So those are the players on the boundary. Those are fielders on the boundary. And Derval Green is inside the circle at short fine leg. Here comes this delivery is whipped into the onside and is beaten. Derval Green, it will run very close to the boundary and will run into the boundary now, beating Derval Green in the circle at fine leg. And Stout pushes on now to 34, and the score will push on to 146 for 3. The latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
Yeah, poor bowling there by Rovman Powell. You don't want it short and travelling down leg side when you got your fine leg up in the circle. Once it passed Derval Green in that position, was never any doubt that it was going to reach the boundary. So 4 more good runs to the Volcanoes. They push on to 146 for 3.
5 runs conceded in this Rovman Powell over. This is his second. He's none for 10 in his second over. This is the 33rd over. 146 for 3. He's up to the wicket and bowls. And this one is beating out. Well, actually, it actually went inside. It would have hoping that it would have taken an inside edge there. As it was taken by Aldane Thomas, the wicketkeeper. 146 for 3. No damage done, no wickets, no runs. 146 for 3. This is the 33rd over. Extras are now just at 3. So the Jamaica Scorpions have tightened things up in terms of the extras as well. There's 3 extras so far in the innings. Their Windward's Volcanoes scoring at just under 4.5. Here comes Robin Powell bowls, and this one is just back of a length. Played into the short cover position, fielded by Paul Palmer, and there is no run. That's the end of the 33rd over. At the end of 33, the Windward's Volcanoes winning the toss and batting 146 for 3. A Stout on 34, Stewart on 18. They're scoring at 4.42 and over. We remind you that coming up in the innings break will be an exclusive interview with Johnny Grave, the CEO of Cricket West Indies. Vernon Springer will have Johnny Grave interviewing him. After more comments from Terry Laraji, it'll be time for the first time this afternoon, Denmore Roberts.
Yes, and that was a good delivery there by Powell, the penultimate ball of his second over. And I think it was the bounce that did Kevin Stout on that occasion. It bounced, it cut back, and the bounce took it between bat and pad. Luckily for Stout, he didn't get the edge. And he's still there on 34 with Stewart on 18. 146 for 3 after 33. So they're going at 4.42. Wickets in hand is the key. This partnership is the key. Good afternoon, Denmo.
Hey, good afternoon to you. As we're going to have a new over started. This first delivery is down the leg side, and it's going to be called wide, and is called wide by the umpire, Merchant, the bowler, who is guilty on that occasion. And Garfield was just talking about the extras given away by the Jamaica, just 4 so far, so they've been very tidy. Merchant, tall, just walks in and then breaks into a run. He's in, and this delivery is guided away down the leg side. Just a little flick gets it down to Fielder, who's coming off of a long leg boundary, has an on-the-arm throw back to the wicket-keeper's end, and they come through for a run. So 1 more to the total. It's up by 1 to 148 for 3. Stout is on 34. 19 is Stewart as Merchant. He has a man at point, cover, extra cover, then long off and long on. Then there is a straight, very straight mid-wicket fielder, almost a short mid-on, and a man at backward square. Here is he just getting this one down to the fine leg region. The fielder, who's posted at backward square on the boundary, having to do a lot of work around to his right, has a fired throw to the wicket keeper, but the batsmen were able to come through for 2 runs. Good work this time by the Windward Islands, bringing up the 150 runs for the Windward Islands Volcano. Their third 50 coming off 79 deliveries, so it was a bit slow, the third 50 for the Windward Islands Volcano, as they trickle along. They're 150 for 3 in over number 34.
Yes, and just trying to get back on track as far as the innings is concerned of the Volcanoes.
I'm going to be asking you to and just engage me, Terry. Here is this delivery. He's getting it off the outer portion of the bat, edging it down to a short third man position. The fielder from point runs around to his left and does the fielding, and there is no run. What should the Windward Islands be doing now to improve the way that they get their ones and their twos? How can they break the shackle being put on them by the Jamaica Scorpions? Here is this delivery, and Stout is trying to smash this one away, missing it down the leg side, maybe got in a little edge into the pads of the wicket, keep it ballooned away into the onside, and there is no run. So Merchant comes in once more. He's bowling from the southern end. Goes past the umpire now in, right arm over the wicket, and this delivery is dropped away in the onside. They're going to have a run out here. And it's a mix-up between Stout and Stewart. Stewart took off for the run. Stout sent him back. Stewart sprinted through Stout sprinted through. The throw goes to the non-strikers, and the bails are removed. Windward Islands Volcano losing their fourth wicket. It's now 150 for 4. Terrible, terrible mix-up between the Windward Islands batsmen there.
Yes, a very, very bad mix-up with both batsmen ending up at the same end of the pitch. But that was Kevin Stout's fault there. It was his call. He called, yes. He took off. He got about a quarter of the way down the pitch and then decided to stop for some reason. By then it was too late for Emmanuel Stewart to stop and go back. So he kept running and was run out quite easily. But in answer to your question, I was just about to say they need to be more on their toes looking for the quick singles. That probably, if they had have gone straight away on the original call and Stout had kept running, it would have been a comfortable single.
It would have been a comfortable single
Yes.
because even in the end, the fielder didn't gather it very quickly and cleanly. And so because both batsmen ended up in the same crease, it was an easy run out. But had Stout continued with his run that he started, because Emmanuel Stewart was motoring down the track, and had Stout continued with his run, it would have ended up being, I think, an easy single for the Windward Islands team. Any which way, it's a wicket, so it's 150 runs now for 4 wickets, as the Windward Islands Volcano losing Stewart in the process.
Yes, and a wicket that they didn't need to lose, and needless run out, as you were saying. Then more, to me, Stout needed to be more alert and just continue. He called correctly and took off, but for some reason he stopped. And Stewart was looking for any quick single or anything like that, just to get some momentum back into this Windward Islands innings.
So we watch as this delivery but from Merchant is played away on the onside, just flicked away into the forward square region, and the batsman can't score. So Kotoy is the new batsman who has come in to join Stout. So he's going to be now on Stout after that mix-up and after that run-out to continue. He's on 36. And you tend to think if the Windward Islands is going to post a decent total, he's going to be very key in this batting.
Yes, most definitely. Stout does hold the key to Volcanoes posting a decent score, competitive score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. They've been really pegged back and really tied down by some good, honest bowling by the spinners that Jamaica Scorpions have in their 11 today. Just looking at that mix-up again, I don't know why Stout stopped. If he didn't, he would have been home by a mile. So hard luck there for the youngster Emmanuel Stewart. He did the right thing. He was alert. He was quick to respond to Stout's call. But unfortunately, both batsmen ended up at the one end, and Stewart had to go for 19. But Stout on 36, and the score on 150 with 14 overs remaining. 16 overs remaining, I beg your pardon. He really needs to get going now. 36 off 58 deliveries. So he'll be looking to up the tempo from now as we come into these last 15, 16 overs of the innings.
Certainly. So it's going to be Kotoy who has joined him, and he's going to be a left-hand batsman. And maybe the left-hand, right-hand combination could prove useful for the Windward Islands. Here is he facing his first delivery, Kotoy, playing this one out into the extra cover region. The fielder posted there does the fielding, tumbles over with the number 49 on his back, and they can't score.
That was McCarthy, Andre McCarthy.
Andre McCarthy in that extra cover position as the fielders. The bowler just wants to change his line. He's now coming around the wicket to the left-handed Kotoy, and he's just adjusting his field. He has a man down at third man. He has point, extra cover. Cover is on the boundary. Here is he flashing at one outside the line of the off stump, pushing at it, and missing is the left-handed batsman, playing away from his body to a delivery that was pitched up to him from Powell in his third over, and Kotoy just pushing at it. Early nerves from him, pushing at that delivery outside the line of the off stump, didn't score. 150 for 4 is the total for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They won the toss and batted today. Here is this delivery, and Kotoy is easing it, pushing, driving with just ease into the offside field, straight to McCarthy, who is standing at extra cover, and there is no run. So I was saying that cover was on the boundary. There is extra cover mid-off. A man at long on, a straightish mid-wicket, a deep backward square on the boundary, and a short fine leg. Here is Rovman Powell, goes right arm around the wicket to the left-handed cutter. He's dropping this one in the offside, wants a single, not on, sent back by Stout. And he just acknowledges Stout because Stout gave him a loud early shout of no as he was looking to rush down the track in Kotoy, and rightly sent back by Stout.
Yes, that was a much better call there by Stouty, much more alert and avoided disaster.
Here we see facing up now, and he gets in a good delivery, pitched on about the off stump, pushing at it and hitting it back down the track. The bowler didn't feel well, didn't feel cleanly on his follow through, but knocked it down sufficiently to prevent the possibility of a single. So the score remains on 150 for 4. And this partnership between Kotoy and Stout, you tend to think will have to be a good partnership for the Windward Islands Volcanoes if they're going to post a big score. And we just want to engage those who are listening to us on the internet. Could you tell us who will be your captain for the first game of that Sri Lanka series here in the West Indies? Who would be your West Indies captain for that first game? We would love for you to respond to our question on our Facebook page or on YouTube.
Can I respond then?
You can respond, of course you can. The end of the over has come up, a good over from Rovman Powell. He has finished his third over for 10 runs. 151 for 4 is the total. Stout is on 36, Kotoy is on 1.
Yes, and 151 for 4, 15 overs left. The Windward Islands really need to get a move on. They were guilty in their last match of probably being 20 or 30 short of what was required. And if they don't get a move on now, that same thing could happen. But in answer to your question, the first part of the tour will be white ball. So I doubt very much if Kyron Pollard will be changed for that. But Craig Brathwaite, in my opinion, and especially now that he's coming out of his shell a lot more, both in his playing ability and his captaincy after that magnificent job in Bangladesh, but he's been my captain since about 2017, Denmore.
He would have been your choice.
He would have been my choice. So surely they can't upset the apple cart now.
So certainly we would hope that our fans would also weighing on that. Merchant is going to continue from the sudden. He's changed his line of attack to the left-handed Kotoy. He's coming right arm around the wicket. His first delivery is flighted, and Kotoy just going back on the back foot and playing it defensively in front of the stumps. The wicket keeper moves from behind the stumps and does the fielding, and there is no run. So we watch as Merchant just stands there, then walks in and breaks into a very short run. This delivery is forced away. Just coming forward and looking to force it away, and the offside hits it to the man standing at backward point, and there is no run.
They're doing a good job, the Scorpions, though, keeping it very, very tight.
2 dot deliveries so far. Here is Merchant, right arm around the wicket, flighted delivery driven out to the fielder who comes in off the long off boundary and has a left-handed throw back to the bowler's end, and they come through for a single.
It was Javier Royal.
So Royal, the fielder who is there, the names are very small on the backs of the Jamaican fielders. We watch as here is Merchant over the wicket to the right-handed Stout, and Stout stands tall and plays this one, drives this one up to the mid-on fielder who's standing right there and can't score. So Merchant not going in very quickly, waits, and here is this delivery. The batsman is almost falling over as he sweeps this one around, gets it down to the long leg fielder who's on the boundary and picks up another run. So one more run to the total, 153 for 4 in over number 36 being bowled. So Stout goes to 37. Cotoy is on 2. 153 for 4. Remember to stay with us because Johnny Grave, the CEO of Cricket West Indies, will be our guest at the break, and he has some important news, we understand, to give. This delivery is cut away into the offside field. Can't beat the fielder standing at short cover, and there is no run. So brings up the end of another over. Another quiet over for the Windward Islands. They have to find a way to break the shackle hold being put on them by the Jamaica Scorpions.
Yes, exactly. If they keep going like this at 4.25, you're only looking at 212 after the 50 overs. So they really need to get a move on. But at the moment, Jamaica Scorpions are really turning the screws on the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And the fourth 50 came up in 150 balls. So the first came up in 70, the second 87, the third 99, the fourth 150. Gives you an idea of how Jamaica have really brought this innings back in their favor.
We watch as here is this delivery right up to the batsman. He's driving, gets it off the inner portion of the bat, goes down backward of square. The field is on the mid-wicket boundary. They come back for 2. Strong throw by the fielder coming off that deep mid-wicket boundary, and the batsmen were able to come back for 2 runs.
Comfortable 2 there, but then, well, you're quite right about the shirts and the names, but the numbers, everybody, of course, knows now that the players have numbers on their backs.
Here we watch as this delivery, the batsman is pulling it around, gets it down the backward of square. They're going to get runs here. They get 1. The fielder doing a lot of hard work, gets around, there tumbles over. And poor running on the part of the Windward Islands. Should have been another run there from Stout. He was ball watching, as we would say, as he came back for that second run. Cotoy wanted a third as the fielder had tumbled over in making the save. And if you check the replay, Cotoy was really motoring back almost halfway down, and Stout was just liming, as we would say in local parlance, or just there, relaxing, going into his crease very, very, very slowly.
There's definitely 3 runs there for all the work the boundary rider had to do. Stout is not concentrating.
Here is Powell in, and Stout is flicking this one again down to deep backward square. More work for that fielder coming around, and doesn't get there this time. The ball beats him into the boundary, and that's 4 runs. Disappointed look by Powell. It was Smith who was on that deep mid-wicket boundary, having run around twice before, and the third one really made a meal of it. He got there, put down one and did a somersault, and the ball beat him into the boundary for 4 runs. Not very good cricket by him.
Very acrobatic by Dean Smith, but unfortunately to no avail. But a very handy boundary picked up there by Stout.
Here we watch as Powell comes in again, right arm over the wicket to Stout, and Stout is guiding this one out into the offside field. The ball goes to King, who's standing at that short point position, and there is no run.
I was saying about the numbers on the backs. Now, there's no rhyme or reason what number, who gets what number. It's just the player's favorite number or birth year or whatever. But to add interest for our...
Here is this delivery ball him! Clean ball him. He played forward, missed it completely. The ball cannons into the off stump. That's the end of Stout. Bowled by Powell. He walks back to the pavilion. Goes bowled by Stout for 45. Bowled by Powell for 45. It's now 161 for 5.
Excellent wicket, and the wicket they would have been after in Kevin Stout. I think it took the inside edge. No, went straight through. So that's excellent bowling there by Rovman Powell. A wicket when they just needed it. And as Windward Islands Volcanoes would have been really looking to push ahead with only about 13 overs left now as we take a drinks break here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. But excellent bowling there by Rovman Powell. When he's pitched just in that corridor of uncertainty just outside the off stump, he has been getting a little extra bounce. that may be what did Stout on that occasion. But Stout, I think the mix-up with the running and that run-out with Emmanuel Stewart just put him off a bit. But now Windward Islands are in trouble with 161 for 5 on the board. They'd realized that that is not enough. But excellent work by Jamaica to drag themselves back into this contest when Andre Fletcher looked like he might take it away. But I was saying about, can I just finish?
Yes,
I was just saying about the numbers for the listening public and everything to add a bit more interest into each game. They could pick a number themselves, and most numbers are repeated throughout the teams, and that would be your player, and see how your player goes throughout the tournament. Denmo.
Could be something for all our fans, so something for them to think about. The scorecard so far for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, winning the toss and batting. Andre Fletcher, was caught green off Allen for 60. Maloney was bowled by Royal for 3, and Fletcher had 51 deliveries. In 69 minutes, he had 4 fours and 3 sixes in his knock of 60. Maloney was bowled by Royal for 3. He had 10 deliveries, 11 minutes, and Ambrose was caught green off Allen for 28 or 51 deliveries in 64 minutes, and he had 3 fours in his innings. And Stout bowled by Powell for 45 of 65 deliveries in 67 minutes. He had 4 fours and a 6. And Stewart, who was run out as well recently, he was run out for 19 of 35 deliveries in 46 minutes, and he had hit 2 fours. The bowling so far for the Jamaicans: Royal bowling out 10 overs, 1 maiden, 44 runs, 1 wicket. Green 5 overs, 1 maiden, 17 runs, no wicket. Smith 5 overs, no maiden, 36 runs, no wicket. Allen also bowling out 10 overs, no maidens, 35 runs, 2 wickets. And Powell, he has 3.5 overs, no maiden, 19 runs, 1 wicket. And Merchant 3 overs, no maidens, 10 runs, no wicket so far. So the Windward Islands Volcanoes 161 for 5, 161 for 5, and we've had so far 4 extras bowled in this match. 4 extras taken by the Windward Islands Volcanoes so far. Your thoughts on the Windward Islands approach to the batting so far in this innings?
Yes, I think from the dismissal of Andre Fletcher, Windward Islands have really lost their way. And that's down also, too, to some good tight bowling by the Jamaica Scorpions. They've certainly come out with a lot more energy today in what is basically a must-win match. If they lose today, we find it very difficult to qualify for the semi-finals of the CG Insurance Super 50 Cup. So you can see that in their play. They put the disappointment of the drop catchers behind them and just stuck to their task. And as you mentioned, Denmore only 4 extras so far, and half the Windwards out. So the Windwards really looking for a serious partnership now.
Here is this delivery from Rovman Powell, as he was just looking to give a similar delivery to the new batsman, who is Kato, who has come into the crease. And Kato this time just playing it defensively back along the pitch to end the over. At the end of over number 38, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they are 161 for 5 with 2 new batsmen, relatively new batsmen at the crease. Kato is yet to score, and Kotoy on 2.
Good point you make, Denmore. The worst case scenario for the Windward Islands, with that last wicket being Kevin Stout being the set batsman and a batsman who can certainly attack the bowling. They would have been looking for him to continue, take it deep into the innings. Roland Cato's in now, 22 innings, 416 runs at an average of 24.4 with 250s in his List A career at the moment. So they have to rebuild, they have to start again, and they've only got 13 overs to do it.
Merchant is going to continue from the southern end. He is in. A flighted delivery, and the batsman is flashing and gets it past the fielder at backward point. He's going to get a couple of runs here. They come back for 2 as the tumbling fielder in that backward point position couldn't stop the delivery, and the batsmen Kotoy and Kato were able to cross for 2 runs. 163, the total goes up 2 for 5, 163 for 5 as Merchant stands, just waits. He's in a bit of shade. He would be happy because there's very bright sunshine, but there's a relatively stiff breeze blowing across the ground as well, trying to keep the players cool. Here is this delivery. The batsman gets a flighted delivery and is forcing it out to deep cover. Who's that fielder that comes in? Has a left-handed throw.
It's Fabian Allen.
Fabian Allen. And the burly figure of Fabian Allen, who has come off the boundary, and the batsmen were able to come back just to come through for a run. So it brings Kato onto strike. Right-handed Kato, left-handed Kotoy. Here is Kato facing up as Merchant is in, and a good delivery outside the line of the off stump, flighted and beaten him outside the off stump. He pushed at it, missed it, and the ball going into the gloves of wicket keeper behind the stumps, and there is no run. Here we watch again as Merchant with a walk and then breaks into a run, a tall spin bowler. This delivery cut back at the batsman. He's driving, coming off the inner portion of the bat, goes to King at that short square leg position, and there is no run.
He's bowling well, Merchant, and he's not afraid to toss it up.
Merchant is in again, and this time the batsman is coming across, looking to play the Dilshan scoop, not making contact, the ball going into the gloves of wicketkeeper, and there is no run.
Would you play a shot like that, though, then more in this position, and since you just come in, you haven't got off the mark as yet?
Not at all. It's not on at this stage. Here is he sweeping at one. The ball goes past. Wicketkeeping is going down to the fine leg region. They come back for a second run. They get it easily as the fielder coming off that fine leg boundary. He's far away and has a throw back to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. They get 2 runs, correction. So 2 more to the total of the Windward Islands Volcanoes. 166 it is for 5 in over number, at the end of over number 38. So I might have said 38 earlier, but this is actually the end of the 38 over. So Rahman Powell is going to continue from the far end, from the northern end, and he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Kotoy. So 72 deliveries to go for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and they would want to really make use of all these 72 deliveries. If they're going, here is this delivery on the line of the leg stump, just glancing it. The little flick is the batsman Kotoy finding Royal at that short fine leg, and there is no run.
You can see the Volcanoes starting to get a bit agitated here. The scoreboard's not ticking along like they would like. They find it very difficult to get it off the square at the moment. Some good tight bowling by Jamaica Scorpions.
Powell, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Kotoy, and he's flicking this one down to Fabian Allen, who is on the deep mid-wicket boundary. His left-handed throw is strong, pulls Thomas away from behind the stumps, and they're able to come through for a single. So 1 more to the total. 167 it is. 167 for 5. As right hand, left hand combination. So the field changes over. There's a short third man. There is backward point. Cover is on the boundary. Extra cover mid off. A man at long on. Mid wicket is straight. A man on the deep square leg boundary. And a man at fine leg. Here is this delivery. Played away into the offside field. An easy single as it bisects the fielder at point. An extra cover and goes down to Allen, who is deep on the extra cover on the cover boundary, correction, and the batsmen were able to get an easy single. 168 for 5 as Powell, who has dot 1-1 so far in this over. This is his 5th over. 1 for 21 so far. Remember, he bowled stout in his last over. Here is the right arm around the wicket to Kotoy, and Kotoy squaring up and playing this delivery out into the offside field, and can't score.
He's bowling very well, Captain Powell, at the moment. I think the wicket, and a very good wicket when he bowled stout, has given him the confidence, but he's bowling very well to his field for both these left and right hand batsmen.
So he's now calling up Powell, the fielder, on that third man boundary, as he's just bringing him up into the circle, and he sent the man from mid off back to long off, and so there's a long off and a long on, and now as he comes in, right arm around the wicket to Katoy, but on the line of the leg stump, Katoy will get a single as he works this one into the mid-wicket region. Fabian Allen was coming up off of the boundary, and just a single for the batsman. So one more to the total, one more to the Windward Islands total. 169 it is, 169 for 5. So these two will want to start a new partnership for the Windward Islands Volcanoes and try to stretch their total some way well past the 250 mark. So Guyana Jaguars leads with 12 points and followed by TNT Red Force. Here is this delivery, guided away down to a short third man. Was just looking to run it down to third man past the fielder, but hit it straight to Royal at short third man, and there is no run. The end of another over has come up at the end of it. 169 is the total for 5. Kotoy is on 3, is on 7, and Kato on 3. That's the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Yes, and Jamaica Scorpions then will continue to keep the pressure on the Volcanoes outfit. And as I say, with Stout being the set batsman, and he was the wicket to fall, they're finding it difficult now to rotate the strike. Is Kato and Kotoy having just come in. They're trying to get themselves in as quickly as possible, but only 11 overs left with 169 on the board. They need to start motoring.
Definitely need to get a move on here, as Merchant is going to continue. He's around the wicket to the left-handed Kotoy. Kotoy is backing away and looking to force it through the offside field. Didn't time it, so the ball just went hard into the ground and bounced back to Merchant on his follow-through, and there is no run. So another dot ball into the books for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Merchant, right arm around the wicket, another flighted delivery, and using his feet well and driving it down to the long-on fielder, and the batsmen were able to come through for a run. One more to the total, 170 it is, 170 for 5.
He's bowling well, Merchant, and of course the Jamaica Scorpions won't mind these singles at all as long as they can draw out the boundaries, and they've been doing that in the last few overs very successfully.
Apart from that mistake by Smith down on the boundary. We haven't seen a boundary in a while. Here is this delivery again. The batsman looking to turn it on the onside. Can't beat the fielder, so there is no run. Merchant will continue. Here is he. Just breaks into a run, and this delivery is played away in the air, just dropping short of Powell at that straightish mid-wicket position. And again, Kato living dangerously. He waits again as Merchant, who's really tightened the screws here for the Jamaica Scorpions. This one is driven hard back. Good stop by Merchant on his follow-through. That one was driven hard. If that had gotten past him, he certainly would have gotten some runs here. He just fell hard to his right and stuck the right hand out and stopped it, and prevents the possibility of any run. 170 for 5. So the fielders are ready. The fielder, in place as Merchant. Just had a word from his captain. Probably just talking strategy. Here is he gets a poor delivery down the leg side and he's called wide. Should have really capitalized on that, but that has been the way that the Windward Islands batsmen are batting, that even with a bad delivery that was bowled to Kato, couldn't capitalize on it. Kato faces, he's on 3, Kotoy is on 8, just stands there leaning on his bat as Merchant is in. A flatter delivery, played defensively back along the pitch for the bowler to field to his own bowling, and there is no run. The end of another over has come up, 171. It is for 5. Kato is on 3, and Kotoy is on 8.
Yes, very good over once again by Jamie Merchant. He's bowling well today, especially when he's looked dangerous, when he's given the ball a little air. And unfortunately for the Volcanoes, 10 overs remaining. They're really going to have to put their foot to the floor. They've got themselves in a rather bit of a rut. And but full credit to the Jamaica Scorpions because they've really kept the pressure on. It'll be very interesting to see these last 10 overs if they can penetrate their way through this attack and try and set a competitive score. But at the moment, Jamaica Scorpions well on top in this match.
Very much so. The Jamaica Scorpions well on top as Captain Rovman Powell is going to continue 60 deliveries to go. And here is Kotoy flicking this one into the backward square region. McCarthy is on the boundary, has a left-handed underarm throw back towards the non-striker's end, and the batsmen were able to cross for a single. Brandon King switches over for the left and right hand combination. Just flicking the ball was the fielder to the batsman for him to have a look. Probably just asked to have a look and flicked it to him as Powell starts to move in again. He's in. Right arm over the wicket to bowl to Cato, who's jumping down the track. This one is driving. He hits it off the outer portion of the bat. The ball went in the air, traveled a long way, but falling short of McCarthy down at the cover boundary. And the batsmen were able to come through for a run. Desperation time, it seems, now for the Windward Islands Volcano. 173 for 5. I just remind you that during the break, we're going to have Johnny Grave, who is going to be speaking to Vernon Springer about happenings in terms of West Indies cricket. We understand that there are some announcements to be made. And remember our question, who will be your captain for the West Indies in the home series? You can tell us in all formats, if it's going to be an all-format series, who's going to be your captain and in what format. And we would love to know, those of you who are interacting with us on YouTube and, of course, on Facebook, or if you're listening to us in any of the islands, please do send us a response. This delivery from Powell was just steered away by the left-handed Kotoy into the offside where Brandon King is there. Brandon King has not really had much work to do because it has been quite a number of quiet overs for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They've really not been able to put the fielders of the Jamaica Scorpions under any pressure. Here is Powell getting this one and on the back foot and punching, but finding the fielder standing at that extra cover position, and there is no run.
They need boundaries then more.
They do need boundaries. They actually need to tick the strike over. They need to get off strike. They need to find a way to put the ball into the gaps and create possibility for a run. They get a run now as on the back foot and punching this one out to the deep long off position is the left-handed Kotoy. He gets his 10th run, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes total goes up to 174 for 5. Kotoy is on 10. Cato is on 4. Just one delivery to go in Powell's 6th over. Vernon Springer is standing by. He's going to come in after this over to join Terry Laraji. Hope you're enjoying the coverage from here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in sunny Antigua and Barbuda. The Jamaica Scorpions at this time have things going their way. They've taken 5 wickets and they've restricted the Windward Islands Volcanoes to 174 with just 55 deliveries to go in the innings. So the balls are running out for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Here is this delivery from Powell, and looking to play a cross-batted stroke is the right-handed Cato. The ball taking him on the pad and going out into the onside, and they're able to scramble through for a leg by. That brings up the end of Powell's over, the end of over number 41, over number 41, and at the end of it, the total is 175 for 5. More thoughts from you, Terry Laraji, and then it's going to be Vernon Springer.
Yes, thank you, Denmo. Another good tight over there by Captain Rovman Powell as Jamaica look to really shut down this innings of the Volcanoes. Volcanoes, on the other hand, trying their best to up the tempo. Kotoy can do it, but at the moment, 10 off 22 and Cato 4 off 13. So the 175 for 5 after 41 overs. In the last power play inside the last 10 overs, of course. And they really need to get a move on if they're going to post anything competitive here tonight at Coolidge, as it looks like Jamie Merchant will continue from this, the southern end.
Good afternoon to you once again.
Good afternoon, Vernon.
My brother. Merchant continuing in his 6th over. He's 5 naught, 17 naught. And the bowlers who completed their 10 so far. Javan Royal, 10 1, 41 1, 39 dot balls as we break the right arm off spinner from the media center end. And we continue. Fabian Allen bowled beautifully. 10 naught, 35 2, 43 dot balls. And I think those two have made the real huge impact here on the Windward Island Volcanoes, who would have elected to bat first after winning the toss. We'll have a discussion on that, Terry. Merchant is going to come in to bowl to Roland Cato. He's 4 from 13. Merchant is in now to bowl to Cato. Cato is having a heave to go at mid-wicket, and he could just stroke the ball on the offside and get an easy single. 175 for 5. And the teams, Terry, have been very poor between overs number 40 and 50. I'll give you a little ratio on that as you get your thoughts together. Merchant is going to take his time to come in now to bowl to Cato. He's in now, bowls to Cato. Cato is back, and somebody can tell me, please just get Cato to just stand up and punch the ball on the offside. He's backing away. And if you're backing away, then you don't have any room. You just got to be able, there's lots of acres of land on the offside, and he can get an easy single. But he's trying to see if he can get a boundary that certainly is not there. Merchant is bowling very smart. He comes in now to bowl to Cato. Is back and just turning this onto the leg side. The fielder from deep backward square comes in, looks like Paul Palmer. Jamaica have dropped close to about 5-6 catches today. I was going through the fielders who dropped the catches. Palmer, Odin, Smith, Jamie Merchant, Javin Royal. It's been a tough day for them in the field.
It's been very tough. And Palmer was a bit unlucky as in the 2 catches he dropped, or certainly the first one. He seemed to have it under control until he hit the ground. But still, catches win matches, so they haven't done themselves any favors, but they've certainly brought the game back into their favor with some excellent tight bowling to their fields.
I would like you to be my coach, because I know I wouldn't get fined once you was my coach. 176 for 5. The run rate is 4.24. Here comes Jamie Merchant around the wicket. He's going to bowl to the left-handed Katai. He comes in now to bowl to Katai. Katai is down the onside. They appeal for leg before. I think they were maybe trying to distract umpire Carl Tuckett because they know that it brought something.
Yeah, and it worked.
Of course it did work. They can't call a wide. Certainly came off of Katai's pad there. So we know in terms of what's happening. Desmond Maloney was bowled a long time ago by Javan Royal for 3. The score was 1 for 7. We'll break in a little while to give you the scorecard. Here comes Jamie Merchant around the wicket now to bowl to Kotai. Kotai is back and slapping that pass point. Paul Palmer will have a lot of running to do, only to retrieve. Lovely shot. Offline delivery there from the man himself, Jamie Merchant. And an off-spinner ball into a left-hander. If you give him that amount of room, Kotai certainly is going to score on that and really put away nicely. And the umpire, Joel Wilson, had to get out of the way very quickly. So a boundary there that the Windward Island Volcanoes really needed, Terry.
Much needed boundary and a very good shot by Couture. He's the man that can hit the boundaries, as Merchant just gave him too much width that time.
180 for 5. Dot delivery coming back good. Jamie Merchant is into his 6th over. Over number 6 is completed. So the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, 180 for 5 or 42 overs. Their last 54 balls has seen 34 runs, 2 wickets at a run rate of 3.78. Not good at all, Terry.
No, not good enough, Vernon. 9 overs for 34 runs is not what you need, especially at this stage of proceedings. But excellent tight bowling by the Jamaica Scorpions. I've been impressed with Merchant. He's bowled very well, 6 overs for 22. Hasn't picked up a wicket as yet, so I'm sure he'd like to open that account. And he certainly bowled well. But with 8 overs remaining, 180 on the board, somebody has got to stand up here for the Volcanoes.
Just to give you a quick recap in terms of the innings so far and the batsmen back in the pavilion. Desmond Maloney was bowled by Royal for 3. Andrew Fletcher caught Green. Devil Green bowled Fabian Allen for 60. As we break, Ravman Powell, the Jamaica captain, comes in now to bowl to the man himself, Cato. He's charging, but he can't get any effort, any room on it. Sonny Lambres, he really gave his hand away. Caught Devil Green bowl Allen for 28. Kevin Stout, he was bowled by Ravman Powell for 45. And Emmanuel Stewart, Jamie Powell Merchant combination run out for 19. Current Qatar is not out on 14. Kato is not out on 5. Powell is into bowl to Kato. Kato is having a go at this one, a swing, looking to go over mid-wicket by the scoreboard. The scoreboard is looking for him, and he's looking for the scoreboard. He doesn't get any run.
No, wild swipe at that one, and it went nowhere, but the batsmen both were watching the umpires, so they couldn't sneak the single either.
I think the Windward Island Volcanoes will seriously have to look at their batting. Kimani Melius not playing today, so I'm going to the medical room, so I don't know if he has an injury. But 180 for 5, they've just not been able to get it right. And Sonny Lambris didn't do himself any justice by winning the toss and giving his hand away at all in the innings. Andrew Fletcher would also feel very disheartened that he gave his hand away because he was really set for 100. I mean, in terms of what happened, and he got out at a crucial time. 3 for 99 when he got out. He just got his 50. Here is Kato sneaking onto the onside and picking up an easy single. And so the score goes up to 181 for 5. 181 for 5. 1 run off the over so far. And I'll give some credit is that Rovman Powell has bowled well. 6.3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 26. Very important spell.
Very important spell, and the very important wicket of start, and especially at the time that he got it. But he's bowling very well to his fields. And as he said, he seems to be working on a bit of extra pace. He certainly looks a bit nippier, and he's got the ball to dart back outside the off stump, and which was, of course, Stout's undoing.
Got to bowl a lot of cutters on these tracks here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Cutter is in strike, left-handed down the onside. Umpire Joel Wilson will call a wide. He's just waiting for it. Let's see his signal. No, leg by.
Just a leg by.
So that's okay. So he got away with that. So Cutter wasn't too bad there. 182 for 5 into over number 43. The run rate is 4.26. 4.26. The successful bowlers so far have completed their 10. Javan Royal 10, 1, 41, 1, 39 dot balls. Fabian Allen 10, 0, 35, 2, 43 dot balls. Rovman Powell gliding away. Is in now to bowl to Kato. Kato is driving inside out. Down to long off. And it lands safely to get a couple of runs. And Paul Palmer, it looks like, who comes off the boundary there. And so the score goes up to 184 for 5. 184 for 5. Qatar is 14. Kato is 8. And Kato just can't find any rhythm at all.
No timing, and therefore no power behind that shot, even though he advanced down the pitch towards Powell. They need boundaries.
They need something. Kato is waiting for a power delivery again. He's swinging across the line of the ball, and he's certainly not looking at the ball. Completion of over number 43. Jamaica getting through these overs very quickly. Windward Island Volcanoes 184 for 5. That's the latest score here at the Coolidge Ground. Qatar is 14, Kato is 8.
Yes, and they are certainly getting through their overs quickly. They're playing a smart match, Jamaica, using their experience, as it looks like Derval Green will come back into the attack, replacing Jamie Merchant. But just the 7 overs to go, and we're just looking at the no real Manhattans there for the Volcanoes today. 5th over of the day went for 15, and a couple of 12 or 13 and over. But after that, it's really died off, and especially from about the halfway stage up until now, the 43rd over, Jamaica, I've really pegged them back and been on top of this match. They're dictating terms, Vernon.
184 for 5. Green coming back into the attack. 5 0, 17 0. Javan Royal. He bowled 10, 1, 44, 1, 39 dot balls. Odin Smith, 5 0, 36 0. Fabian Allen, 10 0, 35 2. Rovman Powell, 7 0, 28 1. And Jamie Merchant, 6 0, 22 0. So far, the difference has been 17 dot balls bowled by Derval Green in his spell. And he'll come back at a critical time. The Windward Islands lost wickets at 7 for 1. Desmond Maloney, 87 for 2. Andrew Fletcher, 99 for 3. The captain, Sonny Lambris. Emmanuel Stewart, 4 for 150 or 150 for 4. Kevin Stout, 161 for 5. And now the score is 184 for 5. Green is into bowl to Qatar. Qatar is driving beautifully. Can't beat Brandon King at cover. And the score remains on 184 for 5. That's the latest score here in the CG Insurance Super 50 competition. It's over number 44 starting.
Important little spell this for Greeny. Bowled extremely well in his first 5 overs. Had a couple of chances dropped off him, and also a very, very close LBW decision. So if he can nip a couple out here.
Here comes Cotter, is just getting a short delivery, getting on top of it and just rolling his wrist down to the fielder there at deep back of square. And again, poor running. You have to get 2 runs there, Terry. You can't. There's no urgency at all. They're looking for boundaries, but on this small ground, you're not playing at this of Vivian Richards Stadium where the ground is bigger. So you know that you have to be able to turn 1s into 2s here.
Yes, most definitely. They've missed out on quite a few opportunities here this afternoon, have the Volcanoes. They look too hesitant, too undecided in how they actually want to approach their running. Of course, we've already had 1 run out, and we could have had 2 or 3 more. So they really need to knuckle down now and get their act together if they want to put a decent score up, as Green is just adjusting his offside field. He's bringing the cover in off the boundary to a normal cover. He's got a long off, a wideish. He's got a point, cover and extra cover, long off.
Pitched up delivery by Derval Green to Roland Cato. Score remains at 185 for 5. And it took a long time, Terry, just listening to you trying to describe the field here. It seemed that for a moment that Derval Green didn't know what he wanted. But in the end, all is good.
All is good because they can't get it off the square anyway, Vernon.
Again, Green still looks like he wants to make a change.
I think he's bringing fine leg up now, and
he's putting sending Glenn out onto the sweeper position.
Right, which is where he was originally.
All right, so 185 for 5, 185 for 5. Cato really needs to get onto his bike and get moving. Gets a delivery, swings and misses again. He's not looking at the ball. And a slow off cutter, and he's having a go to try to clear the mid-wicket fielder. Missed completely again. How many balls he's missed so far?
He's missed quite a few. He's missed more than he's hit, that's for sure.
Cato needs to be able to watch the ball. He's not watching the ball. Yeah, that. Strike rate here has been very poor by Roland Cato. Karan Kotai, 15 from 28 by his standards. You'd feel that he really needs to be able to up the tempo here. Green is into bow to Cato. Cato is hitting this down to long on. And Javon Wild comes across the left-hander, weighing the number 8, right in front of us. Lobs it to Alden Thomas, the keeper. And the over number 40, there's one more delivery still in this over, 186 for 5. Green none for 19. He's into his 6th over. Just looking at Joel Wilson going from east to west, and that was because of the left-hand, right-hand combination. Almost caught me for a while that the over 44 was completed. The partnership is 25, Terry, from 43 balls. And that can't be good in the final power play here.
Not at this stage in the death overs.
Green is into both to Kotai. Kotai is playing around one. He will get a leg by. And Kotai himself has lost his rhythm. Can't get anything there. Over number 44 completed. 187 for 5. The partnership 25 or 43 balls. Kotai is 15. Cato is 9. The latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. 187 for 5 at the completion of over number 44.
Yes, smart over again by Derval Green. Just the couple of one leg by and one single coming off it. So just a couple of runs coming off it. Another good tight over for the Scorpions as they put another one in the bank. So just the 6 overs remaining. Volcanoes have to find a way to at least put bat on ball and at least get a runner ball from here on in, because the boundaries, so we've only had 2, I think, in the last 10 or so overs.
If you win the toss, this can't be a good score. We wait now as Rodman Powell around the wicket, the ball to Kotai. Kotai himself is swinging. Nothing is there. He missed that, and Thomas picks this one up. Windward Island Volcanoes, their first 50 came off 58 balls, 37 minutes, 5 fours, 1 6 in 9.4 overs. They're 124 balls, 81 minutes, 7 fours, 3 sixes. They're 150, 204 balls, 121 minutes, 12 fours and 4 sixes. Once you win the toss, then you certainly have to be able to target anywhere 300 on this ground. Unacceptable here so far. Here is Kotai having a
got that one.
Big hit. And it's gone over long on, just lands right in front of the what we would say the manual scoreboard. So he finally got over there. So he got an extension to swing his arms. He goes up to 21, and they really need lots more sixes, as we would call them, the CG Insurance big hits. And Kotai just maybe almost just got that one out of the schools, 193 for 5.
Yes, much needed maximum there by Kotoy, and he needs a few more of those.
So he waits. He's on 21, down the onside, and umpire Joel Wilson will call a wide. And just for a moment, Ravon probably wanted to follow him there and just tried something different. 7 runs off the over, including this wide. Powell has bowled impressively so far. He's not been able to use Andrew McCarthy today, so that's a good sign. But from his 8 overs so far, he's 1 for 35, 194 for 5. We're into over number 45. Terry, you'll have to tell me what sort of score you think they'll end up with. Robert Powell around the wicket to Kotoy, down the onside. He almost yorked him, peeled for a leg before, but that was going down. Even a blind man could see that. To get a leg by. But I think he was just trying something, Robert Powell. 196. 196, no. We got it?
195.
Yeah, so I'm trying to give them an extra run. You can imagine that. Somebody's going to find me, Terry.
Well, yes, because that's the second time today.
I'm guilty of trying to give the Windward Island Volcanoes an extra run, but it's all good.
I'm going to back Kotoy and say they'll get 245.
245?
Yeah.
I bet a sugar cake on that. Not today. Come on, Terry. 195 for 5. Kato waits. He's hoiting this one in the air. Will someone come around to catch it? No, and they get 2 runs. The mid-wicket fielder was hurling in and didn't get in fast enough. Sort of stopped on him a little while, and I guess with Ravman Powell's pace, he really didn't get under it. Score goes up to 197 for 5. Kato is 11 from 25. Koto is 21 from 32. The run rate is 4.41. Kato is out of breath.
He must be.
He's just swinging.
He's just swinging, and that's the first time in a while that he's run 2.
So, you know, in terms of what's happening, this has been an impressive spell here by the Jamaican squad captain. 1 for 37. He's in the 8th over into bowl to Kato. He's swinging at this one. Has he finally got some contact? He has, and it's gone over long on for 6. So finally, Kato has got some elevation on one, and he's looked at the ball and hit it over long on for 6.
Yes, excellent over this. Still a ball remaining, and they're up to 15 off it so far. So, Powell, they've just been trying to move around in their crease, throw him off his line and length as best they can, because they know they need these boundaries desperately and more maximums. And it's worked so far. 200 up, so the fourth 50 come up of 69 balls.
Good Yorker link delivery coming right back. That was pitch right up, 200 up at the completion of over number 45. The lowest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Windward Island Volcanoes batting first, 203 for 5. Koto is 21, Kato is 17. The run rate is 4.51. Powell completes his 8 over 1 for 43. By his standards, he'll feel very comfortable with those bowling figures.
Yes, he will. And considering how that 43-15 came off that last over. So exactly the impetus that the Windward Islands needed heading into the last 5 overs. 203 on the board. Let's see how many they can end up with. But they won't be happy, I don't feel, unless they can get it up around that 250 mark minimum.
Well, Terry has told me that he thinks they're going to get up to 245, so I might have to go shopping and get a sugar cake. They need 42 more runs from 30 deliveries. But Devil Green has got other ideas. 203 for 5. Green comes in now to bowl to Kotai. Kotai is driving beautifully down the ground. Royal comes around nicely.
Come on.
They're looking for 2. Somebody could be in trouble here. It could be Kotai. And if the throw was a little bit more on target, Kotai would have been scrabbling away there. 205 for 5. He goes to 23. Kato is 17. Lots of running will take place in these final overs here. 4.54 if they want to be in the contest. If they're going to score at 4, they're going to get to 224. If they're going to score at 6, they're going to get to 234. And if Terry wants to win the sugar cake, they have to score at least 8 runs per over for him to get that sugar cake.
Look out, Vernon.
Green is into bowl to Kotai. He's driving beautifully down the ground. Will it have the result? Oh, it does. Bisect long on and long off for 4. That's a beautiful straight drive. That's a good cricket shot.
Lovely shot there by Kotoy. Split the long off and long on. And 4 more runs.
That is a good cricket shot. I didn't know that Kotoy had that in his
Straight
armory.
as a die.
Wow. Well, if you have a
Can't
shot like that, you
can't
don't
set
need
a field to that, Vernon.
you don't need to do anything else here. So green is turning out to be a little bit expensive here. None for 25 from his 7. 6 runs off the over so far. 209 for 5. Cotto is 27. He waits. Green is into ball to him. Short the ball. He's clipping this one up into the air, but it will be safe. It'll fall short of the deep backwards like feeler, who comes around right there, and so they will only get 1 run. Again, Terry, you see the urgency. No urgency. He was just contented to just get a single. When he's the guy who's been hitting the ball well. 210 for 5.
Yes.
The Windward Island Volcanoes.
He should be looking to
Get as much
get
as the strike.
as much as the strike as possible. He had the urgency earlier in the over, but that time he didn't look for the second, and it probably was on because the fieldsman, the ball dropped way in front of him.
Cato is 17, waits for Green. He gets a short delivery. That will be called a wide by umpire Carl Tuckett. No, he says no. Well, that's interesting. But he's the man behind there, so I need to just keep quiet. 7 runs off the over. Not for 26, Derval Green. The Volcanoes, the partnership is 49 from 55 balls. And Cato is, you could see him, he's breathing. He's trying to take some deep breaths. Cato's got 17 out of the partnership, and Cottoy's got 28. So they need to be able to step the pace up, and real quick. Derval Green, lucky to get away with that one. Cato is 17 from 28. Cottoy is 28 from 35. Green comes in to bowl to Cato. Pitched up. That's a beautiful Yorker. They sneak a single. 50-run partnership. Well run. Well run. Green couldn't stop that.
No, that was much better running because they were looking at each other and not the ball or the umpire or anything like that. So that was excellent running. Good Yorker, though, by Green.
Very good Yorker. So the 50-run partnership up between these two. So they need to be able to try and get Terry to win the sugar cake. They'll have to score at least 8 runs and over.
That's a piece of cake, Vernon.
They have
need
8
30 out.
They have 8 already out of this over.
Exactly.
So they're not doing bad at all. Derval Green's first spell, 5 not 17 not. His second, 10 runs off his second spell so far. 2 in out the ball to Cottoy. Cottoy is helping that one away. Down to the boundary for 4. Poor delivery.
6.
It's gone for 6. Poor delivery by Derval Green, and he lost his line, lost his length. 14 runs off the over so far. And the end of over number 46, 217 for 5. Cottoy is 34 from 36. Cato is 18 from 29.
Yes, a very poor delivery, that last one. A full pitch on Cato's hip, and he had no trouble swinging it around over the backward square leg fence for a 6. And excellent over the last 2 overs now. 30 runs off the last 2 overs when they only got 34 off the previous 9. So they're down, head down. Business is usual for the Volcanoes, or for the batting side in these last few overs, to see how many they can get. And of course, there's always crew for the bowling side, though, isn't it, Vernon? That, you know, couple of bad deliveries, all of a sudden, 14, 15 off the over, and you put in all that hard work in throughout the middle overs to restrict them as best as possible, the opposition, and then it all falls apart in the last few overs. But these two are starting to motor.
Desmond Maloney, he was bowled by Royal for 3, 1 for 7. Andrew Fletcher caught Green bowl. Fabian Allen for 62 for 87. Sonny Lambris caught Green bowl. Allen for 28. Here comes Odin Smith. He comes away now to bowl to Roland Cato. That looked a little bit high to me as the ball goes down to the deep backward square leg boundary for 2 runs. In fact, it's gone for 4. Gone for 4? No. Wait, Joel Wilson is waiting just to check. And yes, it's gone for 4. So we did have it right. Green struggling to get around there. And they score very quickly. The shots up. Let's look at the television replay and see what happened. It's a Javin Glenn. What a torrid time to get around there. So easy boundary, and all of a sudden the Windward Island Volcanoes, they're moving around nicely. 221 for 5, 221 for 5. Is in now to bowl to Cato. Cato misses this one and really tried to hit the target, just slide it, and he really would have raced down to a vacant third man boundary for 4. The last 14 balls have seen 34 runs. 34 runs in the last 14 balls, which means that they have upped the tempo in a very, very, very big way.
They've certainly upped the tempo, considering the previous 34 runs came off 54 balls.
Yes, and so the action is happening. 221 for 5, 221 for 5. Cato is 22. He's the man waiting for Odin Smith. Odin Smith comes in out the boat. Cato is across the wicket and misses. All he has to do is play the
Play
ball on the
straight.
offside. If he plays the ball on the offside, he gets a single.
Yes.
And give the strike back to Kotoy. He's trying to go across the line again.
And I think the other thing with Cato is that he needs to keep giving the strike, much as the strike to Couture, not trying to emulate him.
Cato waits for Smith. He's finally decided to drive a ball on the offside. I don't think he likes to hit the ball on the offside, Terry. That's what I think.
That's the problem with the modern day batsmen, though, isn't it? They all think they can hit across the line.
Well, he comes from 10-10, 5-5,
Right, yeah.
T20. You know, the fundamentals of cricket remain the same. That's what you have to do. If the ball comes on
Exactly.
the offside, you look to stroke the ball on the offside.
Right.
If it comes on the leg side, you hit it away.
There you go.
You're not a Viv Richards, so why you want to
Exactly.
feel that you want to go across the line to hit it over mid-wicket? You know, the ball come on that line, you look to stroke the ball. That's what you do. 16 balls, 35 runs, 222 for 5. And changes all around here. Kotoy comes in to strike. He's 34 from 36. Cato 23 from 33. And really, I don't know if Terry's going to win his sugar cake. Because they certainly have only been able to get 5 runs out of this over.
Yes, 5 of this over, and Odin Smith needs to close it out with these last 2 deliveries.
Odin Smith is into ball to Kotoy. Kotoy is whipping this beautifully
Good.
onto the leg side. They only get 1 run, so that's okay. Jamaica Scorpions captain Rovman Powell will be very contented with that. And if he came here today and they told him, well, you know, he restricted the Windward Island Volcanoes to 250, he would take that in a heartbeat.
He would, most definitely.
He would take that in a heartbeat. Even though the last 17 balls have seen 36 runs, this has been a good over so far by Odin Smith. None for 42. Here is Cato again going for, as we say, that's a brilliant catch by Brandon King.
Brilliant.
That is a brilliant catch by Brandon King. It hung in the air for a while, and he had to turn and get up there. He needed a ladder, but he did get the ladder up, and that's an excellent catch by Brandon King. A wicket that they didn't need to lose. The latest score here at the end of 47 overs, 223 for 6.
Excellent catch there by Brandon King, one-handed, going back over his head. He stuck the hand up, and it stuck very nicely there in the mid-off region. But excellent over there by Odin Smith. He's been trying since ball 1 when he bowled that beamer to bowl it as full
Be careful what
and
you
as
say.
straight.
Be careful what you say about beamers. Be careful
full
what
and
you say.
full and straight.
A full pitch delivery, please, Terry.
Well, it couldn't have got any full. How's that?
When we were small, we say beamers. And at this level, you say a full pitch delivery,
Okay.
please.
Well, once he got that out of the system, he's been full and straight all afternoon, and that was an excellent over in that last over. Just the 6 runs from it at this stage, and the important wicket, 5 runs from it actually, and the important wicket of Cato. As far as the Windward Islands are concerned, though, with 3 overs left, they would prefer that it was Cato that was dismissed, because Couture is still there, 35 of 37.
But Ryan John hits the ball very far too.
And Ryan John can belt a ball as well.
He can belt the ball, so
Yeah.
you know, don't take anything off of him. His best is 44. He has no half centuries. Waits for Green. Comes in out the ball to John. John is whipping this beautifully out to the fielder again. And it looks like in fact, it's Fabian Allen who's sweeping around, doing all of the donkey work, as they would say today in the field. Over number 48 starts, 224 for 6, 224 for 6. And I find that you've been pretty lucky to get away with that one. That's an excellent catch.
Excellent catch. Excellent.
Beautiful. Good timing. That's what you practice all the time. And we'd love to see that one on the boundary. You pluck that one out of the air.
That was intelligent baton by John No to turn the strike over.
Katoy gets a delivery and he's smacking that over mid-wicket for 6
There we
into the
go.
dressing room of the Windward Island Volcanoes. Katoy goes to 41. Carl Tuckett raises both hands, 230 for 6 in over number 48.
It's too short, and he was into position beautifully, and rocked back onto the back foot, pulled it through the mid-wicket region, and it cleared the fence easily.
And every now and again, Odin Smith feels that he's an express fast bowler. He's got pace. And every now and again, he feels that he has to bang one in, not for 40. And Rovman Powell comes up and says, listen here, just take the pace off of the ball. Kotoy likes the ball coming onto his bat. 3 fours, 2 sixes so far in Kotoy's innings, 11 singles, 20 dot balls. And he's approaching a second half century in this championship to date in the CG Insurance Super 50 competition. Just for a moment, he wasn't quite ready because Robin Powell was not in his position. And so he just put a break to that. 230 for 6. That's the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. John is 1. Qatar is 41 from 38. The run rate is 4.86. Green into bowl to Qatar. Qatar is going for a big hit. That's gone over long on for 6 more. Wow. Where did that come from? Over long on. The first, mid-wicket. The second, long on.
Yep. Brilliant batting there by Couture. At Green, I suppose it was almost waiting for it because the first one was short by Green. So this one was odds on that it was going to be pitched up. And Couture was right there waiting for it. Beautiful swing of the bat. 6 more, 12 off 2.
236 for 6. Qatar is 47. He's hitting this one down the ground. He gets his 50. That's a beautiful knock. Split the long on and the long off. Qatar is on fire here. Beautiful. His second list day 50 in 37 games. Karan Qatar. That's a beautiful knock, and they really needed that acceleration. That's a beautiful knock. 40 balls, 20 dot balls, 3 4s, 4 6s. A strike rate of 127.5. Qatar is on fire here.
Excellent batting by Couture, and the way he's accelerated through his innings right at the right moment in time.
Here comes Devil Green. He comes up now to bowl to Qatar. Qatar is going again. 6 more. Oh, they've woken up the Volcanoes here. Wow. That is hit down the ground, and all of a sudden the last 23 balls has seen 59 runs by the Volcanoes. 1 wicket.
And we've got 23 of this over and still a ball to go. So Green has not come back at all well after a top opening spell of 5 overs for 17. He's been hit all over the ballpark here at Coolidge in these last couple of overs that he's bowled, and especially this one, 23 now. He's got everybody talking to him. He's got Royal talking to him. He's got Captain Powell talking to him.
So let's find out what's going to be happening. What could they be saying? He just needs to bowl a good Yorker. That's what he needs to do. If you bowl full toss, Qatar is going to swing his arms. That's all you have to do. Just run in and hit the shoe. Hit the shoe. 23 balls, 59 runs, 246 for 6. I owe Terry Laraja a sugar cake. If somebody, then more, who sells sugar cake? Because I have to get that very quickly. Because Terry's going to be on my case. You know,
well, the volcano's starting to bubble.
I tell you,
it's getting hotter here at Coolidge Cricket Ground.
It's really getting hot right in here. 246 for 6. Green around the wicket to Qatar. Qatar is driving square. Will only get 1 run out to Paul Palmer. And so being able to get 1 run, he'll be looking forward to come here. So finally, over number 48 comes to an end. The latest score here, Windward Island Volcanoes, 247 for 6. Qatar is 58. John is 1. Green, none for 58 from 8 overs. Some 24?
24 runs off that last Green over, and 23 of them to Couture. John did very well to lay bat on ball the first delivery he faced to turn over the strike, and then it was the Couture show. So 247, still with 12 legal deliveries to go, and the last 4 overs, they've been turning it on. 60 for 1, the Volcanoes off the last 4 overs, where they went through that quiet period of 9 overs for only 34 runs. So they're certainly hit back here with a vengeance, and Powell is now swinging the field around. He's got to try everything as Odin Smith looks to come in from the northern end. His previous over, of course, picked up the wicket of Cato, and he bowled well, full and straight. Let's see if he can do it again. But Couture, the man who's on fire, 58 off 42, will be on strike.
Well, he's hit 5 maximum, 5 CG Insurance maximums and 3 boundaries. And they've bowled right into his area of 42 balls. And he's turned this game upside down. Let's see if he can end strong. Odin Smith into bowl to Qatar. Qatar is driving beautifully out to the sweeper. And he will only get 1 run. Javin Glenn, excellent work there by the young man. Coming around here on the sweeper boundary, keeping it down to 1. So this is a good start by the man himself, Odin Smith. Score goes up to 248 for 6. 248 for 6. And John would know that every ball in this over is going to be important. Rovman Powell ringing the changes here, Terry.
Yes, and excellent work, as you said, Vernon, by Glenn out on the sweeper boundary to restrict them to one. That's what they needed. Katoy off strike. Now they have to limit the damage.
This power play so far has seen the Windward Island Volcanoes score 77 runs at a run rate of 9.43. They've lost of 1 wicket. Odin Smith is going to run into bowl to John. He can hit a long one. Down the onside, they're looking for a leg by. He had to keep it off the stump, Aldane Thomas. He didn't have a choice. He was trying to appeal to the umpire, Carl Tuckett. He can't do anything about that. Carl Tuckett is going to go over there. We just had to have a good laugh about that. 249 for 6 with the over number 49.
Umpire Tuckett was nowhere to be seen.
Nowhere to be seen. He couldn't be seen in that one for sure.
No.
He couldn't trouble that one. Qatar has had an impressive season so far. Started with 9 against the Hurricanes, 72 against Trinidad and Tobago. He's 59 here, and he could go on and go further. Here comes Odin Smith into bowl to Qatar. Qatar is having a swing at this one, and it goes past the fielder down to the boundary. It does 4 runs. Once it hit the practice area, it's going to race across this quick outfield here. So 253 for 6. And trust me, the Volcanoes have woken up here. I hope it's not the one in St. Vincent.
No, I think Lesufri is going okay, but the Volcanoes are certainly going okay now. They'll be happy with 250. 250 for winning the toss would have been the minimum that they were looking for this afternoon here at Coolidge, and they've fought back very well. The fifth 50 has come off 22 balls, Vernon, when they were averaging about 65 for the other 50s.
Jeez, that's been fireworks. Here is Kotoy looking for a single. He had a pinch at it, but in good single, so that's good. That's not bad at all. You take that. If you get a single, you know they didn't get a maximum. So Odin Smith, the over has not been too bad so far. 6 runs and 1 leg by. You take that on any day. 254 for 6 with over number 49. Kotoy 64. John, who can hit a long ball, he's 1.
Who's going to bowl the last over, though? It can't be Derval Green, can it?
Of course. Why not?
Yeah.
I'll take another bet with you and see how far they get.
All right.
254 for 6. Ryan John waits for Odin Smith. He's driving, missed that completely. He'll be advised to stroke the ball on the offside and get a single. No need for him to be looking for mid-wicket there. The completion of over number 49. No, they still have one more delivery.
Still saying one more.
Yeah, they have one more. So where are they going? He caught almost everybody. And I think Joel Wilson was walking down.
Too excited,
so Carl Tuckett also was walking down too. So he had to be able to turn back. Well done, Joel Wilson. You caught everyone. Even the fielders, the batsmen, everybody.
Now, what does he do here? Because John should have laid bat on ball on that one. He missed. He's got one ball. He doesn't really particularly want a single.
He might hit this one out to the ground for 6. So let's wait and see. 254 for 6.
Oh.
And that's a little bit high. We'll wait and see if Carl Tuckett will call that one. He doesn't. So he dipped onto him as he just indicated to Joel Wilson. So over number 49 comes to an end. The latest score here, the Windward Island Volcanoes are 255 for 6. Kotoy is 64, but he's not on strike.
Right.
John is 2, and Odin Smith's completion of his 7th over, 1 for 49. By his standards, pretty expensive.
Yes, very expensive for Odin Smith. First match though, and he was, trying to get into his work, but keep it full and straight. But this will be a very interesting last over. If Ray John has got any sense at all, he'd just push for a single off this first ball. If he can just lay bat on ball and get Kotoy on strike, because it looks like it will be Derval Green, who went for 23 off his last over.
You don't listen to me,
Interested? No.
I know you're a betting man. But
no, well, you don't listen to me because Powell just took the ball off him.
Captain is going to show him how to bowl it.
It seems so.
250.
I hope this works.
255 for 6. 255 for 6. So, what do you mean you hope this works,
Well,
Terry?
it could be an interesting dressing
Yeah, but
room.
look at Rodman Powell's figures. 8-0-43-1.
Yes, he's bowled well today.
He comes in out of bowl to John, pitched up, and
he got the single.
Gets a leg by here. Carl Tuckett will turn to the scorers. So a leg by. So the score goes up to 256 for 6, and straight away he starts with a quiet period. So the run rate is 5.20.
And here we go. Kotoy on strike.
So What's your prediction? How many runs do you think will come off these 5 deliveries?
I think they can get another couple of boundaries. I think they get at least 10 off the
Okay, all right.
last 5.
I want to make sure that they can even up so I
260
don't have to get the sugar cake for you. I think they'll get about 7.
All right.
All right. You said 10, right?
They'll end up around about the same score.
256 for 6. 256 for 6. Cottoy 64. Waits for Powell. Wide delivery. By
Wide.
Carl Tucker to a signal wide now. And so Ravman Powell will have to get his radar going and bowl that all over again. 257 for 6. That's the latest score here at the Coolidge Ground. It's the Windward Island Volcanoes versus the Jamaica Scorpions. Is 257, 260 enough after winning the toss? We'll find out a little later.
I think this score might be.
Here comes Powell hiding the ball.
That's good bowling.
Cottoy will have to get a little closer to that. You can't leave anything alone. Carl Tuckett, he played for the West Indies and the Leeward Islands and Nevis. And so he would know a little thing about what Ravman Powell is trying to do at this time. Let's look at this one. Was this a good delivery? Nah.
Oh.
I'll have to mark him very hard there. Mr. Tuckett, sorry about that.
That was rather wide.
Well, I guess when you play for the West Indies, you get a little bit of privilege. Maybe that's what's happening here. Powell is into bowl to Cottoy. Cottoy is swinging at his one. He's out caught behind. There's appeal for a catch. He's out. So finally, Cottoy goes with a wider delivery. His right foot never got across to it. He was swinging to the fences. He'd have been advised to maybe get it to it and hit it over onto the offside. A very, very outstanding knock from Karan Cottoy comes to an end, and he really propelled the innings here for the Windward Island Volcanoes. And you see where that one went again. Had he maybe not gone for that, that would have been signal wide.
That should have been, yes, if he didn't get the little tickle on it. But Karan Cottoy, take my hat off to you, 64 or 47, just what the doctor ordered at the time of the innings with Volcanoes going nowhere. Now they look like posting 260 odd, and I just feel that 260 and having the momentum going into the second innings of the game might just be enough. But we don't know. We'll see what happens under lights in the night sky. But Powell has bowled well, 2 for 44 now, and his first bowl of the tournament. So he'd be happy with that, and he'd be reasonably happy with the way they've bowled as a unit.
Comes into bowl to McSween, McSween is hitting this down to long on. Royal comes across one bounce. They'll only get 1 run. So the strike rate from the man himself, Karan Cottoy, was 136.2. He really rolled on here. And Powell, the Jamaica captain, is come back nicely. The score is 258 for 7 into over number 50.
Yes, Cottoy did, because I think his first 15 took 28 deliveries.
Here is John hitting this one straight down to Royal. Easy catch. No elevation. He didn't follow through, and Royal took a sitter as compared to what has been happening all day. So the Windward Islands have lost their 8th wicket, 258 for 8. A soft dismissal there by the man himself, Ryan John.
Yeah, very soft dismissal, and second wicket in the over for Rovman Powell, 3rd for the day. With a ball left, an excellent over so far. There's only been 3 runs off it, leg by wide and a single, and 2 wickets. So Powell was right to take the ball off green.
And I think Ryan John would have been advised to be going straight. He went across the line of the ball, so his head moved, and he really didn't get any elevation at all. And that's simply because of that. So if you're going, you got to go hard. Larry Edwards comes in at the number 11 position. He only has 1 legal delivery, 258 for 8. The run rate is 5.18. But McSween is in strike. Powell to bowl to McSween. McSween is swinging in the on the offside over the fielder. Short extra cover. They will get a couple of runs. In fact, they only get 1 run.
2
runs. So finally, the innings has come to an end. Larry Edwards, sorry, my brother, you didn't get to face the delivery. The Windward Island Volcanoes, after being inserted, in fact, in deciding that they're going to bat, scored 260 for 8. Do you think that's enough, Terry?
It makes for an interesting game. I still think they may be 10-15 short, but at one stage they were looking at not posting a competitive score at all. So 260, 261 to win for the Jamaica Scorpions. They haven't been in that flash of form with the bat in their first 2 matches of the CG Insurance Super 50 Cup so far this season. But all in all, excellent bowling performance by Captain Robin Powell. He picked up those 2 wickets in the last over. Last over only went for some 5 runs, and he picked up 3 wickets in the match. 3 wickets in his 10 overs, so excellent bowling. Kiron Katoy really brought the game back in the Volcanoes' favour, or resurrected their innings to enable them to post something competitive here at Coolidge this afternoon. 64 of 47. I thought Fletcher batted very well and probably should have gone on with it. That's what his wicket changed the complexion of the match and brought the Scorpions back into the match. The 60 of 51. But all in all, I think both sides at this stage of proceedings, Vernon, would be reasonably happy, and I think we're going to be in for an exciting chase.
Well, let's give our listeners an opportunity and a chance to give them an idea in terms of what has really happened for the day. There were 2 Jamaica Scorpion bowlers that bowled maidens, Javon Royal and Derval Green. But the day really started where the Windward Island Volcanoes' Sonny Lambris would have won the toss. I'm sure that when he won the toss, he would have been looking to score anything close to 300. In the end, they scored 260 for 8. So we'll give our listeners a chance and a recap in terms of what happened. Desmond Maloney was the first to go. He was bowled by Javon Royal for 3. And then we had a spirited partnership between Andrew Fletcher and Sonny Lambris. Andrew Fletcher, in the end, he reached 60 of 51 balls with 4 fours and 3 sixes in his innings. He was caught by Derval Green or Fabian Allen, first to go, and then Sonny Lambris quickly followed. Caught Green, bowled Allen for 28. At a point in time, they really didn't need to lose the captain and the vice captain one behind the other so quickly, Terry.
No, not at all. And after having a couple of chances, that really brought the Scorpions back into the game.
Then we saw Kevin Stout sharing a more or less a mix-up partnership with him and Emmanuel Stewart. They couldn't get the communication skills going at all, and in the end, Emmanuel Stewart was run out Powell Merchant combination for 19. Kevin Stout in the end, he was bowled for 45 off 65 balls, but the man who really stole the entire show for the afternoon was Karan Kotoy.
Yes, batted beautifully once he got going. And in fact, it was that run out which was definitely his fault, his call. For some reason, he just stopped. That seemed to trigger him. After that, he started playing the ball a lot better, and some very, very clean hitting. That 23 of 1 Derval Green over was excellent batting.
Roland Cater, he was caught Brandon King. Excellent catch by Brandon King of Odean Smith for 23. He faced some 34 balls, and had he been maybe looking at the ball, he maybe might have been able to pick up another 10, at least 10 singles.
Yes, the running between wickets has been the problem with most teams throughout the tournament so far. Wasn't too flash.
But we have to give major credit to Kara Kotoy. He was eventually caught by the man himself, Alden Thomas of Robman Powell. A slow delivery for 64, 47 balls, 5 CG maximums and 4 boundaries. And then by the time he got out there, Ryan John was caught Royal Bull Powell for 2. In the end, they reached 260 for 8 with 13 extras, 6 wides, 6 leg byes, and 1 no ball. The wickets fell at Desmond Maloney 7 for 1, Andrew Fletcher 87 for 2, Sonny Lambris 99 for 3, Emmanuel Stewart 150 for 4, Kevin Stout 161 for 5, Roland Cater 223 for 6, Karen Kotoy 257 for 7, and Ryan John 258 for 8. The bowling figures for Team Jamaica, who really turned up today in very, very big numbers. Javon Royal, he bowled beautifully. 10, 1, 41, 1, 39 dot balls. Fabian Allen, 10, 0, 35, 2, 43 dot balls. Those two put the brakes on the Windward Island Volcanoes.
Yes, certainly they did. Volcanoes found it very difficult to get it, maneuver the ball in the field, pick up the 1s and 2s even if they weren't finding the boundaries, and their innings basically came to a standstill at that point in time.
Derval Green, he bowled 8 0, 57 0, an economy rate of 7.13 with 22 dot balls. Then we had Odean Smith 7 0, 49 1, economy rate of 7 .00, 20 dot balls. Rovman Powell, the captain, he bowled beautifully. 9 not 47.3, economy rate of 5.22, 33 dot balls, and Jamie Merchant didn't bowl his full extension today. He wasn't needed. 6 not, 22 not, 3.67, 22 dot balls. There was no Andrew McCarthy bowling today.
No, interesting because McCarthy has been bowling well, especially in the last match when he picked up a couple of wickets and bowled very tidy. But I thought the bowling in all, apart from 1 or 2 overs maybe, and that big one off Durble Green, I thought in all they looked a lot better as a bowling unit, and especially as a fielding unit, apart from those drop catches, which of course we'll see how much damage that does in the long run. But I thought they looked a lot more energetic and a lot more together today. Powell was a lot more involved, and at this stage of the game, I agree with you, Vern. I think Volcanoes would say they might be 30 or 40 short. Scorpions might say they should have contained them for less than 250. So I think we're going to be in for a very exciting run chase. 261 at 5.2. Don't go anywhere, Vernon.
Well, if you're the captain and you won the toss, are you satisfied with this score, or you think Rovman Powell will be the better of the two captains now, knowing that 260 is gettable?
Yeah, I think Powell would be the happier. Even though Scorpions haven't been playing that well, they did get 260 or 258 up at the stadium, which we know is a lot bigger ground than Coolidge here. So I think he would feel that they're in with a real chance.
But there have been some changes because we have now Glenn coming in, and we didn't have Sheldon Cotterwell and O'Shane Thomas today.
Right.
So it now means now that the new batter in Glenn coming in today will be under a sort of a little bit of a pressure.
Yes, they will be looking for him to perform, but that's what it's all about: taking your chances when the occasion arises.
Well, we had Shamila Connell, we had Denmore Roberts, we had Terry Laraja. This is Vernon Springer. Just to let you know, in case you just tuned in, eventually at the end of 50 overs, the first half of the game, 260 for 8. The Windward Volcanoes batting first. We'll take a break here from the Coolidge Cricket Ground. We'll have some...
And you'll be back with...
Yeah, I'm supposed to be
CWI CEO
Johnny Grave.
Johnny Grave.
Yes, he's supposed to be somewhere around. I don't know if he's there.
He's a very busy man, Johnny.
Yes, I think right now as we speak, they're having a walkthrough. So we just got to be able to wait and see in terms of what's happening. But the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, 260 for 8. 260 for 8. I just understand from Denmore that he's making an announcement there, and then right after he's going to come and make the announcement. So what we'll do is that we'll get our Taj to organize ourselves, and then as soon as Johnny Graves steps into the hot seat, we'll get the good news live and in living color and ball by ball. Thank you very much, Terry Laraja. I owe you a sugar cake.
Thank you, Vernon. I'll look forward to it.
This is Middle Stump on Vibe Radio, the champion station.
Regents Hotel welcomes you for an unforgettable stay in Dominica. Come taste the traditional dishes of Dominica in our gourmet restaurant. Enjoy a tour of the island. Take a dip in the hot springs, a scenic horseback ride, or water sports for the adventurous. Make your reservations today. Call 767-275-3539 or 767-615-6221 or email info@regents.com.
At only 45 minutes from the capital, Regents Hotel welcomes you to Portsmouth with 20 suites to make for an unforgettable stay in Dominica. Whether you're with friends or family, everything is done to make you feel like you're at home. Come taste the traditional dishes of Dominica in our gourmet restaurant. Enjoy a tour of the island and take a dip in the hot springs. Take an idyllic horseback ride or water sports for the adventurous. Visit Dominica and stay at the Regents Hotel. Make your reservations today, 767-275-3539 or 767-615-6221 or email info@regents.com.
This is Middle Stump on Vibe Radio, the champion station.
Welcome back to live ball by ball here from the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. You know, once you say West Indies cricket, there's always a major discussion. And it's going to be even more major discussion over the next couple of days because the Craig Brathwaite led West Indies team defeated Bangladesh 2-0. I have Denmore Roberts who is here. And the talking point going through the entire Caribbean, will Jason Holder still continue as the West Indies Test captain? I got my own ideas, but I know that Denmore Roberts has also got his own ideas. Denmore, should Craig Brathwaite be the new West Indies Test captain, or Jason Holder holds on to his position?
I think Craig Brathwaite has shown over a period of time that he can perform as captain of the West Indies. I think there is need for a new, fresh breath of fresh air for the West Indies team. So I think the time is right now for Jason Holder to be replaced as the West Indies captain. I think that he should hold on to his place in the team as an all-rounder, as a player. And I think if Craig Brathwaite is given the opportunity to lead, with Jason Holder still being there, he would have the experience of having the former captain and himself being able to look at strategy, to discuss things and so on. We in the Caribbean have seen that Jason Holder, I think, has taken the team as far as he can as a captain. That's my personal opinion. And I think that a fresh new look at it is needed in the Caribbean. What we've seen is that we've not been able to get over the line. We've not been able to consistently compete against the bigger teams with Jason Holder as captain. No fault of Jason Holder on a whole in himself. Jason Holder himself might not even be the problem. But I think that he has a negative way of captaining. He doesn't try things. He's very conventional. He's one of those persons that would set a conventional feel just because this is what I learned in the textbook. We need somebody who is going to be inventive, somebody who's going to be different, somebody who's going to bring a different approach, a fresh new approach to the West Indies leadership. And I have seen that in the series over there in Bangladesh by Craig Brathwaite. And so I would give my vote for Craig Brathwaite taking over as the Test captain for the West Indies team.
Did you give that team a chance in Bangladesh?
I did not. To be honest, I really wanted some individuals to do well. I thought that some of the players who would have gotten an opportunity that they might not have had before would have gone there and grabbed it with both hands. I really wanted, especially some of the batsmen, to go and do well. And I've thought for a while that in the Caribbean we really need to mix up, to have people competing for spaces in the batting lineup. Some of our players have gotten too comfortable, and there is no one that is challenging them for the position, so they have become complacent. They have not made runs, but they know that, there is no one to replace me. So I wanted what happened. I wanted people like Bonner. I was hoping that some of the others would have come through. I think people like Blackwood and so on, I wanted him to step up. I am of the opinion that Campbell is not our best opener in the Caribbean, and so right, and so I am. I for one wanted some of the batsmen, and we would have gotten that from Mayers. We would have seen Bonner given an opportunity and shining, and others, and so I am happy that took place, because what it has done is that it has put into our thinking and into perspective the fact that there are other people, if given the opportunity to shine, could possibly come forward and shine, even though they don't look, when you look at them at face value, they might not look as if they measure up in terms of Test cricket at the time. But when you put people under pressure, when you back someone against the wall, you really see their true character. And we saw that coming out of some of the players who went over there in Bangladesh. I've said it before, I would maintain some of the players who chose not to go on the tour. I wouldn't punish them because they were given an opportunity. They had a choice to make, and they made the choice. I don't hold it against them. But I am glad that some of the other players who went on the tour would have raised their hand and said, look at me now, selectors. I am available, and I can also do it.
Which English team football you back?
You wouldn't believe I tell you that I am a Midlands man. I actually like Aston Villa.
Oh, I thought
And
you back Liverpool.
No,
Because,
I
you know,
back.
Sir
I
Curtly
back.
Ambrose just came whispering into
Yeah,
my
I
ear.
saw him. I
So,
saw him there, and he.
I don't know what he was troubling me for. I
Yeah,
just
no.
wanted to know that you weren't a Liverpool fan.
No,
So-
I actually backed Aston Villa at the time when Dwight York got the opportunity from the Caribbean to go and play. I was really a big supporter of Dwight York. I thought that he was an excellent footballer, and I backed them. And then I went to university in Nottingham, and Villa is just down Birmingham, close to where I was, and so on. So I still love Aston Villa, and I still love how they play, and the fact that they always give new people an opportunity and so on.
Back to cricket.
Yes.
There was a chemistry with Craig Brathwaite on that trip. You saw a teamwork. You saw a different West Indies team. We also heard comments coming out of from Phil Simmons, the coach, about the culture and the players willing to learn. It was a difficult tour, one, because the pitches, even though they were Caribbean friendly, the ball spun, and a lot of the players, they really had to learn how to bat, as we would say. And anytime you want to be a good test player, you know you want to start in India and Bangladesh and Pakistan. And you saw different chemistry from the leadership of Craig Brathwaite. What caused that?
You see, what happened too is that you saw Craig Brathwaite also showing his fighting spirit as a batsman. I used to think that, once you want to get rid of Craig Brathwaite, you bring on spin. And in a short while, he was going to be out. But he showed that he was willing to fight, that he was willing to, go back to the basics, go back to the technique that he would have learned a long time ago and maybe would have moved away from because, he had gotten comfortable as an opening batsman and more often than not, by the time the spin come on, he would have been gone already. And so from that fight, when you see the captain fighting, doing something differently, when the message that is being sent to you is, look, you know what? Nobody's giving you a chance. Go out there and show for yourself. Fight for yourself. Fight for it. Use all the opportunity. Hey, Cal Mayer's made a double century, and he got a lot of chances. And what you have to do when you give chances in life and you're let off is to learn from it and to move forward. So the message was different. The body language was different. The people felt like they were like other persons believed in them, and that would have happened because when they left the Caribbean, the players, they would have thought that, you know what, nobody's giving us a chance. When they read all the comments, when the team was picked, when the other guys decided not to go, everybody wrote them off. Everybody said, you know what, they're going to go there and they're going to have a hard time, and it's just going to be a formality when they get over there in Bangladesh. And so they had to decide, you know what, we have to band together because we are the ones that are out here now. We are the ones that are thrown to the wolves. We are thrown directly thrown out there, and everybody, all the eyes are on us, and we either sink or swim.
No.
And so they decided, you know what, we're at least going to move our hands. We're going to paddle and see if we can swim. And what happened? At the end of the day, they realized, you know what, my strokes are good. I actually can swim once I put in the effort.
Two former captains, Sir Viv Richards, national hero Antigua and Barbuda, he backed Brathwaite on the tour. So Clive Lloyd wrote a letter to the entire team to give them sort of a motivation process. What did you think that meant to those guys going on that tour?
No, that came on the day right at the same time when we had a Holder on the Mason and Guest show saying that there was a strained relationship between the legends and the current players. And so Sir Viv coming out and saying, and this is not the first time that Sir Viv has said so. So Viv seems to have been, I don't know, Craig Brathwaite needs to check if he's Viv's son. Because from ever since, Sir Viv has had a liking, a heart. It has taken heart to Craig Brathwaite. And he has thought from the get-go, he said so long time ago, that he thinks that Craig Brathwaite is captaincy material. And so Viv coming out and saying, look, you know what? I am backing Craig Brathwaite. I don't know if Craig Brathwaite would have heard the comments where he was, but it meant a lot. And then Clive Lloyd, who also was a successful captain of the West Indies, writing to say, hey guys, we've got your back. If nobody else believes in you, we have you. And when you have somebody like Clive Lloyd, Viv Richards, two of the best. And Sir Viv even made a comment to say that the criticisms that comes from the legend should be used by the players as motivation for them to do better, for them to do well. And that in itself should be a motivator. When somebody, the likes of Sir Viv, remember Sir Viv was voted by Wisden as what? One of the best cricketers of the century.
Well, the whole world said that.
You understand? The best cricketer of the century. And when the best cricketer of the century says, hey, I have your back, I am supporting you, I believe in you, what more motivation would you need than that? Me, for instance, if somebody of the caliber of Sir Viv would say something like that to me, it would certainly make a whole lot of difference in the way that I want to perform.
Well, we saw the West Indies Test captain Jason Holder responding to some comments from Sir Andy Roberts, also on the guest and Mason Shaw. That didn't go down too well with a number of folks here in the Leeward Islands and the wider part of the Caribbean. In fact, some folks felt that Jason Holder should have left alone and just go back to his crease and start all over again. But he responded, and it really was a nice thing for him. But moving on, let's look at Rakeem Cornwall's performance.
Yes.
And this young man has seen a fight. He's continued, people have looked at him, at his own body structure, but at the same time, he's playing among 120 other cricketers. He's performing. And it's always a pressure situation. And he reminds me of what has happened maybe 40 years ago when El Camino Willett opened the door for all of these other Leeward Island players, where the players from the Leewards and the Windwards always have to be fighting, always have to be trying to prove themselves. And up until today, we still have Rakeem Cornwall trying to prove himself, whether he's a permanent fixture in the West Indies team. But he took the mantle on this trip, put up his hand, and came out as man of the match in the last test.
And the only thing that you can do as a player is when people question your ability in anything is to perform. People will question your ability. People will look at you. Listen, people have in their mind the ideal look of an athlete. When you look at somebody's body structure, they would say, look, this person looks ideal. I have been in teaching for 27 years, and I know that you cannot just judge books by their cover, because you're going to look at students, or you're going to look at somebody who looks like the perfect athlete, but they're very awkward. They are uncoordinated. They do not know how to get it done. What Rakeem Cornwall also has in his favor, that he has come out of a club, Liberta Sports Club, where Kenny Benjamin, whose first test match against South Africa was boycotted in Barbados. He played literally again to an empty stadium. I think there were a couple of Antiguans who were in Barbados and decided to go to support him. And I think that in his first match, he came out victorious against South Africa. Now, the point is that Rakeem Cornwall would know that, hey, my coach went through adversity. He was selected. Lots of people didn't feel at the time that he should have, somebody else should have been, but he rose to the challenge and stood tall. And he would have been told about that. We constantly, I WhatsApp Rakeem all the time because he's my personal friend, somebody that I've known from a child. And I WhatsApp him all the time and said to him, listen, keep up your head. Don't be frustrated by that. Somebody like me who also carries some weight. All the days of our lives, people have judged us based on how we look or our size or something of the sort. And you have to be strong. Now, what Rakeem Cornwall has done is to make his performance speak for himself. And I think that if he's given a long run, if he's given an opportunity to constantly, even to play against the better teams, eventually he's going to learn the art. He's going to do well. He's going to be an impact player. I personally would love for him to really show what we all know that he can also bat. It has not happened for him yet in Test cricket, but I don't want him to become despondent about that. I want him to continue to bowl well, know that he's picked as a bowler, do that well, and eventually the runs will come. There is going to be an opportunity one day when balls are bowled in the areas that he likes, and he's going to hit away a few and get on top of a bowling and make runs. But what he has to do is to continue to stay grounded. Do not allow the fact that he has done well, etc., to get to his head. So he does not want that to be something that gets into his head and cause him to lose focus. He has to focus on what he's doing and what he's doing well and continue to look to improve as he goes along.
Well, let me say something to you, Denmore. I don't think he has many West Indian cricketers around that has a bigger heart than Rakeem Cornwall. But we will
And I agree with you. I agree with you fully.
Because
Because listen, when you look at the type of criticisms, if you read sometimes if they put up a story with Rakeem Cornwall and the picture, if you read the comments that follow, 600 out of 700 would talk about his size, rather than talk about the fact that he has the ability to play cricket. Everybody thinks that, you know what, you have to be, tall and slender and nimble-footed and so on. And his coach, I remember Kenny Benjamin, has always said, anything left or right of him, you're gone.
But you know, he's,
Right?
he's easily one of the best flexible players, West Indian players.
Easily, and you do not underestimate him. Listen, when he feels for his club, he doesn't feel at slip. He feels at between backward point and cover, because they think that he's good even in those areas. What you do is that, again, you have to know horses for courses. So guess what you do? If Rakeem Cornwall is feeling at cover, you put Hayden Walsh next to him at extra cover. Then anything that passes him, who will run it? Hayden Walsh.
Gotcha.
You understand what I'm saying? So you have to then start to look at, and this is what you want to happen. You want people to start to look at, and even something that I've said in this tournament too, is that some of the captains have not put their best feelers or the people who can run fastest and so on in the positions that they need to be. And that too, because you have to save runs if you're going to do well as a team. You can't give away runs and then expect that you're going to do well. So a lot of things goes into cricket, and I felt that Craig Brathwaite and others showed Rakeem Cornwall on the tour of Bangladesh that they had confidence in him. You heard him say it, that the coaches put me in a good frame of mind to do well. And that is what you need. You need somebody who's going to say to you, brother, matters not what the others say, we believe in you. I got your back. And I remember just before the first test, I sent him a WhatsApp message. It was his birthday. I said, happy birthday. And I said to him, I just want you to know, we all have your back.
Finally, we coming back to the Caribbean for the Sri Lanka series. There's a situation where you still have Rust and Chase. Jamal Warrior can perform creditably well. As you said, horses for courses. We most likely will be playing in Antigua and Barbuda. Do you see Rakeem Cornwall now becoming a stabilizer in the West Indies team?
I think that there is a place for Rakeem Cornwall and Ruston Chase in the bowling lineup. I think Ruston Chase can play as a genuine batsman. I would love for him to be picked as the genuine batsman who can add some spin if you need it. I think that we need to pick Rakeem Cornwall in the Caribbean as well and give him the opportunity to play. I feel that the time has come for even in the bowling that for us to try some new people. Maybe Roach and so on have had, have gone past their best, and we need to get some other young bowlers in. But I would also caution that the young bowlers need to take wickets. And if they're not taking wickets, then I cannot fend for them. I can't bat for them if they're not taking wickets, because like Bonner said, I am picked to make runs. The bowlers should also think that I am picked to take wickets.
Well, folks, we are talking to Denmore Roberts. He's going to hold on for a little while. We are just waiting on the CEO of Cricket West Indies. I'll have to start this spell. Denmore will get himself organized.
Yes, and I'm sure that the CEO is going to come. He's still, trust me, he's a busy man. All the media are grabbing him.
But we're going to make sure that we also get the news.
We're going to make sure that we get him, that the whole Caribbean will listen. Because we've been followed today in Guyana, we know, in Jamaica. We are followed in Dominica and in Barbados and other places. And so we're hoping that those of you who are also following us on YouTube, that you will give us your thoughts. Tell us who should be the captain of the West Indies team in the upcoming series against Sri Lanka. Somebody, Basil Morgan, you remember him, the umpire
Yes.
from Montserrat. He has sent
the Right Excellency.
he has sent in his picks, and he says to me here that Pollard for My captain for the test team will be Brathwaite, and Pollard remain for white ball cricket. So thank you very much there to Basil Morgan, the umpire extraordinaire over there in Montserrat. And he would tell you that he's from Liberta too.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he has
he's got roots in Nevis too.
He has roots in Nevis, and he have friends in Liberta.
So it's all happening here. We're getting ready to start the second half
I
of
see
this
Johnny Grave
competition.
on his way up to join you, so I'm hoping that he will get here very shortly.
Well, he'll have to share the ball by ball, the spot by. He'll do some comments to me as we get some good news from him during the overs. So we just to let the folks know that the Jamaica Scorpions will need 261 to win. Brandon King and Aldane Thomas have walked out so far. Here comes Preston McQueen. He's in now to bowl to Thomas. Thomas is back and slapping that down to the boundary for 4. Loose delivery by Preston McQueen and put away by Aldane Thomas very quickly. Denmore Roberts.
Not the kind of start that the team from the Windward Islands Volcanoes would want. They have a relatively small score that they've done so far, and they would want to start well. And a short, wide delivery to start, there is no room for error in these kind of cricket. There is no even an opportunity for you to have a loosener. And there we saw McSween with that poor delivery that was put away.
4 without loss. Thomas is 4. He defends the delivery here. It can't go past Kotoy at backward point. 4 without loss. The target is 261. 261. And you're listening to the CG Insurance Super 50 competition. This is going to be an exciting game. This game could upset, as we would say, the apple cart, because if the Jamaica Scorpions win this game, then it becomes a little wide open as to the other 2 teams that will get into the competition. Remember, Ghana and Trinidad have booked their spot already into the semi-final. As we wait from the CIUN, Preston McQueen is in now to bowl to Thomas. He stands up straight to a delivery, can't score, down to backward point. And the score remains of 4 without loss. I'm joined by the CEO of Cricket West Indies, who's been a busy man for the last couple of months. Well, not the last couple of months, from since 2020. He's not had a break. And I don't want to ask him anything about golf and how his golf is doing, because that must be way off. Good afternoon, Johnny.
Good afternoon, Vernon. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. How are you?
I'm delighted to be sitting here and watching some cricket. It's absolutely brilliant that we've been able to get the CG Insurance Super 50 Cup on, and I hope everyone in the region is enjoying it on the TV and on YouTube and listening to you throughout the region.
Well, here is Thomas just staying one down to third man boundary. Coming around is Kevin Stout working nicely and picking up that one very quickly. And this Thomas goes to 5. It now brings Brandon King, who is into strike. He's not. He'll face his first delivery as we look to try and see if we can be able to get some action going here. In a little while, we'll be speaking to Johnny Grave. We've started the conversation, but just hold on for a little while as we go between overs. The target is 261. McSween is in to bowl to King, who picks up the line, and no need for him to be able to follow that one. We would know that Karan Kotoy, he had a really outstanding knock there, and in fact changed the entire game after Sonny Lambris would have won the toss for the Windward Island Volcanoes. And we look around and see in terms of Karan Kotoy scoring 64 47 balls, 5 CG maximums and 4 boundaries, and was able to get the Volcano across to 260 for 8. McSween comes in to bowl to Brandon King. King is driving down to third man, 1 bounce, down to Smith. The completion of over number 1 comes here. The latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The Jamaica Scorpions, with a target of 261, they're 6 without loss. Now, Johnny, you became CEO of Cricket West Indies. Why Cricket West Indies? Why did you come to the region? How you came to the Caribbean? You could have gone anywhere else. Why the Caribbean?
Yeah, it seems a long time ago, 2017, when I touched down here in Antigua. Yeah, and it was been working obviously in English cricket for 20 years, and the opportunity arose to come to the Caribbean and take on the challenge of being CEO of Cricket West Indies, and having worked in cricket and grown up watching those great West Indian teams, it wasn't too much of a question mark really to make the move over here with my family, and try to transform Cricket West Indies on and off the field.
How has that journey been, Johnny?
It's been great. I mean, it's an enormous challenge, as you know, but it's been certainly in the last few years we've made some real progress, despite obviously setbacks with COVID-19 in the last 10 months or so. But, sitting here now at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, which is now an asset of Cricket West Indies, We made that investment with the government of Antigua and Barbuda, and we've got such ambitious plans to redevelop this site. It's 16 acres of obviously land right by the airport. It's obviously got a fantastic cricket field that we're watching the game live now, but it's also going to have world-class practice facilities that we're going to redevelop over the next few years, as well as a whole host of commercial activities that will help to sort of keep and maintain those facilities and ensure that not just the current crop of players, but future generations can come to Antigua as the home of West Indies cricket and develop and hone their skills.
Ryan John just looking up to Brandon King there. The score is 8 without loss. The target is 261 for the Jamaica Scorpions. We're speaking to the CEO of Cricket West Indies, Johnny Grave. Let's talk about the importance and the relationship of the Antigua and Barbuda government, which has been huge to be able to make sure that we restart cricket here in the Caribbean. First with the Cricket West Indies women's camp, and then also with the Leeward Islands Hurricane campaign here. We wait for a little while, Johnny, as Ryan John moves in nicely to bowl to Brandon King. Pitch up, and King is driving straight down the ground, but he can't score. The relationship with the government of Antigua and Barbuda.
Yeah, look, I think our whole cricket first philosophy is around improving relationships with stakeholders. We've always said that we can't manage and run West Indies cricket without the help and support of our stakeholders, and the governments are clearly one of the most important ones. And from a Cricket West Indies point of view, with Antigua and Barbuda being our home, the relationship with the government here is absolutely crucial.
John comes in now to bowl to King down the onside. Umpire Carl Tuckett will turn and signal wide, and so the score goes up to 9 without loss. Now, as you said, Johnny, Antigua and Barbuda is the home of Cricket West Indies, and they have formed a partnership here to acquire Coolidge ground. Sri Lanka is coming to the Caribbean. Tell us the good news in terms of what is going to be happening for Antigua and Barbuda and the rest of the region with Sri Lanka landing here in Antigua and Barbuda.
Well, you're right. It certainly seems a long time since we last hosted international cricket with the visit of Ireland back in January of 2020. And obviously we all know and seen that the men's team have been on away tours to England, New Zealand and Bangladesh. So it's great that we've finally been able to get some international home cricket going here in the Caribbean. And we're absolutely delighted that Sri Lanka have agreed to tour and honour the commitment in the Future Tours programme to come here. And we've been able to, despite a few setbacks with Sri Lanka touring party members testing positive for COVID, they're going to come here landing next week, slightly later than we'd hoped for, but still play 3 T20s, 3 one-day internationals and 2 test matches.
John is in now to bowl to King. King is driving a little inside edge, sneaks a single down to the fielder short fine leg, and he get a single. The score goes up to 10 without loss. So we're going to have T20s, 50 overs, and 2 test matches. How are the matches going to be shared between Coolidge and Survive?
Well, that's, I think, our greatest challenge. Once we knew Sri Lanka were going to be delayed, we unfortunately had to cancel the option of going to St. Lucia for the T20s and the test matches, and then completely reshuffle the whole tour. St. Lucia government have been really understanding and supportive and recognised that in these unprecedented times you have to be very agile and adapt and change your plans.
John, bang on target to Alden Thomas, and the completion of over number 2. The latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground is 10 without loss. The Jamaica Scorpions, their target is 261. We're speaking to the CEO of Cricket West Indies. So we're talking about the venues in terms of
we're now
Coolidge and Survive.
We're now going to start the tour with T20 internationals. And we'll start the tour here at Coolidge. So we'll have 3 T20 internationals here at Coolidge Cricket Ground against the Sri Lanka men's team. We'll then move everything up to the Sir Viv Richards Stadium for the 3 one-day internationals that also form part of that ICC Super League, which is the qualification process for the next 50-over World Cup that's going to take place in India in 2023. And then we'll stay at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium for 2 test matches.
McSween comes in now to bowl to Brandon King. Brandon King is out, caught behind. The Volcanoes have struck. Brandon King playing a nothing delivery from Preston McSween. No feet movement. And the man himself, Emmanuel Stowe, took an easy catch. Jamaica have lost their first wicket, 10 for 1. The target is 261. And Brandon King walks back a little disappointed, but the Windward Island Volcanoes, they have struck very early.
Yeah, so, we're actually going to be back here for a 2-day game. So the Sri Lanka team will also play a 2-day game in advance of those 2 test matches. And as I was saying just now, the 2 test matches are part of the ICC World Test Championship. So again, really important that West Indies do well in that, and we can finish as high up in that table as we possibly can. Obviously buoyed by the 2-0 series victory over in Bangladesh, and yeah, so it's going to be brilliant to have some international cricket, and we're also going to trial a new concept where we're going to have the best 25 players in red ball cricket stay here in Antigua at the end of Super 50 and play in a best v best game here at Coolidge in a 4-day game. As much as we can, will be played under first-class conditions, and that's all part of our preparation for that Test series against Sri Lanka. So we'll have a 4-day best v best. Then some of the players will play in a 2-day warm-up game here against Sri Lanka, and then the 2 Test matches up the road at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium.
The games at Coolidge against Sri Lanka will be day-night games, Johnny?
They're going to have 3 T20s all starting at 6 o'clock, so yes, under lights.
Here is Palmer getting a wide delivery, which is called by Joel Wilson down the onside. So Paul Palmer comes in as the number 3 batsman here. The target is 261. And the Jamaica Scorpions are 11 for 1. They've just lost the wicket of Brandon King. Brilliantly caught by Jamie Merchant. A no-nothing delivery. No need for him to be able to be going at that. And they will have to maybe revisit their batting lineup. But Paul Palmer has an opportunity to be able to take them across the line. He waits for a McSween delivery. He's driving it. Can't beat Katoy. And the score remains on 11 for 1. So, Johnny, let's talk a little bit, because somebody's going to ask me about what else is going to happen for the year. The women's team tournament was expected to be played in Guyana. Is that put on hold for a while?
Yeah, I think we're having to sort of pare back maybe some of our ambitions over the amount of cricket we were looking to play, as COVID continues to cause challenges for us and everyone in and outside the Caribbean. So it's something where we're going to have to probably take one tournament at a time. So we've had the West Indies women team here in Antigua preparing under the new head coach Courtney Walsh in a high performance camp. We've now got the Super 50 happening, and we're obviously delighted, as I said earlier, about Sri Lanka coming. And so we will push back that women's regional to some point after the Easter holidays, and hopefully then have more cricket for everyone to enjoy.
The score is 15 for 1. We just had a leg by, just breezed off Paul Palmer's pad down to the boundary. Emmanuel Stewart really should have done better behind the stumps there. And just for a moment, Sonny Lambris just thought that Emmanuel Stewart could have been a little bit nippier. McQueen comes in the ball to Paul Palmer. There's a appeal for a leg before. He had a big stride out. He won't get that from Joel Wilson. Joel Wilson is and you can't ruffle Joel Wilson. When he says no, it's no. He looks to Carl Tuckett and says 2 more legal deliveries left in the over. What happens, Johnny, with the guys who are coming back from Sri Lanka? They will go straight to a bubble?
Yes, from Bangladesh. Yeah, the team are probably imminently about to land in New York, making their way back from Dhaka. They're then going to fly down tomorrow to Antigua, so they'll arrive here tomorrow and they'll go straight into the biosecure bubble, with Sri Lanka arriving next Wednesday. So yeah, it's a transition straight from one tour to the other.
Palmer is pushing this one, or trying to push this one past McSween. He can't score, and the score remains on 15 for 1. We're speaking to the CEO of Cricket West Indies, who's giving us some good news in terms of what is going to be happening for West Indies cricket. Everything is going to be happening here in Antigua and Barbuda, so you have to just make sure that you glue on to ESPN and all of the other media platforms that will be bringing the cricket live to you, including what is happening here with the CG Insurance Super 50. We break now as McSween comes in now to bowl to Palmer. Into bowl to Palmer. Palmer's whipping across the line of the ball. Missed that one completely. Over number 3 completed. The latest score here is that the Jamaica Scorpions are 15 for 1. Alden Thomas is 5. Paul Palmer is still on naught. Now, Johnny, after this, let's talk a little bit about the Future Tours program. Lots of folks, when you guys went to England, people were complaining that should the West Indies have gone, should they be able to make money? Explain the process in terms of how does Cricket West Indies make money?
We make money at the moment under the ICC Future Tours program by hosting cricket. So when you host a tour, you keep all of the revenues you generate, sponsorship, concessions, hospitality, broadcast rights, as the main revenue streams. But when you tour away, all that money is kept by the home team. So you only really generate revenue when you're playing at home. So getting these home tours on is absolutely critical to our financial well-being and survival. And it was massively important that we were able to confirm Sri Lanka, but also equally as important that we can continue to play home cricket. So we're now hopefully planning a long stretch of cricket that will take us from now all the way through to the Caribbean Premier League in late August. So we'll have South Africa coming to the Caribbean in June, followed by Australia in July, followed by Pakistan, leading into the Caribbean Premier League. So lots of cricket in the Caribbean for our men's team, and we're also looking to build the women's programme. We're still not quite sure whether their World Cup qualifiers will take place in Sri Lanka in July, but certainly we'll be looking to have some bilateral cricket both here in the Caribbean and away from home for our West Indies women's team.
John is into bowl to Palmer, who's sneaking a single. A misfield there from the field at cover allows Palmer to get off the mark. Andrew Fletcher, and the score goes up to 17-1. In the first delivery of this over just sneaked onto the leg side. Alden Thomas picking up his 6th run. The target is 261. And if you're wondering what's happening on our live ball-by-ball coverage, we're speaking to the CEO of Cricket West Indies. And let me take some time out to be able to give major credit to Travis Ferris, the head groundsman here at the Coolidge Ground, and Anthony Merrick at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for their full cooperation and support with Cricket West Indies and the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association, along with the Leeward Islands Cricket Board, with the excellent work that they've done so far. Thomas is playing at the delivery, which is sort of two-pace, almost got an inside edge onto his stump, and the score remains on 17-1. So we're talking about the tours, Johnny, and we're talking about what in terms is going to be happening. In the meantime, will there be any changes concerning the captaincy of the West Indies Test team? Is there a meeting coming up anytime soon?
No, not to my knowledge. The selection panel will have exactly what we wanted, really, which is a really difficult task in picking West Indies teams. We wanted all of our players in the region to be available to them and also playing cricket so they can pick players who we know are fitter and in form. So this tournament provides that opportunity to see all of the best regional players coming together and playing 50 over cricket. We've obviously, as I said, we've had the recent success in Bangladesh with the Test team, but it's going to be a difficult choice for the selectors to pick now, I think, all three sides. So that's the environment in which we wanted to create. We wanted to give the selectors a real headache, and I think the way that the players have played in Bangladesh in the Test series, is definitely going to make Roger Harper and his team's job even harder.
The franchise setup, is there going to be any 4-day, or we have to maybe revisit that format for 2021?
Well, we certainly hope so. I mean, we're obviously focused at the moment in our regional 50 over competition. We're going to keep the best 25 players back here to play in a best v best 4-day game, followed obviously by the 2-day warm-up game against Sri Lanka. So some of our best players will play some long-form cricket leading into that Sri Lanka Test series. And yeah, we hope that the situation, particularly around the quarantine requirements at the moment, a number of the Caribbean governments have recently imposed up to 14 days of state quarantine. And that really makes it very difficult and challenging for us to move players around the Caribbean in an efficient manner, knowing even if we can get everyone into one country to play 4-day cricket, obviously we've got a risk in terms of getting them home, and then having to put them up in state quarantine for 14 days makes it very challenging both from a financial and logistical point of view. So we're just going to reassess, I think, and take each week or so as it comes. And yeah, if we can play any 4-day cricket at regional level, as soon as it's safe to do so and as soon as it's logistically possible to do so, we'll be absolutely looking to host some 4-day cricket in the Caribbean.
Completion of over number 4, Jamaica Scorpions at 19-1. They need 242 from 46 overs. 4 overs have been bowled so far. Palmer is on 1 and waits for McSween. He comes in now, bows to him. He stands up straight and defends that delivery. Let's talk about the new deal, the new television deal with ESPN.
Yeah, we've been in the market, as you know, for a long time, since the end of 2019 when our 7-year agreement with Sony 10 Sports ended, about our media rights. And obviously COVID provided a real challenge where we had to put pause to many of those conversations. But since we returned with international cricket in England to prove sort of this biosecure bubble concept as a safe way in order to organise international cricket, we've been back in the marketplace actively talking to broadcasters. And yeah, as you say, we've got a new relationship with ESPN, which we're delighted with. It extends the relationship we currently have for the CG Insurance Super 50 Cup, and it's a long-term deal as well. So it's for the next 5 years, which is also brilliant in terms of giving us that long-term security and and sustainability which we wanted. And we followed that up as well with the announcement that we'd signed a long-term agreement with BT Sports for our UK and Ireland TV rights. And hopefully that's just a series of announcements we'll be making over the next few weeks.
And we have to give some major commitment to Sandals, who has been really a big partner.
Yeah, absolutely. Sandals have been a fantastic principal partner for us for 3 years now, and we hope that that relationship will continue for many years to come. And we've also announced new sponsorships. We've also got CG Insurance, who are a major principal partner of West Indies, supporting all of our 50 over cricket throughout the Caribbean at men's and women's and grassroots level, and also our betting partners with Betway. So hopefully, more commercial deals will be announced over the next few weeks, and those in sort of tandem with our broadcast deals will give us the financial resources that we need in order to run and operate cricket professionally throughout the Caribbean.
21 for 1, that's the latest score here in this important CG Insurance Super 50 game. The Jamaica Scorpions quietly, they lost Brandon King for 4, and the Windward Island Volcanoes trying to put a break on here. Alden Thomas is 9, Paul Palmer is 2, the target is 261. 2 singles have come off Maxwell over so far. He's into his 3rd over, 1 for 9. The target is 261. Just 2 more questions for Johnny Grave as we conduct this interview. Here's Palmer driving, can't score. The score remains on 21 for 1, 21 for 1. And this has been an impressive start here by the Windward Island Volcanoes, picking up what you would call one of the major key batsmen for the Jamaica Scorpions in Brandon King. And they would be maybe trying to feel that they can be in with a chance to try and get Ravman Powell early in with the new ball. It's over number 5 as Preston McQueen, the left armer, is going to bowl to the left-handed batsman Palmer. He's back and gets the delivery with dies in front of Emmanuel Stewart. Completion of over number 1. The latest score here, 21 for 1. Johnny, before I let you go, we're all set and we're rearing and ready to go now in terms of our promotions and moving into high gear. Are there going to be any spectators for these matches coming up?
No, I don't think so. No, I think the rest of the Super 50 and that Sri Lanka series will almost certainly take place behind closed doors. We're in a situation here in Antigua, whilst we've got relatively few cases, obviously a small population, and the government, who have thus far done a brilliant job in terms of protecting the communities and residents of Antigua and Barbuda, while still having to make that enormously difficult trade-off between keeping businesses and tourism going as much as they can. We certainly anticipate that all the matches for the CG Insurance Super 50 Cup and the entire Sri Lanka tour will be played behind closed doors as the curfew comes in place now. It's at 6 p.m. This evening and moving forward in Antigua, and hopefully we'll be in a situation where the situation will improve over the next few weeks. We know the vaccines are coming, and hopefully when it's appropriate, we'll revisit that policy with whoever the host government is at the time.
Now, finally, the relationship with CPL and CPL 2021. When is that expected to start, and how is that working out?
Yeah, we got an excellent relationship with CPL. We are looking for the tournament to take place at the end of our tour against Pakistan here in the Caribbean. So towards the end of August, CPL will run, and that will take us all the way through to the end of September, and then we will probably play a few bilateral T20s in the build-up to defending our title in India in October. And obviously, I think speak for the whole Caribbean that wants the team under the leadership of Karen Pollard to go there and retain our World T20 title, and that's certainly our intention. And therefore playing, we hope, T20 internationals against Pakistan straight into the CPL will again give our selectors the opportunity to see all the best players in the Caribbean playing good quality T20 cricket, and they'll again have a very difficult task to pick just 15 players to go through to that World Cup and defend our title.
23 for 1. John comes in now to bowl to Thomas. He stands up straight, looking to turn this. Can't score on the onside. This is over number 6 being bowled here. The target is 261. 261. Paul Palmer is on 2. Alden Thomas is on 11. And we were just speaking to Johnny Grave. Johnny will just make the announcement just to let the folks around the world know that Sri Lanka is coming to Antigua and Barbuda, and he will just give you the schedule of the dates of the matches, what are going to be happening. And then I know that Johnny has to run off and get himself organized again. Here comes the man himself, Ryan John, is in now to Thomas, down the onside, and umpire Carl Tuckett in his 24 list day game, 26 list day game. Hands come out and makes a signal. So the score goes up to 24 for 1. The target is 261. Ryan John, 1 for 53 against the Leeward Islands Hurricane, 1 for 43 against Trinidad and Tobago. And so not for 11 here in 3 overs. You'd want to be able to pick up a couple of wickets here. And first of all, you want to pick up Alden Thomas. John into Thomas. Thomas is steering this down to third man, getting an easy single. And the score goes up to 25 for 1. 25 for 1. And that's the latest score here in the CG Insurance Super 50 competition. Umpire Joel Wilson just going from west to east. And Carl Tuckett just coming back into his position. John not for 12. And like I said, John has been able to pick up 1 for 53 in his first game, 1 for 43 of 8 overs, 1 for 53 of 7 overs. Sonny Lambris, the Windward Islands captain, making the changes here. Not for 12 so far. 25 for 1. Alden Thomas is 12. He's on the non-strikers end. Paul Palmer, the left-hander, he waits now for Ryan John. John into bowl to Palmer. Palmer is coming quietly forward, can't score. And Fletcher comes around, shadows it. Goes up to the mid-on fielder. The score remains on 25 for 1. 25 for 1. And after this over, we'll just get the final announcement by Johnny Graves in terms of the dates for the matches here in Antigua and Barbuda. Sri Lanka is coming to Antigua and Barbuda. They're coming to the Caribbean. So make sure that you rally with the West Indies team for T20, ODI, and Test cricket. 25 for 1. Here comes Ryan John, right-arm fast bowler from the Windward Island Volcanoes, in now to bowl to Palmer. Palmer's driving, can't score. Hits it up the mid-off, and Stout comes around nicely. Completion of over number 6, 25 for 1. Thomas is 12, Palmer is 2. Final dates, Johnny, for the matches that will be played in Antigua and Barbuda for Sri Lanka Tour.
Yeah, so we're going to have 3 T20 internationals played at the Coolidge Cricket Ground on the 3rd of March, the 5th of March, and the 7th of March, 6 o'clock start times here in Antigua. And then 3 one-day internationals on the 10th and 12th, and they're going to be day games starting at 9:30. And then also a third ODI, which will be a day-night game on the 14th of March, starting at 1:30 in Antigua. Then the 2 test matches are going to be the 21st of March and the 29th of March, and there'll be 10 o'clock starts up at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium.
Here is Alden Thomas driving, sort of losing his shape, and the ball peeling off with the outside edge down to Kevin Stout to the third man. Score goes up to 26 for 1. Johnny, any final words?
No, just to thank you and the commentary team for all the work you're doing broadcasting this cricket round the Caribbean, and thanks to everyone at Vibes Radio, another really important strategic partnership for us, allowing fans all over the Caribbean to still watch and follow cricket. We just hope that the cricket can continue and that we continue to get good performances as we now build up and prepare for that home series against Sri Lanka.
Maxwell is in now to bowl to Palmer. Palmer is looking punching that. And we also, on behalf of the Leeward Islands Cricket Board, Johnny, I want to be able to, with the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Board, join with you by saluting the government of Antigua and Barbuda for their huge contribution in making sure that cricket is alive in the Caribbean.
Yeah, absolutely. We wouldn't be here without their support, and it's crucial that we work well with the Ministries of Health and Ministries of Sport to get the cricket back on safely, and the government here have been, from when we presented to them in Cabinet back in December, hugely supportive of the fact that we could bring cricket back to the Caribbean and bring it here. And it's obviously unprecedented to be playing this much cricket in one of our Caribbean countries, and our intention always is to take the cricket round the region. Clearly COVID's put paid to that, but hopefully with regional travel and restrictions lifting in the near future, we can get back to going around the Caribbean and taking cricket to all of the islands that can host the international sport. So thank you once again for the opportunity and for all the work you guys are doing in terms of bringing cricket around the Caribbean and throughout the world on our YouTube channel.
Don't disappear yet, because there's a young lady behind you by the name of Chanel Connell who's coming to replace you in a while. But in the meantime, Paul Palmer's just cracked one past the backward point fielder for a boundary. He's driving again down the ground, can't score. The score is 30 for 1. Have you heard Shamela? Did you get to hear?
I have been listening to her on the YouTube games from Sir Viv Richards Stadium. So and from the odd time that I've left my property to head in my car and listened on the radio. So it's it's great that that we've got the West Indies women players involved in commentary. We need them to get involved in cricket at all levels. We want to get more women and girls into the sport, and we also want to make sure that our professional players, both with the men and women, get opportunities to stay within the game once they retire. And obviously I know Shamila's got lots more cricket in her legs to play, and I'm not trying to retire her early, but for when she does eventually pack up, we want her and her teammates to know that there are avenues to continue a career in cricket.
And you're talking about career path for players. 2020, the franchise players also took part in a coaching course.
Yeah, we had over 120 women and girls involved in a coaching course delivered, obviously in COVID, online by our new coach education manager, Chris Brabazon. And it's great to see that our foundation level 1 and level 2 courses have come to fruition, and that almost COVID has forced us to move those and given us the opportunity to deliver them online. So, I think that using that online technology to continue to deliver coaching courses and to use technology to make it more efficient for us to get more people involved in the game is definitely something that there's a positive that's come out of COVID. So, hopefully not only will our West Indies women's players get opportunity to see what it's like to commentate and work in the broadcasting environment, they'll also get the opportunity to go through those coaching qualifications and pathways so that they can remain in the sport once they retire.
Well, we want to get more Ian Bishops out there. Thank you very much, Johnny. I can talk to you all night about West Indies cricket. It was indeed a pleasure for you passing through. We hope to see you sometime during the semi-final.
Absolutely, anytime.
We'll have another chat. Thank you very much, Johnny.
Thanks, Vernon.
God bless you. So here comes Ryan John as I wait for Shamila Connell to join us. He comes in now to bowl to Palmer. Palmer's driving, can't score. John getting very, very, very aggressive. I think after this over, Denmore Roberts will give me a long break where I'll be able to go and get some lunch. But I'll get some more. I have to find first, Denmore, go to Liberta to find the sugar cake for Terry Laraja because he's not going to give me a break if he doesn't get that sugar cake. Shamila, how are you? Get yourself organized. Are you there good yet? No, I'm not hearing you. I'm not hearing Shamila. So let's try and see if we can be able to get the levels going there. So we wait for a while. 31 for 1. That's the latest score here as John bongs away now. He's in now to bowl to Palmer. Down the onside, turning it down to fine leg. And the score goes up to, 32 for 1. 32 for 1. Palmer is 6. Thomas is 13. This has been good news for West Indies cricket. And when Denmore come on, Denmore and Shamila will have a further discussion in terms of what is going to be happening. Cricket, cricket, cricket. All happening here in Antigua and Barbuda. And one can't help but saluting the government of Antigua and Barbuda because they're going to be major spin-offs with everybody around the world seeing Antigua and Barbuda live and in living color. 32 for 1. John is into bowl to Aldin Thomas, just turning this onto the leg side, picking up a single. And the score goes up to 33 for 1. 33 for 1. Predictions. You think this is going to be a close game tonight, Shamila?
Very much so. They dismissed the destructive Brandon King, so they have a chance here, so.
Rovman Powell is still to come, Shamila.
Well, he have to come good tonight.
Then did you hear that? She says that Rovman Powell will have to come good tonight. So Shamila is making her own predictions in terms of what's going to be happening. Here comes Ryan John, moving away now. He's into bowl to the left-hander Paul Palmer, who leaves alone. Good take by Emmanuel Stewart. 33 for 1, 33 for 1. West Indies versus Sri Lanka. And we'll have 3 official matches right here at the Coolidge Ground. And the T20s, that is going to be exciting. Denmore Roberts will be bringing that live and in living color from the Coolidge Ground. The 3rd of March, 5th of March, 7th of March. Then the 10th, 12th, and 14th of March, there will be 3 ODIs at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 2 test matches, 21st to the 25th of March. First test at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and then the 2nd test match. We bound away. John is into bowl to Palmer. Palmer is on drive in for a single, and they get it eventually easy. Over number 8 is still being bowled. 34 for 1. Palmer is 8. Aldin Thomas is 14. At the end of my stint, you'll hear a voice from Liberta, a voice from Antigua and Barbuda. Denmore Roberts, former football referee, headmaster, sports analyst, anything that you could think about. He'll be in the hot seat here, sharing the same spotlight with Shamila Connell, and he will bring it to you. And then I'll go and get myself a blue water break and then come back and relieve Denmore maybe 30 minutes after, 35 minutes after. I'm sure Denmore would not kill me tonight for my break. 34 for 1. We're into over number 8. It's all happening here. Alden Thomas, the wicketkeeper, he'll have to bat after he would have been behind the stumps of 50 overs. He'll have to bat another 50. John is in the ball to Thomas. Comes quietly forward, can't score. And so the score at the end of over number 8. They'll let it score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in the CG Insurance Super 50 game. The target is 261. Jamaica Scorpions, they're 34 for 1. Thomas is 14. Palmer is 8. More comments from you, Shamela, and then it will be the voice of Denmore Roberts.
A very good start from the Volcanoes. As you can see, picking up the early wicket from Brandon King.
So we have the Jamaicans. They are trying to chase what we would consider to be a pass score under the circumstances. Thomas, the wicketkeeper batsman, on 14 and Palmer on 8. Brandon King already back in the pavilion. McSween starts, and this delivery is a short of a let delivery. The batsman is playing defensively, pushes it up on the onside field. The fielders for the Windward Islands team looks to be Captain Ambrose, who is there, runs across and does the fielding. There is no run. So McSween has a man down at third man. Then he has point and square cover. There is extra cover mid-off, mid-on. A man at deep mid-wicket and a man at short fine leg, as this delivery is driven beautifully through the offside by the left-handed Palmer into the extra cover boundary, 4 runs. What a beautiful shot that one was. He just leaned forward on it, hit it all along the ground into the boundary for 4.
A nice shot from Palmer, as you can see. A lovely shot down to the covers for 4.
So Palmer, and he would want to, you think that he would want to get a good knock here today for the Jamaicans?
Yeah, he was looking to get a good knock. You know, he's looking to build a partnership with Thomas.
This delivery, he's having to play defensively, as a good comeback delivery from Preston McSween brings Palmer forward, plays it into the offside field where the fielder is posted, and there is no run. So good news, you think, for West Indies cricket, that we have cricket coming back in the Caribbean. I just want to ask you how difficult it is as a cricketer to just be practicing all along and not getting in any matches. We'll hear your comments after this delivery. Here's this delivery again. Palmer is driving, but straight to the fielder at mid-off position. That looks to be the captain, Sonny Lambris, who is posted there, and there is no run. So 260 for 8 made by the Windward Islands Volcanoes, behind 60 by Andre Fletcher, 28 coming from Sonny Lambris, 45 from Kevin Stout, and it was Kevin Cotoy who had 64 right at the end. That really gave the innings some impetus. It's bringing that total up to 260 for 8. At one time it was really flagging. In the middle overs, the Jamaica Scorpions really had a stranglehold on the Windward Islands batting. But towards the end, they were able to get away. A defensive stroke once again from Palmer to a short of a length delivery from McSween. And there is no run. So Shamila Connell is alongside me, West Indies female player, female bowler. And we heard her earlier in the commentary saying that she wants to be top-notch and the go-to bowler. And I think that she has the potential to do that. Here is McSween with a short of a length delivery, just guiding this one down to the fine leg region. Was just trying to work it off of his hips, was Paul Palmer, getting it straight to the fielder who is posted at that position, and the batsman can't score. So the end of another over has come up. 38 for 1 is the total. I was asking you, Shamil, how is it that, practicing for all these months in the pandemic and not being able to play?
To be quite honest, it's quite frustrating. You practice to go out there to get the chance to actually showcase your skills. But at the end of the day, you have to continue to practice, or whatever the case is, in case you get the opportunity. Because just as a cricketer, you have to practice regardless of if you're getting the opportunity or not.
Has this helped you to work on any weak areas that you might have had in your bowling?
Yeah, I have. I have the chance to actually focus on my consistency. My run-up, I've been working on my run-up a lot too. And not only my physical part of the game, but also my mental part of the game as well. That's quite important, and that's an area I've not been focusing on very much.
Okay, and has having Courtney Walsh as your coach, has that helped? He was a great West Indian fast bowler. We'll get your comments. Obed McCoy starts his spell. Is the first delivery is a full pitch delivery high above the waist, should be called no ball, and I think it is. Was it called?
No, it is.
We were looking at the umpire, and that one was a full fast delivery outside the line of the off stump, and he thought that he might have gotten away with that one, Obed McCoy. That was really a loosener. That one seemingly slipped from his grasp. The left arm fast bowler, Obed McCoy. He has a man down at third man. He has point. He just sent the cover back on the boundary, extra cover, mid off, mid on. Straightish mid-wicket, a man at backward square as this delivery is played defensively by the right-handed Thomas, as he can't score. It was a good delivery, just on all about the line of the leg stump, and Thomas having to just come forward and play defensively down on the pitch for the bowler to field to his own bowling, and there's no run. To end the field, he has a man at forward of square next to the umpire and a man at short, fine leg. That's the field for the left-handed Obed McCoy. He's bowling left arm over the wicket. He begins to move in now, bustles up and is in, and this delivery is driven down the ground by the right-handed batsman in Thomas, and he gets his 15th run as the total goes on to 39 for 1, 39 for 1. So you would have heard the interview with Johnny Grave, the CEO of Cricket West Indies, and he gave us information that all the matches in the Sri Lanka tour will be played here in Antigua and Barbuda at the in a biosecure environment. Obed McCoy is in, outside the line of the off-stump, one that cuts back at the left-handed Paul Palmer. He just raises the bat and allows it to go into the gloves of wicket-keeper Emmanuel Stewart, and there is no run. Did you go on the tour of England with the female team?
Yes, I did.
And how was that for you, playing in a different kind of environment, in an environment where you might have not had fans in the grounds, etc.? Was it difficult? Was it more difficult? We'll get your thoughts just now. Here we watch as McCoy is in short of a let delivery. Palmer can't score, having to play defensively, just standing on the back foot and playing it defensively into the offside field, and there was no run.
No, it wasn't that different from where we're actually playing international games, because as female cricketers, we don't get that much. So spectators in the stands, but in England, there's quite a few spectators, but we didn't get the chance to have that because of the pandemic and protocols and stuff like that.
Okay, so we watch. As you're listening, if you're wondering who that lovely voice that's beside me, it's Shamila Connell. Here is this delivery, it's ball him! Playing all over that one was Palmer. The ball pitched right up to him by Obed McCoy. Was looking to drive it down the ground, missed it completely. The ball crashed into the middle stump. Jamaica losing their second wicket. It's now 39 for 2. And clean bowled was Paul Palmer.
A very good delivery from Obed McCoy, as you can see. He was necking the batsman tentative to play. And as you can see, Palmer just played around that.
He had pushed him back with some deliveries, having him on the back foot, looking to get into a defensive mind, almost as if you were setting him up, because he gave him some short of a length delivery. Palmer was back on his back foot, looking to play, and then he pitched one right up to him, and his eyes lit up, but he missed it completely, and the ball crashed into his stumps, and he's gone 39 for 2, and Obed McCoy would be happy with the fact that he would have been able to get his first wicket so early in his spell.
First game for McCoy and first wicket.
First wicket, and he would be really happy about that. His celebration would tell you that he was very happy about that. So Thomas is joined by McCarthy, and McCarthy 65 innings, 2,244 runs. He's averaging 36.19 with 11 50s and 300s, and he would really need to bring out one of his big innings today to get the Jamaica Scorpion team back into this game. The target is 261 after 260 for 8 was made by the Windward Islands Volcano. Andre Fletcher got 60, Maloney 3, Ambrose 28, Kevin Stout 45, 19 to Emmanuel Stewart, 64 to Kevin Cotoy. Cato got 23, Ryan John 2-3 for Preston McSween, and Larry Edwards was left not out without scoring. And wickets for Royal, 1 for Odin Smith, 3 for Rovman Powell, and 2 for Fabian Allen. The first delivery is played away as Larry Edwards' first delivery was driven, but he can't score. Larry Edwards, spin bowler, left arm around the wicket, and this delivery is the batsman again looking to force it away. Is the batsman in Thomas. He's on 15, 39 for 2, and the Windward Islands at this stage they were 52 for 1. So the Jamaica Scorpions are behind in terms of the comparison. Here is this delivery. The edge found, caught behind. The ball pitched and turned away, pushed at it. The edge found, smart catch taken behind the wicket by the wicket-keeper in Stewart. That's the end of Thomas. Jamaica Scorpions in trouble. They're now 39 for 3. Beautiful delivery by Larry Edwards.
Very beautiful delivery from Larry, as you can see. The Jamaica Scorpions seem to be under some pressure here.
They're seemingly under some pressure because they've lost the top 3 of their batting so far, and we just look at it, and that one beautiful delivery, just pitching on about middle stump and turning towards the offside. He really genuinely played at it. It was a good delivery by Larry Edwards. Really got the edge there of Thomas's bat, and a good wicket for the Windward Islands Volcano. It brings in Rovman Powell, the captain of the Jamaica team. He's probably in earlier than he thought. He might have had his foot up and think, you know what, I might be able to get a little break, but he has to come in early. How is he going to approach this innings?
I believe he'd be looking to build a partnership here. Rotate the straight. You know, things are still quite early, so all he would be looking to do is just pick up the 1 and 2 and they find the gaps.
He has a best of 106. He has 15 50s and 300s in his List A career. 2,397 runs to his name, with an average of 32.84 of 83 matches. He's had experience playing at this level, and he's coming at a stage when his team is in trouble, and he's the captain. So the David Rudder song would come into your mind, captain, the ship is sinking, and he's definitely going to need to play a captain's knock. As we just look at that one again, a beautiful delivery. Angled in with the left hand from Larry Edwards, and then turning towards off, deceiving the batsman fully. Here is Powell getting his first run as he just turned one into the short square leg region. The fielder there, or is it the bowler, two fielders collided. They're just limping away is the fielder after that collision. I'm just trying to pick up who that fielder is, and it is Stout who's come off injured there on that occasion. He's just trying to walk it off as both fielders collided as the batsman went through for run number 40. 40 for 3 in over number 11, being bowled by Larry Edwards, left arm spinner. He's round the wicket now, and this delivery is driven. Larry Edwards tumbles to his left and knocks it down, and there is no run. So Larry Edwards faces Larry Edward. He's in, and this delivery is played up on the onside. They're going to get a quick single, as the ball went past the fielder who is in that short mid-wicket position, and the batsmen were able to get a single out to the mid-on region. The end of over number 11 has come up. Powell is on 1, McCarthy on 1. Jamaica Scorpions needing a partnership. They are 41 for 3. How should they approach it, Shamila Connell?
Well, things are still quite early. As I said earlier, just look to rotate the straight and build a partnership. No need to take any more risks here at this stage.
So you think that probably for the next 10 overs or so, they should just look to rotate the strike and maybe look for when the bad deliveries come for the boundaries, but don't really look to push the issue?
No, not yet. I won't think that they should push it right now, because I just said they're deep in there in batting already, so just look to build a partnership.
Certainly, and there is no threat of rain or anything around the ground. We had very bright sunshine today, and the skies are still, even though they're a little bit gray as we get into the evening session, it's still very good conditions for cricket. So it's still an opportunity for the Jamaicans, and this gives Roughman Powell an opportunity to have a long bat at the crease if he takes the opportunity. Obed McCoy starts his next over. Good delivery outside the line of the off stump. The batsman just reaching across McCarthy and raising the bat, allowing it to go into the gloves of Stewart behind the stumps, and there is no run. So there is a man down at a wide third man. We see the captain now looking as if he wants to put in a slip. So good thinking on the part of Sonny Lambris. We'll see where he is going, looking as if he's going somewhere in the region of just about first slip or between first and second slip, just to give Obed McCoy that little bit of support. How do you feel like a bowler like this? You're bowling well and the captain would put in somebody at slip to help you out. Here is McCoy in, and this delivery is touching down with pace outside the line of the off stump. The batsman pushed at it again, and probably I'll give him the benefit of the doubt in the end, just pulling the bat away at that last moment, allowing it to go through to the wicket keeper. But good stuff from Obed McCoy, that one hitting the seam and really carrying through to the wicket keeper. Would that slip have given him that impetus that he needed?
Well, from the first over, the line and length that he was bowling and the pace that he was getting, I believe that he should have had it in from the first over.
Interesting. But the slip is in now. He goes down now as McCoy is in, and this delivery is driven through the offside pleasantly. It's going to get a run out to deep cover. The fielder coming in off the boundary has the throw back to the wicket keeper's end. That is John, who is out on that boundary, and the batsmen were able to come through for a run. So 42 for 3 in over number 12. 42 for 3 in over number 12 as Obed McCoy. 19 matches, 18 wickets with an average of 32.22 at an economy rate of 6.03, and his best 2 for 28. And he would certainly want to better that today. He has 1 wicket already. Here is he going in, left arm over the wicket. He's in, and this delivery, the batsman was thinking of cutting hard and then just taking the pace off the bat, just slowing the arm up as he cut this one down to deep cover, who is on the boundary, and they're able to come through for a run. So Powell starting very circumspect, just trying to get his eye in. He's on 2. McCarthy's also on 2. 43 for 3. Remember, the target is 261, and Jamaica would really not want to throw this one away, would not want to lose this one. This delivery is driven back past the bowler. Beautiful. It's going to run close to the mid-on boundary, and it gets there now. 4 runs. That was a pleasant stroke. He just caressed it back past the left hand of Obed McCoy between the field at mid-off and mid-on, and it raced into the boundary for 4.
Very good shot from Andre McCarthy. Over pitch delivery from Obed McCoy, and given the punishment.
Certainly given the punishment, because it was there. The ball was pushed down the ground, and chasing for all he was worth was stout. He couldn't get anywhere close to that one, and the ball raced into the boundary for 4. McCoy is in. The slip is still in as he goes in now. Past the umpire and bowls, a short over length delivery. The ball is played away into the offside field. Thought about the single, but sent back very quickly was Roughman Powell, as the fielder there in Cato was quickly in and stopping the possibility of a run. The end of the over has come up. At the end of it, over number 12, the Jamaica Scorpions, they are 47 for 3. Powell on 2, and McCarthy is also on 2.
Got over for the Scorpions. You can see they rotated the strike and just waited till the bad ball come.
And so they need to continue to do that for a number of overs. We've only had some 12 overs bowled, as Edward is going to continue. Here is this delivery flighted. The batsman is coming forward. Is looking to nudge it into the offside field. Was turning the face of the bat. The ball taking the leading edge and going out to short extra cover. No run. Larry Edwards. Edward, left arm around the wicket. Here is he, out, caught at straightish mid-wicket. Powell was looking to flick this one away, drove it to the left of the diving fielder at that straight mid-wicket position. Looks to be Roland Cato. Powell has to go, and that's the end of the Jamaica captain for 2. Caught off the bowling of Larry Edwards. It's now 47 for 4, and again, a poor stroke by Powell.
Very soft dismissal from Paul. As you can see, he tried to turn the ball into the leg side rather than just let to push it on the ground, pick at the same one.
Same one that you were talking about, just pushing it to try and get the one. He was looking to play it on the onside and hitting it to the left of Cato, who was tumbling away to his left and took a smart catch. And that's the end of Powell, and Jamaica Scorpion in some trouble. That they are the 47 for 4, and Glenn has come in to join McCarthy.
Very good bowling from Edwards. Into his second over, I'm already picking up his second wicket.
So Javel Glenn has come in to join Andre McCarthy, and you tend to think that the Jamaica top order, they're beginning to head towards the tail enders for the Jamaica team, and so this partnership might have to prove to be a key partnership between Glenn and McCarthy. We understand that Glenn is one of those batsmen that can really hit the ball hard and hit it long and hard, but he's going to need to play a responsible innings at this time. So we watch as Larry Edward is at the far end. He's going to come over the wicket to the left-handed Glenn, and Glenn is hitting this one, punching it out to the offside field, down to deep cover. The fielder is there on the boundary as they throw back to the wicket-keeper's end, and the batsmen were able to come through for Glenn's first run. So Larry Edward looking very happy there with his performance so far. So his left arm around to the right-handed McCarthy and over to Glenn. Here is he around the wicket, a floated delivery. The batsman is driving in McCarthy straight to the extra cover fielder in Andre Fletcher, and there is no run. Fletcher stands at short extra cover again, and this time McCarthy is sweeping and gets it past the fielder at short, fine leg, and into the boundary for 4. Was the first poor delivery we've seen from Edward. It was angled into the batsman and just reaching for it, McCarthy, and sweeping it and getting it past the fielder, who is in that short fine leg position, and was able to pick up 4 runs. So McCarthy would be happy. Here is Edward again, and this time he's backing away and hitting it out to McCoy, who is down on that deep extra cover boundary, and the batsmen were able to come through for a run. 53 for 4 for the Windward Islands at the end of that over. Glenn is on 1 and McCarthy is on 11. How should they build the partnership, Shamila?
Well, Glenn, he will have to take the responsibility here to actually stay there and rotate the strike, as I was saying. You know he's very aggressive, but he have to take, this is a different role for him today. He have to actually stay there. He's in very early and no need to take any risk.
So he will have to make sure that he is there in the supportive role to Andre McCarthy.
Okay.
Andre McCarthy being the senior batsman, you would think. What would you think would be the conversation between them as we see McCoy getting ready to start a new over? 1 for 7 so far off of his 2 overs. Here is McCoy in. This delivery is again driven by the batsman in. McCarthy gets past that mid-on position, but he does well and effects the slide, and the batsmen were able to only get 2 runs on this occasion. And again, we saw Stout chasing back at that one and was able to pick up 2 runs. So 2 more to McCarthy. He goes on to 13, and the total on to 55 for 4. So 55 for 4 as we watch as McCarthy faces up now. Obed McCoy is in. Left arm over, short of a length delivery, and he's turning this one backward of square, gets 1. And that's all he will have, as the fielder chasing back was very quick and the Jamaica dressing room. And when we look there, who is that? Is that
O'Shane.
O'Shane Thomas? O'Shane Thomas is the least bit concerned about what is happening. He must have stayed up too long last night. Sleep is hanging him, as we would say in the Caribbean. He's barely keeping his eyes open. And no doubt he needs to keep alert because his team needs all the support they can get. Obed McCoy, here is he going in left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Glenn. And Glenn is edging. And it's falling short of the wicket keeper, Emmanuel Stewart, and going down to the boundary for 4. But it took the genuine edge and it bounced before it got to the wicket keeper. And again, Stewart not really bathing himself in any glory there. He thought that he might have done a lot better. He got both gloves across, but just didn't gather it, and the ball beat him and went down to the third-man boundary for a 4 to Glenn. Fortuitous boundary, but he wouldn't mind. Glenn has had 11 innings, scored 133 runs, has an average of 17. So he so far he's really not lit the world on fire. Here is he facing up now, and he's flashing at one and missing outside the line of the off-stump. Poor stroke by Glenn.
Very poor shot from Glenn, as you can see. He needs to stay there with McCarthy.
Needs to stay there with McCarthy and make sure that he builds a partnership. So far, the Jamaicans, they have lost Thomas, King, Palmer, and Powell. And they would definitely need McCarthy and Glenn to build the partnership. 60 for 4. The target is 261. Here is McCoy in, and this time good delivery is played well by Glenn, just getting on the back foot and steering it out into the point region where Kotoy is posted, and there is no run. So still an opportunity for Javel Glenn. And in his CPL career, he's had 13 matches in bowling and taken 7 wickets. He's known on the T20 circuit. Here is he facing up now to Obed McCoy, and he's playing this one on the back foot, just steering it down into the gully region, more into the point region, where Kotoy is tumbling and takes and stops the ball effectively to end the over, the end of over number 14. Glenn is on 5, McCarthy on 14. The Jamaica Scorpions, they're 60 for 4. That's the latest here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
Another good over from McCoy, just besides the boundary ball. He's hitting his lines consistently. You know, he's bringing the batsman forward, and that's what he have to do. If he's looking to take some wickets, he have a slip.
He has a slip in, and so he's going to, and there is also a slip in now for Larry Edward. And this has come because the Jamaica Scorpions, they have lost wickets, so it gives Captain Ambrose the opportunity to be a little bit more aggressive. Here is a good delivery to start by Larry Edward. New over. So far, he's in his 3rd over. 2 wickets for 8 runs off of his 2.1 overs so far. This delivery, again, brings McCarthy quietly forward and just playing it down onto the onside, and there's no one. You tend to think that McCarthy is not going to try anything against Larry Edward. He's going to look to probably just see him off. Here is this delivery. One that is floated up and played away easily by McCarthy into the offside field. Gets a single. And one more to the total. McSween is the fielder that fielded it out on the deep. And one more to McCarthy. 61 for 4. Here is Edward into Glenn, and Glenn gets a quicker delivery that he stands tall and plays it down into the slip region where the captain is posted in Sonny Lambris, and there is no run. Edward, just a step, and then he's in. And here is he pushing at one outside the line of the off-stump and caught behind. So the slide continues for the Jamaica Scorpions. Edward putting one up, giving it flight outside the line of the off-stump, pushing at it was Glenn. The edge found, catch taken by Stewart behind the stumps, and Jamaica, they are in further trouble. They are 61. Correction, they are 61 for 5.
Not a good delivery from Edwards. A very good captaincy from Sunil Ambrose. as you can see, he's still attacking, and that's what you have to do at this stage if you're looking to pick up wickets.
He had put Glenn on the pressure by keeping that slip in. You would think that Glenn had that in his mind, that the slip was still there. I was on the pressure, and he just couldn't deal with the pressure.
Pressure burst pipes.
Fabian Allen has come out to join McCarthy, and so Fabian Allen will have to do a lot of work for the Jamaica Scorpions tonight. Right now, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they're on top. You have the Jamaica Scorpions in trouble at 61 for 5, chasing 261. So still 200 runs to get for the Jamaica Scorpions, but they only have 5 wickets left. How will they approach this run chase? What will they have to do, Shamila?
They have to build, but you've seen a lot of games so far, and this tournament has been switched. A lot of teams were 5 wickets down, and they changed it.
You tend to think that he's going to have to better his 62, Fabian Allen. Here is he getting a delivery outside the line of the off stump, and this one had him in trouble. Edwards stands there as he was pushing at this one tentatively. The ball coming off the inner portion of the bat, going into the onside to end the over. The end of over number 15, 61 for 5 is the total for the Jamaica Scorpions. That's the latest here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
A very good over from Larry Edwards, and very successful one, as you can see. The pressure is building on the Scorpions.
Pressure definitely building on the Scorpions. In the middle, when you meet in the middle, what do you say to the other batsman? What would McCarthy be saying now to Fabian Allen?
Well, I guess, since he's the senior batter there, he'll be telling Allen that you have to stay here. We have to look to rotate the strike and take things as deep as possible.
Do you think the players listen when you speak to each other? Do they listen? I wonder sometimes. Here we watch as this delivery outside the line of the off stump from Obed McCoy's new over is allowed to go through to the wicketkeeper Stewart behind the stumps, and there was no run. So Andre Fletcher, if you're just joining us, made 60. Maloney got 328 from Sonny Lambris. Stout got 45, 19 from Emmanuel Stewart, 64 from Kotoy. I think the innings that really changed the way that the Windward Islands score has looked. Here is this delivery. There's a run-out chance, and you thought that he might have been in trouble had that been a direct hit from Kotoy. Kotoy got there, threw at the stumps, and you can look at him and see how disappointed he is, because had that hit, we're just going to have a look at it again on the screen, and he would have been in serious trouble. Yep, had that one hit, he would have been out of his crease by some distance, but didn't hit. So Allen and McCarthy survives. Allen survives, and it's going to be an opportunity. Correction, it's McCarthy that was going to the danger end. Is it? Or is it Allen? Allen. And so McCoy is in, left arm over the wicket, and he's flashing at one outside the line of the off stump, looking to cut it away. Doesn't make contact into the gloves of the wicket keeper. Not the type of shot that the Jamaica camp would want to see at this stage of the innings. You're in trouble. 62 for 5. That's a loose shot.
Very loose shot indeed. A very poor run in the previous ball. There's no need to take those chances.
So the Windward Islands, in comparison, was 73 for 1 at this stage. Here is McCoy. He's in, and this delivery is driven up on the onside. Good-looking shot, but good stop by Stout at that mid-on position. Again, he's just seemingly hurt himself as he was tumbling away to his right. He's holding his right shoulder. He might just want the physio to come and have a look, but Stout looks to be a tough old cookie, as we've seen him limp with his boot and now with his shoulder, but he's still battling on for the Windward Islands. But he's in some trouble, and I would tell, as a professional sportsman, I would suggest to him that he might need to just get some treatment, get someone else to come on, one of the younger players that's probably off the field if he's injured. Here is McCoy in, and this delivery again, the batsman is driving outside the line of the off stump. McCarthy, and the ball just going past the out. That beautiful delivery. You bowl those kind, Shamila?
Yeah, to the left-handers. Not much to the right.
Not much to the right, but to the left-handers, those are your stuck ball.
Yeah.
Oh, good. And you could just see Shamila here smiling when she saw that delivery from McCoy, just going away from the left hand and pulling him out and having to play. She was looking very pleased with that delivery. Here is McCoy, big, strong young man, bustles in, and this delivery comes off the edge, steered away down to the third man region. The third man is pretty wide, having to move around to his left to do the fielding, and the batsmen were able to come through for a single. 64 for 5 is the total so far. As we look inside the Windward Islands camp, we see the Windward Islands coach there. As the last few overs, 26 runs come in, and with 4 wickets. So the Jamaica Scorpions not really having the best of time with the bat. The end of the over had come up. At the end of it, 64 for 5. We see Stout going off to get some treatment.
Very rightful so. And you don't want to get that any worse.
Here we watch as Edward starts a new over. This ball is coming off the edge and going past the slip and coming down to the third man. Kotoy gives chase and flies the boot and flicks it. He wouldn't be making the Windward Islands football team anytime soon with that flick. Or any football team, for instance, he had to jump over the barrier. Hope that he didn't hurt himself. But it was a spirited effort by him coming down to the third man region. But the ball beat him into the boundary, and they pick up run number 68. It's 68 for 5.
Very good effort from Kotoy, but I think he could have done a lot better there with that.
Should have really stopped it. He got there, and after you do all that hard work, and with the boot, you want to stop it. So to really back up the effort that you would have put in with the sprinting. Larry Edward is in, and this delivery is struck away in the air out to the wide long on position, bounces before it gets to the fielder, who is deep, and the batsmen were able to come through for a run. So 69 for 5, 69 for 5 as we watch, as Allen faces, as here is Larry Edward from the northern end. This is a short, flat delivery. He's pulling this one over the mid-wicket region, 6 runs. So it was pulled down by Larry Edwards, a poor delivery, and given the treatment, and even under the circumstances, Allen was not going to miss out on that short, poor delivery.
Very good shot from McCarthy. As you can see, the first ball, Larry Edwards pulled down. Very bad delivery from him.
Very bad delivery from him, and Larry Edwards pulling that one down, and batsman in Allen just smashing that one over the mid-wicket region. Larry Ed with a better delivery, one that is flighted, fuller to the batsman, just coming forward and playing it quietly into the onside field, and there is no run. So Allen faces, as here is he getting a good delivery, steers it out into the offside field. Again, brings Kotoy into play, and Kotoy rushing in, picking that one up, and there is no run. So 75 for 5. Here is Larry Edward. This is a quicker delivery, just flicking the left arm, and that one coming quickly, angled into the right-handed Allen, and the batsman just played it defensively into the offside field, and there is no run. 75 for 5 at the end of over number 17. We're going to have drinks. Allen is on 7. McCarthy is on 22. Let me just give you the scorecard so far for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They made 260 for 8. Andre Fletcher, he was caught green off Allen for 60. Desmond Maloney was bowled by Royal for 3. Sonny Lambris was caught green of Allen for 28. Kevin Stout was bowled by Powell for 45. Emmanuel Stewart was run out for 19. Karen Kotoy, he was caught Thomas of Powell for 64. Roland Cato was caught King of Smith for 23. Ryan John was caught Royal of Powell for 2. And Preston McSween was not out on 3, with Larry Edwards not out on 0. Javon Royal had 10 overs, 1 maiden, 44 runs, 1 wicket. Devil Green, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 51 runs, no wickets. Odean Smith, 7 overs, no maidens, 49 runs, 1 wicket. Fabian Allen, 10 overs, no maidens, 35 runs, 2 wickets. And Rovman Powell, 9 overs, no maidens, 47 runs, 3 wickets. And Jamie Merchant bowling 6 overs, no maiden, 22 runs, no wicket. I will leave you with the score of 75 for 5 and leave the discussion to Terry Laraji and, of course, Vernon Springer.
Yeah, just making sure that then ain't nothing.
Just having technical difficulties here as Vernon Springer joins me. But the score here at Coolidge in the CG Insurance Super 50 Cup, 75 for 5, chasing 261 for victory are the Jamaica Scorpions in a must-win game for them. Played 2, lost 2 previously to this match, so this is a big match for them, and they're in trouble. As we've got 3 overs left of the second power play. Allen is on 7, McCarthy is on 22. The players are just taking a drinks break as we're just sorting out our technical deficiencies here. But looks like Obed McCoy, who's in this team today for the first time for this CG Insurance Super 50 Cup competition 2021. So tall left arm paceman for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and of course on the verge of the West Indies team. He's played some T20 internationals. And he'll be coming in now to Andre McCarthy from this commentary box in.
So 75 for 5. McCoy comes in now to bowl to McCarthy, tucks him up with a good length delivery. They've lost 5 important wickets here, Terry.
They've lost 5 very important wickets, and very quickly. Vernon, without troubling the score is too much. 75 for 5. They're certainly behind the 8 ball well and truly, chasing a target of 261. Of course, they've got plenty of overs, just a tick under 33 overs remaining, but only the 5 wickets left in the shed.
Here's McCarthy back and punching that out to the sweeper. And you get an easy run. The score goes up to 76 for 5. 76 for 5. The Jamaica Scorpions have lost. Alden Thomas caught Emmanuel Stroke Bull, Larry Edwards for 15. Brandon King caught Emmanuel Stroke Bull, Maxwell for 4. Paul Palmer, Bull McCoy for 12. Ravman Powell caught Roland Caters with break. Here comes the man himself, McCoy, is driving beautifully through cover, but there's protection out there, so they only get 1 run. So the score goes up to 77 for 5. 77 for 5. Ravman Powell caught Cater, Bull Edwards for 2. And Javier Glenn caught Emmanuel Stewart, Bull Larry Edwards for 5. They lost wickets at 10 for 1, 39 for 2, 39 for 3, 47 for 4, and 61 for 5. McCoy now to bowl to thing. And he's trying to turn that one. McCarthy leaning edge. It held up in the air onto the offside. Fletcher was trying to see if he could be able to get to it, and no luck at all there, my brother.
No luck at all for Obed McCoy. But a good delivery. McCarthy needs to watch that. He needs to play straight. The left-hander, his natural angle will take it away from him outside the off stump.
77 for 5. Here's Andrew McCarthy driving up the mid-off, can't score. Jordan, who's come on for Kevin Stout, and has been able to just close that one down, so he can't score. Jordan not playing today. Don't know if he's been rested. Larry Edwards. Looking back at the television there, they're practicing all these dances. It's just amazing. McCoy is in now to bowl to McCarthy. McCarthy's back and just whipping this beautifully down to the boundary and for forward.
That was unlucky.
The fielder coming around there from fine leg couldn't get across and gave away, as he would say. He got there, but he just needed to be able to just cut that one off. So the end of over number 18 81 for 5, 81 for 5. McCarthy's 27, Allen with just a flick on the corner there, picking up a second bound. His first boundary is gone to 8.
Yes, much needed boundary there. Struck by McCarthy off that last ball from Obed McCoy, but a good over from McCoy. I had the batsman in trouble. McCarthy trying to hit across the line, and the natural angle of McCoy taking it away from him.
Larry Edwards is into his fourth over, 9 for 20, bowling a wide delivery to Allen. I would like to see him, and I was explaining to you off air, Terry, bowl Fabian Allen outside the off stump and get him to drive to cover, because he's bowling to a 6-3 field. He's a left-arm spinner, and you just got to be able to get him there. That's the line that I want to see him bowling, because Allen doesn't drive the ball on the offside very well. He's looking to tuck the ball into the leg side. So once you bowl him that line, force him to cover drive the ball.
Yes, you're quite right, Vernon. Is definitely more of an onside player, is Fabian Allen, so Edward should have that in mind and bowl to his field.
That delivery from Larry Edwards, the smart little cricketer. Larry Edwards, Fabian Allen will know that he has to use his temperament has to be a lot better today. It's got to be tested here by the left armer. He's also a left arm bowler, so he would also know that. Edwards is into bowl to Fabian Allen.
Could
He's
be
hitting
out.
this in the air. I think he'll get away with that.
Oh.
I think he will certainly get away with that. His head went up into the air. It was just above his eye line, and he had a go at it. And everybody was looking.
Yes, not a good shot there by Fabian Allen, and basically went straight up, and luckily for him it's dropped between 3 fielders out in the deep on the onside, and as Vernon said, he got away with it, but that's what pressure does.
Comes quietly forward, can't score again, and so that more and more pressure mounting there. 84 for 5, 84 for 5. McCarthy's 27, Allen is 10. Here comes Larry Edwards as he moves in nicely to bowl to Allen. Allen stands up straight, can't score. First slip in Sonny Lambris comes around. He's looking to stay that down to third man. 3 for his bowled so far. He's been impressive. He's picked up 3 wickets, 3 for 23. He's into his 5th over. Oh, that one spun across him. That was well played, well left too. Good cricket so far. So the end of over number 19. They're 84 for 5. McCarthy is 27. Allen is 10.
Yes, Allen did well to leave that alone there at the last delivery of that over. Another good delivery and another good over completed by Larry Edward, who's taken 3 for 23 off his 5 overs so far, and that last over just going for 3 runs. So the pressure really on the Jamaica Scorpions, chasing 261. 19 overs completed now and 84 for 5. So they're well and truly behind the mark. But McCarthy on 27. Of course, he will be looking for runs as we look at the worm comparison. And they're about neck and neck at this stage. But of course, Windwards during those middle overs couldn't get it away. But 177 runs needed now of 31 overs. So the pressure right on the Jamaica Scorpions here.
Maxwell switch now to the media center and he starts with a wide. Carl Tuckett will signal this. Before this spell, he would have been 1 for 18, no maidens. 5 overs, no maiden. 1 for 18. And he starts with a wide in his 6th over. The score goes up to 85 for 5.
And of course, a big opportunity for Andre McCarthy. He's 27 off 26. He'll be looking for runs in this competition after not having a good go of it at all for West Indies in Bangladesh.
Here is
Good shot.
McCarthy undriving. Past Sonny Lambris, down to the boundary for 4. Good balance, real good balance. And he stroked that beautifully down the ground. Half volley, and half volleys have to be put away. McCarthy goes to 31. Allen is 10.
Yes, half volley, as you said, just straying into the pads of McCarthy, but beautifully played straight down the ground. And no chance there for Captain Ambrose fielding at mid-on. But McCarthy has got scores of 40 and 48 prior to this, and he's 31 at the moment.
Another wide again. There, the keeper Emmanuel Stewart, glove work there. He's got to be as tight as possible. I just find that he's a little bit way back. Terry, he could step up a little bit more because the ball is dying from that end, which is the CIU end. And the ball more or less just bouncing in front of him there. Should have done a lot better.
Yes, he could take a couple of paces forward. McSween is not express, but he's quick enough. But as you say, the ball is dying up at that northern end.
90 for 5. 90 for 5. Allen, who is 10, he comes in to strike. McCarthy's 31. They picked up a leg by in that over. McSween into his 6th over. He comes in now to bowl to Allen himself. Bang on target. He can't score. He got to bowl Allen as straight as possible. I'd like to see him just bowl in one more or less outside the off stump, forcing Allen to stride out and stroke the ball.
Yeah, that was a much better delivery, though, by Preston McSween. He would have had a wide and a 4-ball, boundary ball, and a leg by, all drifting down the leg side. That one right where he wanted, just on or outside off stump.
Here comes McSween into bowl to Allen. Allen is playing around that delivery there, but he can't score. Plays it up to the short mid-wicket fielder who lobs it to Andrew Fletcher. The score is 90 for 5. That's the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. CG Insurance Super 50 action taking place. It's the Jamaica Scorpions. Their target is 261, Terry. Will they get there? That is a big question that is going to be asked for a very long time. 90 for 5. Allen is 10. Waits for McSween. He's in now to bowl to him. He stands up straight. Can't score. McCoy dive in, but he can't stop that, and they will pick up a couple of runs right there. A little hesitation, but the third man coming around, and they get their second run quite easily. 92 for 5. 92 for 5. Allen is 12. McCarthy is 31.
Yes, that was much better running between Allen and McCarthy. Comfortable 2 there. As they look to try and resurrect this innings as they push for 261 for victory. Going to be a tough ask, but they're fighting it out with this little partnership just starting to take off. They put on 31 so far.
92 for 5, still stays at 92 for 5 with his McSween delivery to Allen. The completion of over number 20. And the Jamaica Scorpions, they are 92 for 5. McCarthy is 31, Allen is 12. The target is 261, Terry.
Yes, and good over by McSween. He came back well. First couple of deliveries were rather loose by him, and McCarthy took the opportunity to straight drive him down the ground, but he hit back well, and the pressure is still on the Jamaica Scorpions. They need both of these batsmen to continue on. As I say, they've put on 32 now for the 6th wicket, and with 30 overs to go, they're still a long way behind the target of 261 on 92 for 5. So let's see. But Larry Edward is bowling very well as he's about to start his 6th over. He's already got the figures of 3 for 23.
He comes in now to bowl to McCarthy. Flighted delivery. And he's looking to sneak a single around there. McSween at a short fine leg came in very quickly. Just to give you a very quick idea in terms of what would have happened before. Just hold for a little while and just get my phone refreshed very quickly. 92 for 5. 92 for 5. It's all happening here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Andrew McCarthy, he's on 31. He's on 31. Waits for Larry Edwards, who comes in now to bowl to McCarthy. McCarthy's sweeping. There's a peel for leg before. Wilson says not out. And McCarthy got down there and tried to sweep them. Sort of hit him, but I think he would have been hit outside the line of the off stump. Wilson not in very early. Edwards from the CIU Investment Unit's end. He comes in now to bowl to McCarthy. McCarthy's driving. And Edwards, lovely work. Beautiful piece of fielding. That's what I want to see from the spinners.
Yep.
You know, not waiting for the mid-on fielder doing. Let's look back at that one there. Yes, that would have been going over, Terry.
Yeah.
Larry Edwards comes in now to bowl to McCarthy. McCarthy's driving beautifully. Why is Fletcher so close? He just needs to give himself some room and be able to field the ball. No need for him to be coming into that position there. If he's a cover, just give yourself some room and so you can be able to see the ball. 93 for 5. McCarthy goes to 32. Allen comes in to strike his 12. Just like to see Larry Edwards bowl Fabian Allen more or less outside the line of the off stump. Comes quietly forward. Again, he can't score. And so the Score remains on 93 for 5 at the completion of over number 21.
Yes, and another tight over there by Larry Edward is just what the Volcanoes will be looking for as they tighten the screws on the Jamaica Scorpions. Just the one run off the over. McCarthy on 32 off 33. He's looking to set the pace of this partnership, which is 32 he's added. 168 to win from 29 overs with 5 wickets in hand is a tall order. McCarthy and Allen are seeing what they can do about it.
A backswing delivery is steered down to third man by Andrew McCarthy. The target is 261. And he comes into bowl his 7th over. So Jamaica, they would lost some real important wickets. Just to give you an idea, in case you just tuned in and you're wondering what's happening at the Coolidge Cricket Ground between the Windward Island Volcanoes and Jamaica Scorpions. Alden Thomas, Scott Emmanuel Stewart bowl, Larry Edwards for 15, Brandon King, Scott Emmanuel Stewart bowl, Preston McSween for 4. Is in now to bowl to Allen down the onside, another wide again. They have to be disciplined. Really have to be disciplined. He has to get his radar right. Paul Palmer, bowl Obed McCall, his first wicket in this championship for 12. Andrew McCarthy's on 33 not out. Rovman Powell, the captain of the Jamaica Scorpions, caught Cato, bowl Larry Edwards for 2. There was a celebration in galore. Then we had Jamie Glenn, caught Emmanuel Strout, bowl Larry Edwards for 5. And Fabian Allen, as he faces now, he's not out 12. Gets a McSween delivery, bang on target, can't score. Want to see McSween bowl it more or less outside the line of the off stump. He's bowling him wicket to wicket, but just bowl him just that fourth stump line and force him to have to come at it and drive the ball to cover. If we do an analysis on Fabian Allen, I don't see Fabian Allen driving the ball to cover.
Yes, he prefers the onside, and McSween needs to bowl to his field. He's got a 6 and 3 field.
Here comes McSween. He's 1 for 27. He's in now to bowl to Allen, who's punching down the ground, down to long on. Andrew Fletcher, the Spiceman, wearing the number 72, hurls a return to Emmanuel Stewart. The current run rate is 4.47. The required run rate is 5.79. And the Jamaica Scorpions, they don't want that to start creeping up to 6, then to 7, then to 8. Because it means now that they're going to put some more pressure now on Odean Smith and Derval Green. And they played a number of all-arounders in this game because you still also have Jamie Merchant and company to come. 96 for 5. McSween in to bowl to Andrew McCarthy, and again, another wide.
Yeah, he's lost his radar, has Preston McSween. Rather some loose deliveries going down the leg side. He's been called twice in this over so far. But yes, 4.5, and the required run rate is 5.7. So this all-important partnership, this one, if they can just keep it going between the two of them.
Down the onside, another wide again. Why is McSween not trying to bowl the ball outside the line of the off stump? Yes, Andrew McCarthy is coming across, but at the same time, you have to remain focused because every time you go down the leg side, you're giving away a single.
Yes, not the smartest bit of bowling in this over.
3 wides in this over already.
Yes, 3 already, which makes it at least a 9-ball over. Well, he's only bowled half the over legitimately so far. So McSween needs to concentrate and get his line back on or about off stump.
He's got to stand up straight and follow through the crease. Here is McCarthy standing up straight and punching it out to cover. They're looking for 2, but it's certainly not on because the sweeper there, Ryan John, did some excellent work by swooping around there. Score goes up to 99 for 5. 99 for 5. They're 50. The Jamaica Scorpions came off 80 balls, 51 minutes, 5 fours. They'll be approaching the 100. Their current run rate is 4.57. Required run rate is 5.72. And we're into over number 22. McCarthy's batted beautifully so far. Allen will have to give support on 13. McSween into bowl to Allen. Allen is whipping this beautifully. Pass the short fine leg fielder down to the boundary for 4. And once it got past Obed McCoy inside the 30-yard circle, he was all over. And that's what we're talking about, his bottom hand. That came into play, and he whipped that away already.
He whipped it away very nicely, Vernon, but once again, straying onto the pads of both these batsmen is Preston McSween. So he'll know he won't be impressed with the way he's bowling. He's given away 3 runs here, really, in this over with just poor direction.
He's got to refocus. He's got to get his radar on it right again. Here comes McSween in now to bowl to Allen. Cramps him up. He remains on 17. The completion of over number 22. Jamaica Scorpions are 103 for 5. McCarthy has called for new gloves. He's 34 from 35. Allen is 17 from 23. And McSween so far, some 10 runs coming off the over. 1 for 35 in his 7-over spell.
Yes, wasn't the best of overs there by Preston McSween. It might be time for Sunil Ambrose to give him a bit of a rest before he bowls his remaining 3. But the current run rate at 4.6, required run rate at 5.64. Well, as long as they can keep it under 6, Jamaica Scorpions will still feel that they're in with a big chance, even though they're 5 wickets down, chasing this 261.
Edwards is in now to bowl to McCarthy. He's back and just working this onto the onside. And he picks up an easy single. Ryan John comes around and blocks that off. Just like to see Larry Edwards just flight that ball just on the line of the off stump to Fabian Allen. Really like to see that. He just need to try anything, just a little wider, and just use the angles, entice him, and see what happens. He comes in now to bowl to Allen, in to bowl to Allen, faster. Allen is not looking to punch it, and he really should have leaned into that, but you could tell he's not comfortable on the offside.
Yes.
He's really not liking it into that area. 104 for 5. Allen is 17 from 24. McCarthy 35. Larry Edwards is in to bowl to Allen. He stands up straight, can't score. Plays the ball up to the short mid-wicket fielder. Coming around there is the fielder who be able to just cut that off. We kind of got unsighted because we won't be able to see the back of his number because we're a good distance back. Edwards is in to bowl to Allen. Allen comes quietly forward. Again, he can't score. Is that Kato? Looks like it is Kato.
Looks like,
yes,
yeah.
it is. So we've picked that one out. Windward Islands, they're fighting in here. They're trying to put the pressure on the Jamaica Scorpions. Larry Edwards is taking his time right there. And again, you could tell that Allen is not comfortable. He can't get past Andrew Fletcher. I would like to see Andrew Fletcher just give himself some room so he could be able to see the ball, just in case that Allen winds up to play an expansive drive, flighted delivery. That's what I was talking about again. He's too close. Needs to give himself some room there so he can be able to see the ball, especially when you're in the 30-yard circle. This is a fast outfield here. Over number 23 completed. The latest score here at Coolidge is 105 for 5. 105 for 5. McCarthy's 35. The Jamaica Scorpions chasing 261. Fabian Allen is 18.
Another excellent over there by Larry Edward, just the 2 singles off it. 3 for 26 after 7 overs. Larry Edward figures for the evening, and he's been the difference between the 2 sides at this stage, as we look like we're having a bowling change. Is that Karan Katoy?
Yes.
Coming on to replace Preston McSween, and that is a good idea as we look at the most wickets in the CG Insurance Super 50 Cup. As it stands at the moment, Gudikash Moti on 9 for the Guyana Jaguars, followed by Quinton Botswain from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes on 8. Larry Edward has now moved up to 6 and gone past Niall Smith and Kyron Pollard.
Well, it's impressive to see some fast bowlers in the lineup. Normally, the spinners are the ones who are dominating when you look on the leaderboard charts. But Karan Katoy, best figures of 5 for 37 in list year cricket, 38 wickets, and a economy rate of 4.94. Right arm leg break bowler, his spell is going to be important.
Could be.
That's
No,
gone
that's
over
gone.
long on for 6.
Welcome to the crease.
Yes, and it was a long hop, more or less, you would say. And Fabian Allen just dispatched that. For a moment, the Spiceman thought that he had that.
I
think he would have got to get a fireman ladder from the VC Bird International Airport to be able to catch that one.
That was out of here. Good shot by Fabian Allen. As it turned, and he had slow turn, so all the time in the world.
Qatar is in now to bowl to Allen. Allen is back and cracking that out to the sweeper. You only get one. Now, that is poor running. That has to be 2 runs.
Yes, that is
You
very
can't
poor.
hit a ball out there, and the sweeper, John, has to come all the way to his left, at least 10 meters. And with that throw, and you only get 1 run, the urgency, there has to be more urgency from the Jamaica Scorpions batting Allen and McCarthy. 112 for 5. Allen goes to 25. Maybe he feels that he could finish this game in boundaries and sixes. I don't think so.
Well,
McCarthy's 35.
That 6 brought up the 50-run partnership between McCarthy and Allen. So they're going well at this stage. As I say, they can just keep it under 6. The required rate is 5.5. They're going at 4.8. So
here comes Cotois in out to bowl to McCarthy. McCarthy is back and looking to beat the fielder down a backward point. He can't score, and the score remains at 112 for 5. 112 for 5. The comparison, the Windward Islands were 109 for 3. Cotois in now to bowl to McCarthy. He's back and cracking this out to the sweeper. Ryan John comes around again, picks up very easily, and hurls a return it one bounce into Emmanuel Stewart. It's just looking at the glove work of Emmanuel Stewart. A little cuff, reverse back rather than just allowing the ball to cushion down into his hands. Comparison after 23.4 overs, Windward Island Volcanoes are 109 for 3. Cotois in now to bowl to Allen. Allen is back and cracking that past the backward point fielder down to the boundary for 4. No need to chase on this fast outfield.
No, it's short and wide again by Cotois, and Allen was onto it in a flash, so it's turning out to be a productive over for Jamaica.
And so the lines for Cotois has been very poor here. He's got to be able to get that right. First of all, he served up a long hop, which was dispatched, and so he's got to be able to be a lot better. 10, 39, 39. That's the beginning of the loss of wickets for the Jamaica Scorpions. Short delivery again, pulling this one down. Went to Andrew Fletcher, somebody from the Jamaica Scorpions dressing room, telling him to keep going, you can't give it away. 118 for 5 at the end of over number 24. The target is 261. 12 runs off the over, not for 13. And McCarthy's 36, Allen is 30. More comments from you, and then it will be the voice of Denmore Roberts.
Yes, Allen would be disappointed with that last delivery. It was another short, wide ball, and he just didn't get it, certainly didn't get it as clean as he did the first ball, which he licked straight out of the ground. But 13 off the over, and Jamaica Scorpions, between this partnership of Fabian Allen and Andre McCarthy, certainly keeping them honest out there, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and keeping their own team with a partnership of 57 so far of 60 balls well in this match.
Certainly keeping them in the match. This delivery from the start of a new over from Cotois is played away down into from Edwards.
Edward, yeah.
Correction. It's played away and they can't score. They're getting a single now as they work this one out to the deep long on position. They walk through almost for the single. So this partnership up to 58 and the total on to 119 for 5. Here is Edward in, and this delivery is bringing the batsman McCarthy forward, and he's playing defensively. The bowler feels his own bowling along the pitch, and there's no run. So Allen is on 31, McCarthy is on 36, 119 for 5. The repair job being done for the Jamaica Scorpions. This delivery is played away quietly into the offside field, and there is no run. 2 deliveries to go in the 25th over of play. So still some way to go here. We watch as this delivery is driven up on the onside out to the long on region. They get an easy single as they just keep rotating the strike over. They're 120 now. It is for 5, 120 for 5 as Allen is on strike. He's on 31. Faces up now as this delivery is again angled into him from the left-handed Edward, and he's playing it defensively. So they've decided that they're just going to play out Edward as he has been the wicket taker so far for the Windward Islands, and he has been the chief wrecker in getting the 5 wickets so far.
Yes, excellent bowling once again, excellent over by Edward. 3 for 28 off 8 now. Now, obviously, as you say, Denmore, Captain Sunil Ambrose is looking at bowling Edward out. Maybe the key to this game, especially with this partnership, if they haven't broken it by the time Edward is finished, the key might be who replaces Edward could be the difference between Jamaica Scorpions continuing to push for this victory, or the Windward Islands wrapping up this match as John starts a new over.
John, with his delivery, just keeping low outside the line of the off stump. The batsman in McCarthy was looking to play a forcing shot away, trying to get it away on the offside. And there was no run. Something behind the arm of the bowler, just bothering the batsman at this time. Umpire just having a look, as that one was pulled down by John, but it kept low.
Kept a bit low
as
too.
McCarthy was trying to force it away into the offside field. How does the Jamaica Scorpion go from here? What do they need to do if they're going to come away with victory after getting themselves in trouble early?
Well, I think they just continue in the same vein that they're going at the moment. They've still got the run rate required under 6, and the longer it stays under 6, and the longer these two, who are now well and truly set, Allen 31 off 35 and McCarthy 37 off 42, the more hope they would feel that they'd have the game under control or back under control, that they can really extend towards the end.
John in his 5th over, none for 15 so far. He's angling this one in and it's dropped on the offside, and they take off and get an easy single. Kotoy was charging in, kicks the ball at the stumps, but the batsman responded very well, Allen, and he raced through almost like a sprinter, getting down to the danger end very quickly, and they get a run. 121 it is for 5 so far. Just to recap the Jamaica scorecard, Thomas was caught short of Edward for 15. King was caught short of McSween for 4. Palmer was bowled by McCoy for 12. McCarthy is there not out on 36 as he's facing John, and he's playing a naughty shot outside the line of the off stump. Is Allen was looking to force that one much too close to him to cut, and that ball beating the outside edge of the bat and into the gloves of Stewart behind the stumps, and there is no run. Powell was caught John off Edward for 2. Glenn was caught Stewart off Edward for 5, and Fabian Allen is there alongside McCarthy. Allen is on 31, McCarthy on 38. 121 for 5, as this delivery from John is driven out on the onside field, brings Fletcher, who is on the long on boundary, in. He's around quickly, picks up and throws almost in one motion, gets the ball back in very quickly and limiting the batsman to just a single. So one more to the total. It's on to 122 for 5.
Yes, and if we look at the comparison, the Scorpions are well ahead, 122 for 5 as far as the runs are concerned, but they lost the extra couple of wickets.
Here we watch as John is in, and this delivery outside the line of the off stump, the batsman reaching and driving it out to the mid-off region and comes through for a run. So one more run to the total, one more to the Jamaica Scorpions. And when we look at the comparison, the Jamaica Scorpion in terms of runs, they're just slightly ahead.
Yes.
Slightly ahead, but they would have lost those 5 wickets at this stage. So you would tend to think they need another 139 to win from 146 deliveries. So balls is in their favor as well. Here is this delivery driven hard by the batsman in Allen, but gets the sliding fielder out at that mid-off position, who is the McSween, who is fielding at mid-off, and the batsmen were able to come through just for a run. 124 for 5. Allen moves to 33. 39 is McCarthy. 261, remember, is the target. Jamaica Scorpions, as the Windward Islands won the toss today and elected to bat, and they got to 260 for 8. 260 for 8 behind 60 by Andre Fletcher, and 64, the top score, coming from Kieran Kotoy.
But 137 then more of 144 balls, and the way they're batting with the partnership in full flow now, they're batting sensibly.
They are batting sensibly.
And if they can put the pressure out of the 5 wickets that are gone, they could really, truly make a fist of this chase.
This partnership would need to continue. Here is this delivery, cutting it straight to the fielder standing at that point position in Cato, and can't score. So Cato standing there as this is a new delivery and just edging it away down to the third man region is the batsman in Allen. Can't score. 124 for 5. Kotoy in his second over. Just 13 runs already from his bowling. So he's had 2 dot deliveries so far in this over. Here is Kotoy in. And this delivery was the wrong one. That one looked, he cut back into the batsman sharply and coming down hurriedly. On it was Allen keeping it out, but that was a good delivery from Kotoy. He's quickly back to his mark. He's in. And this delivery, the batsman is driving in the air over the long off region, 6 runs. Tossed up to him, and he got to the pitch of the delivery and went through with the stroke, hit it high over the top of the long off fielder and picked up a maximum 6 runs to Allen. 6 more to the total. It's 130 for 5. As I say good night and welcome back to Shamila Connell.
Good night, Denmore. Another lovely shot from Fabian Allen, as you can see.
The fight back is on. You would tend to think that the Jamaicans, they're fighting back after losing those 5 wickets when we were last together. Here was his delivery. He's driving and turning the bat and going straight back to the bowler, Kotoy. And we put the commentators' curse on him and just said that they were building the in. Allen goes cotton bowl, Kotoy for 39, and it's 130 for 6. Great way to go.
As I'm just going to say, a very good partnership between these two. Unfortunately, I just say the commentators' curse.
Yes, we just put it on them because he was looking to turn this one on the onside. The leading edge found. The ball went straight back to Kotoy. He couldn't believe his luck as that one came straight back at him, and he took the catch gleefully. And the end of Fabian Allen, cotton bowl Kotoy for 39. The Jamaica Scorpions, they're now 130 for 6, 130 for 6. And the Windward Islands Volcanoes would be happy having broken that partnership.
Very much so. A very good breakthrough for Kotoy. Captain be looking to put some pressure on this new batter.
Certainly would be looking to put some pressure on the new batter, who is Derval Green. Green has come out to join McCarthy, who is still there on 39. So you would tend to think that the bulk of the batting now would have to be done by McCarthy. He would have to push on if he's going to bring it home for the Jamaica Scorpions. He would have to probably look to get a century, but he would need Derval Green to bat with him. Derval Green averages 9.71 though, so not a lot of confidence. That would that wouldn't preach a lot of confidence in you. But he would have to somehow find a way to stay there with McCarthy for the Jamaica team. So we watch Kotoy stands as he now has a slip in place. There's a man at short third man as this delivery short of a length, and Kotoy doing very well, diving away to his left and stopping what would have certainly been at least 2 runs, as he was really giving the effort to his own bowling, diving away and saving runs. 130 for 6 at the end of over number 27. Green is yet to score. McCarthy on 39. Shamila Connell, how does the Jamaicans get out of this right now?
Well, McCarthy will have to get into triple figures, I just say, but he would need some support from other batter. He can't do it alone.
He can't do it alone. And definitely, should he be farming, what we call farming, should he be looking to take most of the strike in this partnership, or is it too early? Should he show some confidence in Green?
I believe he will have to take most of the strike, but at the end of the day, he has to have some confidence in his other partner as well.
He has to have some confidence in Green as he's facing up now, as the new over is about to begin. This delivery is driven pleasantly as John pitches up the first delivery of his 6th over. McCarthy was on the front foot and driving all along the ground, but he finds the fielder who was at the mid-off region, and there is no run. So the captain in Sonny Lambris is fielding at mid-off. He's now bringing the man out from the third man boundary up into the circle. He's just bringing him slightly straighter to his left, as he has a short third man. He has a point. Cover is on the boundary, extra cover. Long off, long on. Here is John in, and this delivery is dropped away in the offside, and they get an easy single as Sonny Lambris is slow off the mark, and the batsmen were able to steal a single as that one was played with soft hands, just dropped into the offside field, and they looked at each other and just the glance, and they were off in a flash. John, none for 20 in his sixth over, 131 for 6. So Green will come into strike. Green coming in at the fall of Allen's wicket, as Allen was caught on ball. Was just trying to turn one on the onside, the leading edge found, and the ball ballooning back to Kotoy, who couldn't believe his luck. And here is John in a Yorker length delivery. Coming hard on it is Green, just trying to drive it up on the onside. The ball bouncing out to Stout, who is at that short mid-on position. And there is no run. So Stout, who has been banged up in this innings so far, we've seen him, he's limping, he has a shoulder injury, but he's still soldiering on. He went off for some treatment, but he's back on the field. Here is John, runs in, goes past umpire, a slow delivery. Could almost see that one out of his arm, almost just rolling the wrist over that one, and the batsman read it well and squeeze it out into the offside field. Can't beat Kotoy though, who is patrolling that position where they say the top fielders go, anywhere between cover and backward point. Kotoy, who has been very lively in the field this evening, is fielding there. John, just a little bit of a chip before he breaks into a run, goes past the umpire now, and this delivery, just reaching for it. Not getting his feet too close to it, but he's able to come through, and there was a throw at the stumps, and the batsman was scrambling home, but had that hit, it would have been close. Cato had the throw at the stumps.
A very tight single there so for the Scorpions.
Yeah, when we look at it, and I'm telling you, it might have been home, but he looked as if he might have made his ground if that one had hit directly, but it was good cricket all around, good running and good feeling. So we watch as John just looks around, make sure his fielders are in place as he begins to move in now. He just starts with a little chip. He's in now, past umpire, tuck it, and this one was angled down the leg side, was looking to pull it around. On one knee was Green, McCarthy, correction, and McCarthy was just trying to get that one away. Didn't really make good contact with it, the ball bouncing down to wicketkeeper, and there's no run. The end of the over has come up. Over number 28. Green is on 1, McCarthy on 40. The Jamaica Scorpions 132 for 6.
A very tight over from John. He's been hitting his legs consistently for the last 2 overs or so.
Very, very good lines that he's been hitting, and he's not necessarily given the batsman too much to work with. He's bowled that length, just that corridor. That is, we call it the corridor of uncertainty. Not too full to drive, not too short to pull. And that is what you would want bowlers. How difficult is that to do as a bowler? You get your thoughts after this delivery from Kotoy. His first delivery is punched away, and a diving stop by the fielder who is at that point position. And there is no run. So Cato throwing himself in the field. Here is Kotoy in, and floated and smashed away out to mid-wicket. The fielder drops the catch on that mid-wicket boundary. He got there, got both hands to it, and didn't take the catch. Really, he's looking very disappointed with himself down on that mid-wicket boundary. Who is that fielder there?
Larry Edwards.
Larry Edward, who the ball came to him. It was a full toss, banged out to him. He got both hands to it, and it hit and went straight out. Not the kind of catching that Captain Ambrose would want at this stage. Here is this delivery, driven up on the offside, as the fielder looks to be, just stops it in that short extra cover region, and there is no run. Here is Kotoy. This delivery is banged away, driven up on the onside and on drive, gets it out to the fielder at that wide long on position. He hits the stumps at the throw back, but he had bobbled the ball in the fielding, allowing the batsman to come back for a second run. So Maloney, who's out on that boundary there, hitting the stumps, but the batsmen were able to hustle back for 2 runs. 135 for 6. Green is on 242 to McCarthy, who's facing as this is Kotoy. Right arm over the wicket, floated and hit high in the air over mid-wicket, 6 runs. That one was tossed up, and this time he got good contact on it. McCarthy hit it high over the mid-wicket region. Not a man move, but to retrieve 6 runs, 141 for 6.
Very poor delivery from
Kotoy. Kotoy had bowled that very poor. It was a full toss that Kotoy bowled. He got away with the last one because he hit the first one almost down the throat of the fielder, but this time he made good contact, did McCarthy, and picked up a maximum 6 runs, and the total is on to 141 for 6. Here we watch as Kotoy is in, and this delivery, again, a flighted delivery that is driven pleasantly out to the long on region where Obed McCoy is the fielder. He has a left-handed throw back to the bowler's end, and they're able to walk through for a run to end over number 29, 142 for 6. Green is on 2. McCarthy has moved on to 49 and approaching a half century.
very disappointing over for the Volcanoes after Larry Evans put on that catch. But a very good one for the Jamaican Scorpions after picking up 8, 9, about 10 runs in that over.
Yes, certainly. So 40, 48, and now 49 not out has been the scores for Andre McCarthy so far in this CG Insurance Super 50. So he would want to get over that line, get that first half century on his belt in this tournament, and then look to push on. 142 for 6, and he's going to be the important factor for the Jamaica Scorpions. John is about to start his 7th over. John moves in now, goes past the umpires, in and bowls a slow delivery to McCarthy, and he gets the half century. Just drives it up on the onside out to Fletcher at that long on position. Flash goes around from the cameraman. Applause goes around from his teammates. Andrew McCarthy getting to his 50, his 12th 50 in 69 List A games, and he also has 300s to go with it. So he's had 5 4s and a 6 so far in this innings.
Very good 50 from Andrew McCarthy. He has a foundation built. He'll be looking to capitalize on this now.
50 or 52 deliveries, as it's going to be John to bowl to Green. Here is John, a short of a length delivery, and Green wants the run and gets it in the end. He was nervous there because he was charging down, and Andrew McCarthy was late to move off, and you could see almost Green. You could see from his reaction, his heart was almost in his mouth there for a short while, but the ball was able to beat Sonny Lambris, who was standing at the straightish mid-wicket, and they're able to get through for the single easily in the end. 144 for 6. Here is this delivery that is driven up on the offside out to the long off region. The fielder in Cato comes in off the boundary, has the throw all the way back to the wicket-keeper's end, and the batsmen were able to come through for a run. 52 Andrew McCarthy, 3 is Green, 145 for 6. As we just watched as McCarthy was just inspecting his bat, just making sure that it is still intact. 145 for 6, the target is 261. Here is John in to bowl to Green, and a slow delivery and beating the diving Sonny Lambris, but they're only going to get 1 as the run in between the wicket was not very good on the part of the Windward Islands. They were hesitant, and they were only able to get a run. McSween coming in, laboring in off that mid-wicket boundary, but because the batsmen were not necessarily hustling for that second run, they had to settle for 1. John comes in now to bowl to the batsman Green, who McCarthy, who's steering this past the man at short, third man into the boundary for 4. It was wide outside the line of the offs to be opened the face of the bat, deliberately getting it to the left of that short fielder at short third man, and it raced down to the boundary for 4 to bring up the 150 for the Jamaica Scorpions. 150 for 6. McCarthy moves on to 55.
Very poor delivery from John. As you can see, he doesn't have the feel for that.
Didn't have the feel for that. his third man was up in the circle, and he put the ball wide and invited McCarthy into that stroke. And McCarthy was able to steer it clear of that field, that short third man. Here is he in on a full toss, and he's out caught at straightish mid-wicket. It was a poor delivery, and he got a wicket with it. Hit it to the left of the captain in Sonny Lambris. And Lambris just taking a smart catch to his left. And what a way for Andrew McCarthy to go. A poor delivery, full toss, hit it straight at the fielder at that short, straightish mid-wicket position. And he has to go, or he's standing. Are they waiting? The umpires are having a discussion. So we will see what they're going to check. Maybe they want to go upstairs and just have a check. But so far, McCarthy is standing up, waiting for the umpires to have a check. And the umpires are having a discussion. The Windward Islands players are all standing around. Well, as a matter of fact, all the players are standing in close proximity, as we see umpire Carl Tuckett taking out the radio and radioing in upstairs just to have a look at whether that was a full pitch delivery above. So it's good in terms of no ball. It's a good in terms of the front foot no ball. But we're just looking to see where, and that ball looks to have been coming down. Maybe not above waist height. What are your thoughts, Shamila?
It seems to be quite a quite good delivery. Yeah.
From the front, it looks a lot
dipping.
worse, but it looks like it's dipping now that it's getting to the batsman. It's just, to me, about below the waist height. I think the third umpire will send him.
Yeah, he hit it from quite in front too.
As the ball was dipping, so the umpires are back on screen, and umpire Carl Tuckett raises the fingers. Andrew McCarthy has to go. Caught off the bowling of John for 55, and Jamaica Scorpions losing their 7th wicket. They're now 150 for 7. 55 or 55 deliveries. Andrew McCarthy, what a way to get out.
What a way to get out, indeed. He was looking to build from his starts. He's been getting starts the whole tournament, but he hasn't been able to capitalize on them.
How is it that when bowlers seem to bowl poor deliveries, batsmen seem to make a meal of them and they get wickets? Because you would have bowled some beautiful deliveries in your time and the batsman failed to hit.
Correct.
Then you bowl a rank long hop and for some reason you get a wicket.
They say good deliveries don't get no wickets.
They get oohs and ahs.
They get a well bowl.
Well bowled, but they don't get wickets. So it was really a poor delivery. It was a full toss and was able to get the wicket in the end. He wouldn't mind getting that wicket in John. Even with that poor delivery, he would consider himself lucky because it was a very poor delivery, a full toss that was hit to the left of Sonny Lambris, who took a smart catch, and that was the end of Fabian of McCarthy. Caught Ambris of John for 55 or 55 deliveries in 77 minutes. So Edward continues. This delivery is driven out in the offside. They get one as the new batsman is Merchant, who has come out to join Green. And again, they're just showing us that one. It was a slow delivery too. You could see that he was just rolling it out of his fingers and hitting it to the left of Ambris, who took a smart catch in the end. So there's a slip in. There's a man at a short third man who is pretty wide. Then there is backward point. There is cover on the boundary, extra cover. Long off, long on, a straightish mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket on the boundary. Here is Edward in, and this delivery, the batsman in Merchant is just whipping this one past the fielder standing at that straightish mid-wicket position out into Maloney, who is on the boundary, and they come through for a run. So just to look, and Sonny Lambris doing very well in that catch. Here is his delivery bouncing outside the line of the off stump from Edward, and he's happy now. He would be happy because he has some tail-enders to bowl at. He's in his 9th over, 8.3 overs, no maidens, 31 is 3 wicket. He would want to get more. He's quickly looking to hustle the batsman, but Green doing the right thing, just backing away until he's ready and rehearsing a sweep shot. So you can see what's on the mind of Green. He watches now as Edward comes in, left arm around the wicket to bowl to him, and he's coming forward and driving a delivery out into the extra cover region. Can't beat the fielder who is standing there in John. So another dot ball. Here is Edward, left arm around the wicket to bowl to Green, and Green is edging, and ball dropping short of the slip fielder who was very sharp in Andre Fletcher, sticking out that right hand and stopping it. But again, the ball just bouncing before it got to the slip region where Andre Fletcher is posted. And we have seen that Captain Ambrose is even applying more pressure. He's brought himself into second slip now. Here is John in. Floated up and hit this one high in the air, hard, over, long on, 6 runs. That was a big hit by Green. He brought up the slip and then he floated this one up to Green. Correction, is it? Yes, to Green, and Green hit it hard over the head of Maloney at long on, picking up 6 runs, 158 for 7 at the end of over number 31.
A very good throw from Green, as you can see, hitting that one for 6, as Larry Harris floated up that one.
So Edward in his 9th over. Scorpions need 103 runs to win from 114 deliveries, but they've lost 7 wickets so far in this inning, so they are struggling in terms of the number of batsmen to come. And you tend to think that they have lost all their top order batsmen, so they need 103 runs from 114 deliveries, 158 for 7. Green is on 11, Merchant is on 1. At this stage, the Volcanoes, they were 137 for 3. So the Jamaica Scorpions, they're ahead in terms of runs, but they've lost 4 more wickets than the Windward Islands did at this stage. They're going to really need some heroics from here on in. Merchant is facing up. Here is John in to bowl to Merchant, and Merchant gets a short of a length delivery, just coming forward and just pushing at it, hits it out to the right of Kotoy in that point region, can't score. So the captain for the Volcanoes have called up the man who was on that cover boundary, or the fielder has come all the way up to have a word with his captain, probably just talking some strategy. As John turns and begins to move in now, he's in and bowls to Merchant, who's driving straight back past the bowler out to the long on region. Did it go into the boundary? It was a tumbling save by Fletcher, but he couldn't stop it from going into the boundary. 162 for 7. He was diving to his left. Andre Fletcher, he stopped it, but the ball hit in his boot, his leg actually, as he was tumbling down and ending up into the boundary for 4 runs. So, but that was a good shot by Green, just hitting that one hard. Correction, it was Merchant who was driving that one. So Merchant on to 5, 11 is Green, 162 for 7. Merchant faces as John comes in to bowl to him, and he's coming forward, bat and pad close together, just walking out of his crease as he plays that defensive stroke in an elaborate manner, as he's showing all of the blade to the bowler in John. On that occasion, we see Merchant, a strongly built batsman, looks as if he can hit it hard, and from that drive that we saw a couple of deliveries ago, we know that he can really hit it hard. He looks around as the fielder who was at final leg comes up into the circle. John begins to move now. He's in and bowls to the batsman in Merchant, and Merchant wants a single sent back by Green. He was turning this one into the mid-wicket region. Sonny Lambris again was quickly around and had a throw at the stumps, and the batsman was able to get back in. It was almost at the point of no return, but he put on his ear brakes and he turned very quickly. For a big man, he turned quickly and scrambled back into his crease. No damage done in the end. It remains 162 for 7, 99 runs to win from 110 deliveries. So still some runs to get. Only 3 wickets left in the shed. Here we watch as this is John. Comes in now to bowl to Merchant, and Merchant is struck on the pad and he's out like before. It was a slow delivery and he came forward, the ball cannoned into his pad, deceived all ends up and struck in front. Umpire in Carl Tuckett raises the index finger. That's the end of Green. He's gone for, as a matter of fact, it was Merchant who's gone. Yes, you can look at it, and it was a slow delivery, deceived him, all ends up, and struck on the pad. Umpire sent him on his way, and that's the end of Merchant. That's the end of the over. Ball just showing pitching in line and striking him on the pad in line, and it's now what, 162 for 8. Merchant going for 5.
A very good delivery from John. As you can see, he take the pace off of that one, and he was targeting the stumps.
Was targeting the stumps, and we were talking about, we could see when John is bowling that slow delivery. But on that occasion, he really disguised it well, because Merchant was coming forward and looking for a quicker delivery. The bat was already down long before the ball got there. The ball went straight into the pads, and umpire Carl Tuckett took about 2 seconds to think about it and then raised the index finger, sent him on his way, and that was the end of Merchant for 562 for 8, the Jamaica Scorpions team, and they're falling away now. The Jamaica Scorpions team, you think that it's going to be tough for them to get those 99 runs that are required with just 2 wickets left. Here is Royal faces as John starts with a slow delivery, and the batsman, almost as if he was expecting John to do the same, just waited and played defensively to that delivery and can't score. The end of the over has come up. Let me just give you the scorecard so far. Thomas was caught Stewart of Edward for 15. King caught Stewart of Maxwell for 4. Palmer was bowled by McCoy for 12. McCarthy caught Ambrose of John 55. Powell caught John of Edward for 2 as we're about to start the new over. But after more thoughts from you, Shamila, I'm going to bring back in the voice of Vernon Springer.
Spot on delivery there from Larry Edwards, who's into his 10th over. 3 for 36, Larry Edwards. Green is 11. Jamaica falling away real badly here in over number 33. 162 for 8. The target is 261. Larry Edwards is into his 10th over. By his standard, he would have dropped a sitter off a Dover Green out on the mid-wicket area, and he maybe want to make amends up for that. They're attacking 2 slips, a point, a cover, short mid-wicket fielder. Here is Green looking to play something fancy. Shamila is laughing in the background there. I guess you'll have to give a description of that. But they're having some fun here, the Windward Island Volcanoes, and it's just an exchange now between Ambrose and Fletcher at slip. Larry Edwards, he'd want to finish strong. He comes in now to bowl to Green. Green gets a delivery, squares him up, can't score. So I think the Jamaicans, Royal and Green, they may be thinking about just battering out these overs, because I don't see them really making a big effort to be able to go across to get anything. And if they lose this game, it will be further curtains for them, because their net run rate does not look good at all. Here comes Edwards into bowl to Green. Green was thinking about going forward. When he got there, he decided he has to defend because it was an arm ball from Larry Edwards. 3 for 36. This young man has bowled very, 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 very well so far. But the Windward Island Volcanoes, they have so many weapons. McCoy and still to come. Cottoy didn't bowl well at all tonight. Larry Edwards comes in now to bowl to Green. Green is driving, can't beat the fielder at cover. And so the score remains on 162 for 8 of over number 33. That's the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Just to let you know, Larry Edwards has completed his spell. His spell has been completed. 10 overs, no maidens, 33. 10 overs, 1 maiden. Sorry, Larry. 36 runs, 3 wickets, 42 dot balls, Shamila, 3.60 an economy rate. Excellent spell from Larry Edwards.
Very excellent spell from Larry Edwards. You can see from early in his innings, he was hitting the the lines consistently and bringing the batters forward to play and picking up 3 wickets in that encounter.
So the 50 for Jamaica of 80 balls, 51 minutes, 5 fours. The 100, 139 balls, 90 minutes, 10 fours, 1 6. And the 150, 187 balls, 119 minutes, 12 fours and 4 sixes. And they've lost their half-century maker. The top scorer so far, Andrew McCarthy, was caught Ambrose Bowl, Ryan John for 51, 55 balls, 78 minutes, 6 fours, 1 6, 25 dot balls. Target 261, Shamela. 162 for 8 over number 33 have been completed. Here comes McCoy, is in now to bowl to Royal. Royal has just come in, he's on naught. And so McCoy before this is 5 overs cost 1 for 23. And he started well. The Windward Island Volcanoes will be looking to try to see if they could wrap this game up and get out of here. So too will be ourselves. We want to get an early night tonight. Don't know if we will, but we'll wait and see what's happening. Here comes Obed McCoy, bounding away now to bowl to Royal. Royal is coming quietly forward, can't score. Kotoy playing a little soccer game here. Joel Wilson just enjoying himself there, just getting some exercise. In fact, he tried to take a catch and he dropped a sitter. I think he'll have to pay a fine. To Peter Nero, Joel. That was the easiest catch that you could have taken. How can you drop that, Joel Wilson? 99 from 100 balls the Scorpions need. Here comes McCoy, bongs away now, in now to bowl to Royal. Royal is getting a snorter, more or less. He's coming forward. He's a tall guy, and that bounced on him. That hit maybe, I wouldn't want to say a crack. 99 from 99 balls.
I think that was a slow one. Ah, yeah.
You
The
know,
back of the arm.
you know the trick, Jamila. You do know the trick. I mean, most important thing, didn't know anything about that one. McCoy working away. He's coming in nicely now. He's grinding up. My brother is moving in now to bowl to Royal. Back on across. Royal can't score. And the pressure continues. They need 99 from 98 deliveries. And looking at Royal, I don't see Jamaica trying to win this game tonight at all.
No, I believe they're looking to just bat out the overs.
Well, they're going to need to more than bat out the overs because maybe Derval Green might have a go in the next over. Maybe just bring this ground with some fireworks. You just never know. Let's wait and see what's happening. McCoy is into bowl to Royal. Royal is left up there. And, McCoy seemed to have injured his right hand. He was trying to take a bowl and caught right there. The physio is going to have to come out very quickly. They're waving to the physio. And he made a big effort to catch a ball. Let's look at the television replay. He got off. No, he dropped right in front of him, but he sort of hurt his right hand.
Yeah, very much so. He didn't follow through as much as he would have liked. He stopped right at the... Ooh.
So the physio comes out, and there's almost just a little break there. Let's hope that McCoy is okay. But the latest score here, as it looks as it might be just a water break, 162 for 8. Carl Tuckett and Joel Wilson will maybe get a little break here for the meantime. But Green is 11, and Royal is not. McCoy is being attended to, and we'll maybe just give you a recap in terms of what has happened so far in the game, not only into the game. Let's look and see. The television replay is flicking up that one right there. He's in a little bit of pain. He's going to ball now. Tell me about this one here, Shamila. What happens here now? He's going to try and fix it back in? Yeah. Okay. He's going to scream out. I'm sure the first person he's going to call is his mother. Oh, mommy. We always call mommy. We don't call daddy. We call mommy. Mommy! Well, I know about me, even though my mother's passed away. That's the first person that you really want to be calling.
For some reason, I don't know why.
That's always it. So we give you an idea in terms of what has been happening. And just to give you a breakdown of the score, as soon as I can get onto my internet here, and my phone can be able to be loading up. McCoy seems to be okay. He's just shaking his legs just to make sure that everything is okay, and giving you an idea of the scorecard in the second innings. Alden Thomas, Scott Stewart, Bull Larry Edwards for 15, Brandon King, Caught Emmanuel Stewart, both Maxwell for 4, Paul Palmer, bowled by Obed McCoy, who's getting treatment right now for 12, Andrew McCarthy, he was caught Sonny Lambris, bowled John for 55 balls, 6 fours, 1 6. Rovman Powell, the captain, caught Cater, brilliantly caught by Cater of Larry Edwards for 2. Javier Glenn, he was caught Emmanuel Stewart. Bull Larry Edwards for 5. Fabian Allen, he was caught and Bull Cottoy. He was very disappointed in the way that he got out. For 39, Devil Green not out 11. And Jamie Merchant, he was just fooled with a slower ball. They need 99 from 97 balls, 162 for 8. That's the latest score here at the Coolidge Ground as the action continues. More comments from you, Shamela.
Very good session here for the Volcanoes. Just needing 2 more wickets to end this game.
The wickets for Jamaica fell with Brandon King 10 for 1, Paul Palmer 39 for 2, Aldane Thomas 39 for 3, Ravman Powell 47 for 4, Javier Glenn 61 for 5, Fabian Allen 130 for 6, Andrew McCarthy 150 for 7, and Jamie Merchant 162 for 8. The bowling figures: Preston McQueen 7 0 35 1, Ryan John 8 0 33 2, Obed McCoy 6 0 23 1, Larry Edwards 10 1 36 3, and Karan Katoy 3 0 29 1. So it's all happening here at the Coolidge Ground. And just to let you know that the Sri Lanka team will be coming to the Caribbean next week, and they'll be playing all of their matches here, including T20, One Day, and 2 Test matches. The 2 Test matches and the ODIs will be played at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The International Cricket Council has given approval for the Coolidge Ground to be an approved venue now, so we'll have 3 T20 games that will be played officially here against Sri Lanka. And so, you know, that is what's going to be happening. McCoy is talking to his mommy, making sure that everything is okay. Just making sure he's shaking his head there. And, you know, mommy is far away, Obed, but just take it easy. He looks to be all right, Shamela.
Yeah, he's a tough guy, so hopefully he's okay.
He's a tough guy. Wow. Fast bowlers always hunting pairs. 99 from 97. The Jamaican Scorpions, that's what they need. McCoy is into bowl to Royal. Royal is leaving alone a delivery. 1 bounce in front of Emmanuel Stewart. Maiden over there from Obed McCoy. So he's now completed what we consider to be 6 overs, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 23 runs, 1 wicket. Jamaica needs 99 runs. Jamaica Scorpions need 99 from 96 balls. Royal and Green are having a discussion. I think Green is looking to see who is coming on. Is it going to be Cottoy? If it's Cottoy, then I need to target him. So let's see what is going to be happening. Who's the new bowler? 99 from 96 balls. And 260 for 8 is what the Windward Island Volcanoes scored. Jamaica Scorpions, they're 162 for 8 and staring defeat here at the Coolidge Ground in the CG Insurance Super 50 competition game taking place here, organized by Cricket West Indies. And Joe Fletcher?
Yeah.
Are we serious? let's somebody please pull up the stats here for Andrew Fletcher for me, the Spice Man. He's never taken a wicket, and in 99 matches, is Sonny Lambre serious?
Yeah.
Let's wait and see. Fletcher comes in now to bowl to Glenn, to Devil Green, and he almost picked up his first wicket. Wow, this is interesting. And Fletcher looks amazed, as if like, Emmanuel Stewart, take me serious. And had the throw been a little better there, I think there could have been a run out, Shamela.
Yeah, very much so. Fletcher in his... he's bowling leg bricks.
Oh, yes, and that missed the leg stump by a whisker. But Emmanuel Stewart, his glove work wasn't good there at all. It's going to have to be a lot more sharp. He's got to stay a little nimble on his feet. And he's got to stay down. He's got to get the body behind the line of the ball. And just a while ago, he was unsighted. You've got to get it wrong. You can't afford to give those away. And I don't like how he's taking the ball. I really would want to see his fingers down to the ground rather than up in the air. They need 96 from 95 balls. Here is Fletcher. He's out stump. Oh, my. Oh, my. The Spice Man is dancing. Look at that. I can't believe this. I could never believe this. If somebody told me this and I was away, oh, my gosh, what a delivery. Where was Royal going? Oh, he didn't know anything about that. He played all around that, and Emmanuel Stewart, he stayed down, and he just stumped off. The man. Let's look at it, Shamela, and let's find out in terms of what's going on, because the Windward Island Volcanoes, they're celebrating. Where was Royal going? He's out stump by a mile. Oh.
Wow.
In fact, he's walked. So I really don't even know what he's waiting for. 96 from 95. and Jamaica, they're crumbling here at the Coolidge ground.
Good wicket for Fletcher. The captain gave him the ball to pick up a wicket.
His first list day wicket. Can you imagine that? Oh my gosh. Oh, well, 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 well. Where was Jevon Royal going? I don't know. But he's out stumped by Stewart or Fletcher, and Fletcher will remember his first list day wicket. And if I know Fletcher, he's going to be teasing Royal from now until when the tournament is finished.
You know, Fletcher, he's a fun man. He's actually gonna fret him for the whole tournament. Huh?
Oh, trust me. You got to tell you in terms of what's happening. Jamaica Scorpions, their 50 came off 80 balls, 51 minutes, 5 fours, 100, 139 balls, 90 minutes, 10 fours, 1 6. They're 150, 187 balls, 119 minutes, 12 fours, and 4 sixes. They need 96 from 94 deliveries. Odin Smith come out. He's not a rabbit with the bat. But why would Royal be batting before Odin Smith? I will never understand. Maybe he wasn't ready. His best is 64. His average of 24.67. He's got 1 list day half century. And I will never understand how Javon Royal could be batting before Odin Smith. But we'll find out. Let's wait and see what's happening. 96 from 94 deliveries. Fletcher has picked up his first list day wicket in 99 games. And he's got a new dance. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Boy, Fletcher kills me. Fletcher comes in to bowl to Smith. Smith is driving down the ground. Big on drive down the ground. I think the two big all-rounders now will have some kind of competition, and they'll figure out how far can we hit Fletcher. Let's see if Devil Green will have some ideas and feel that he can be able to have a go at Fletcher. But this looks like it's curtains here, coming down here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Odin Smith and Green have a mid-wicket discussion. They come into the wicket. Good glove work there by Emmanuel Stewart. He got that right. 95 from 93 balls. 95 from 93. The Scorpions need. That's what they need. And it looks like it could be all over. There's no Tanti Merle tonight. Here is Green driving up to Fletcher. Oh, Fletcher looks organized. What do you think, Shamela?
He looks very organized. He looks he's been bowling his whole life.
Look like he's been practicing, right? Oh, my gosh. 34.3 overs. I can't hold Fletcher now. He's going to tell me I got a wicket. Fletcher is in out the bowl to Green. Green driving. Can't beat the fielder Ryan John at cover. And the score remains on 166 for 9. We're into over number 35. It's the CG Insurance Super 50 Cup. And Andrew Fletcher, the Spice Man, has picked up his first list day wicket. He's in the bowl to Green. Oh, my gosh, that bounce. Whee! This is interesting. Fletcher, look at Fletcher. Really surprised me. Even Joel Wilson is having a laugh right there. Completion of over number 35, 166 for 9. Jamaica Scorpions need 95 from 90. And Fletcher has picked up his first list day wicket. What a combination. Look at the figures. 1 for 1.
Wow.
Fletcher. Cottoy, 3-0, 29-1. Larry Edwards, 10-1, 36. 3. McCoy, 6-1, 23-1. John, 8-0, 33-2. And McSween, 7-0, 35-1. We're back with Obed McCoy. And extras is 17. Windward Island Volcanoes bowled a number of wides today, something that I think they will have to begin to work on. Here comes Obed McCoy. He's into his 7th over. They need 95 from 90. In now to bowl to Odin Smith. He's beaten all ends up. Doesn't know anything about that. His batting has dropped back tremendously. In fact, he's not played a lot of cricket, Odin Smith. But he's a big, strong guy. He's in and out of the Jamaica team. He's just not been able to kick off. Karen Cottoy seemed to have come off the field. Batting coach consultant Floyd Weaver, working with the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Andrew Richardson as the head coach. Devon Smith is also part of the coaching staff. Here is Odin Smith just picking up the line, leaving that alone. They need 95 from 88 balls. 160, 6 for 9. And we're just waiting for the final rights to be declared, but you never know. A miracle could happen here tonight. 95 from 88 balls. Odin Smith could explode. Waits for McCall delivery, and he doesn't know anything about that. Almost lost his stumps. In fact, his right foot is not moving his right foot. He's looking to have a go to hit that over mid-wicket. Looks a little bit out of sorts. I seen him a couple of years ago. He's a much better batsman than this. At one point in time, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, we were looking at getting him into the franchise. He's a big, strong guy. Ball real quick. He's come to the West Indies under-19 youth system. 95 from 87 deliveries. Odin Smith waits. He's on one for McCoy. He's in out to bow to him. Oh, he gets a snorter. Well, if he misses that, nobody else can play that. Not even Terry LaRaja could play that. That hit something, and it wasn't the back of the arm. It crossed him. And, all of a sudden, Albert McCoy will feel now that he needs to up a gear. When he comes down to Smith is having a word there with Ambrose that says, why is McCoy bowling so fast at me? Well, he got to understand that he's a fast bowler. This is what is going to happen. 95 from 86 balls. McCall comes in now to bowl to Smith. Smith stands up straight, comes across stylishly. Cato comes around from cover. And the score remains on 166 for 9. They need 95 from 85 balls. That's what they're going to need. So let's wait and see in terms of what's going to be happening. Smith is 1. Green is 11. We're just waiting on the final rights of this game. Jamaica. That's what you'll be hearing. Jamaica. Here comes McCoy. Is in now to bowl to Smith. Smith is leaving alone. That's a good leave. That's a good line. So another maiden over from Ovid McCoy. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 23. Jamaica Scorpions need 95 from 84 balls. They're currently 166 for 9. The latest score here at the Coolidge Ground. Green is 11. Smith is 1. More comments from Shamela Collin.
Another good over from McCoy. As you can see, he's been consistently hitting those line and lengths. What I need to see him do now is try to attack the stumps.
I hear you. Andrew McCarthy top scored for the Jamaica Scorpions with 55. His first half century of the championship. And Karen Katoy 64. Andrew Fletcher 60. Good night to you, Shamela. They need 95 from 84 balls. 95 from 84 balls. Here is Green sneaking a single. And had he hit, I think he'd have been in trouble. No communication at all between Smith and Green. And Cato would be very upset with himself that he didn't throw down the stumps there. That would have been a critical one. Denmo, I think that you will, in your time when you get a chance, maybe one more over and you can come and wrap the rights of this innings up here. And all of a sudden we have a big bowler in Andrew Fletcher, who just feels that he's a big bowler. What do you think, Terry?
Good evening, Vernon. But you missed a trick just before that he was trying to get the attention of his skipper by warming up on the boundary. So maybe he does know something that we don't.
Well, he's been practicing, so you could see that.
Obviously,
yes. So, maybe in Australia or wherever he has been for the year, but you could tell that he knows the thing. He's a talented cricketer. I like his energy. 93 from 82, the Spice Man.
I love
Pure
his
Grenada, the spice of the Caribbean. He's in now to bowl to Green. Green stands up straight, can't score, and he's got good control. So I think Sonny Lambris has some options.
Well, he might have unearthed another option.
Karen Kotoy didn't bowl well at all.
No, well, there you go.
I don't know if Andrew Fletcher is sending a message to the selectors. So we'll wait and see. 1 for 3. They need 93 from 81. Flighty delivery. He's out caught. Game over. Fletcher is going to be dancing all the way to St. George's Grenada. He says you just twist the hand around. Green, you don't know anything about that. Oh, it's all over. The Windward Island Volcanoes have won by 92 runs. And Jamaica goes down 3-0.
Yes, no sting in the Scorpion's tail for the entire tournament as yet, Vernon. And that's a comprehensive victory to the Volcanoes.
Wow.
92 runs. And Fletcher, he almost got the figures. 2 for 3. It's only Edward with 3 wickets ahead of him.
Oh, my gosh. I can't believe that. The man himself, the Spice Man, Andrew Fletcher, has won the game for the Windward Island Volcanoes. Green playing around a delivery, and Spice Man, he was on his way to St. George's. And he said, you really didn't know anything too much about that one. And I bowled it in that particular area. Oh, it's all happening here. All happening. Are you coming, Denmore? So Denmore and Terry will, Denmore has been here. We'll be able to just wrap this one up, Terry. I trust me, I have to have a drink on Andrew Fletcher. What a bowling spell by the young man.
Drift, turn, you name it. Good evening, Denmore.
Good evening to you, and we can just wrap things up. We will give you the scorecard so far of the Jamaica innings. The Jamaica Scorpions, they needed to get to 261 for victory. 260 for 8 was the total made by the Windward Islands team. The Jamaicans, they got off to a poor start because they had only scored 10 runs when Brandon King was caught steward of McSween for 4. Thomas was caught steward of Edwards for 15. Palmer was bowled by McCoy for 12. Andrew McCarthy was caught Ambrose of John for 55. Rovman Powell, the captain, came in, was a little bit circumspect, and then he was caught John of Edwards for 2. Glenn was caught steward of Edwards for 5. Fabian Allen caught and bowled Kotoy for 39. Green caught and bowled Fletcher for 12. Merchant was LBW John for 5. Royal was caught steward of Fletcher without scoring, which left Smith not out on 168 all out. Bowling for the Windward Islands Volcano, McSween 7 overs, no maidens, 35 runs, 1 wicket. John 8 overs, no maidens, 33 runs, 2 wickets. McCoy 7 overs, 2 maidens, 23 runs, 1 wicket. Edwards 10 overs, 1 maiden, 36 runs, 3 wickets. Kotoy 3 overs, no maidens, 29 runs, 1 wicket. And Andrew Fletcher 1.3 overs, no maiden, 3 runs, and he had 2 wickets at the end there. Andre Fletcher with 2 wickets. The extras were 17, 168 all out. What are your thoughts on the batting of the Jamaica Scorpions in this match today?
Yes, Jamaica Scorpions never really got going at the start, and that was their problem. I think Denmore losing too many wickets too early. They were 30 odd for 3 in the 11th over, and although Fabian Allen and Andre McCarthy, who was great to see him back scoring runs with a fine half century, 55 or 55 balls, they tried their best to bring them out, and with sensible batting, I think we were on at the time, we said if sensible batting prevails, then they could keep knocking it round. And even though they'd lost 5 wickets at that stage, they were still in the hunt, keeping the run rate under a run a ball, under six runs per over. But once that partnership was broken, they fell away again. And spinners ruled, really, for the entire match, because it was the spinners that brought the Jamaica Scorpions back into the game during the Windward Islands innings. And then, of course, the spinners wrapped up things for the Jamaica Scorpions. I thought Larry Edward bowled exceptionally well. And Andre Fletcher will be telling everybody that he bowled the best.
Yes, he certainly will, because he came on right at the end just to try and wrap things up for his captain. And he had something a little bit different. And the batsmen couldn't deal with him, the tail enders, and so in the end he got 2 wickets of 1.4 overs, and Andrew Fletcher will be feeling feeling very good about himself so far from this. But this is a good win for the Windward Islands. It would improve their chances of advancing to the next round. It takes them on to 8 points. The Guyana Jaguars lead with 12 points with a net run rate of positive 1.37, 0.56 with a positive 0.5 TNT Red Force next. But the Windward Islands now on to 8 points after 3 matches, winning 2 and losing 1, and they would feel a lot better about themselves. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes bring up with 4 points. So it means that the Barbados Pride and the Jamaica Scorpions are still yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, the long way back for both those teams, the Pride and the Scorpions, in trying to qualify for this CG Insurance Super 50 Cup of 2021. A great win as far as Windward Islands are concerned, though that just about guarantees them a place in the semis. They're 4 points clear now of the Leeward Islands, who have a big match tomorrow, probably a must-win game for them tomorrow. But not only the 4 points are they clear of Leeward Islands, Denmore, but they've also got the game in hand over them. So it's very important that the Leeward Islands get their second win tomorrow. But I was talking to good friend of mine in Kieran Powell, and he's determined after his 94 the other night to take it a lot deeper because, as we know, the Hurricanes fell away when he was dismissed that partnership of 150. So very interesting games coming up, and Leewards would be wanting to put their right foot forward tomorrow.
The Red Force seems to be in very good nick.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a difficult game for the Leeward Islands. What will be the key things that the Leeward Islands would have to do, or even the Red Force? What would both teams would have to do tomorrow to come out victorious? You would tend to think that the Red Force would want to come and continue their winning run.
They would look to continue their winning form. Then more, I think the Leewards can improve immensely in the field. I think they haven't been up to scratch so far in the field, and forming partnerships with their batting. But the toss is going to be crucial for me. If you can throw Red Force off their plan, because I feel that every time Kyron Pollard, the Red Force captain, wins the toss,
they seemingly want to chase.
Right. They're very comfortable in chasing. They feel they can chase down anything. So if they're forced to set a total, that could work in Leeward Islands Hurricanes' favor. But Hurricanes really need to concentrate tomorrow, especially on their batting. You can't have a partnership of 150 odd for the first wicket, and then the whole team then only gets 90 odd more, and you only set 240, 245 to win a match. You need to take it a lot deeper than that, and I'm sure they'll be aware of it. They're playing it on their home ground, so that of course is an advantage. They've got to make these things count for them, especially at this stage with the Windwards winning tonight. Probably from a Hurricanes point of view, would have been better if Scorpions had have won. But I think the Windwards are just below. The way I see the tournament, I think Red Force are out in front. Guyana are probably the best team of the rest at the moment. But Windwards aren't that far behind. They put in a couple of good performances. And what I did like about them was against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they kept going. They never gave up. And that may have helped them tonight. They got out of trouble in their innings. They looked like at one stage they weren't going to get much more than about 215, 220. Those extra runs that Katoy, and I think he was named man of the match for his performance this afternoon, those runs enabled them to have a target to put pressure on the Scorpions, and that's how it turned out. They were able to get those 3 early wickets, and really the Scorpions never recovered from that.
So if you're joining us, just a recap of the major scores. The Windward Islands Volcanoes 260 for 8. Andrea Fletcher making 60. 45 came from Kevin Stout and 64 from Kieran Kotoy. 3 wickets for Rovman Powell, 2 for Fabian Allen, and a wicket each for Odin Smith and Javier Royal. In their turn at the crease, the Jamaica Scorpions got to 168 all out. 55 was the top score from Andre McCarthy. 39 came from Fabian Allen, and all the other batsmen failed to get up to 20. 3 wickets for Larry Edward, who bowled very well. 2 wickets for John, a wicket each for McSween and McCoy, and Andrea Fletcher getting 2 wickets right at the end of the innings there for the Windward Islands Volcano, which means that the Windward Islands Volcanoes defeated the Jamaica Scorpions by some 92 runs. That will bring us to the end of our coverage from here. Tomorrow, it's going to be the Leeward Islands Hurricanes versus the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, starting at 1:30 p.m. here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. We will be on air at 1:20 p.m. tomorrow. We ask all stations to join us for the coverage. So on behalf of Vernon Springer, my co-commentator, Terry Laraji and Shamila Connell, and of course earlier we had Garfield Burford, Denmore Roberts saying, have a great evening. See you tomorrow for more of the CG Insurance Super 50 Cup here played at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds in Antigua. On behalf of all of us here, it's good night.
You've just heard commentaries of the CG Insurance Super 50 Cup, a production edition of Vibes Radio, the champion station, in association with ABS Radio in Antigua. Join us again for more on Middle Stop.